letting you know. Okay. Share as well. Instant broadcast. Instant broadcast setting. Other broadcast. Where's the part when I paste the part in? Instant broadcast. Instant setting.
Still say anything?
No, let me do this. No, 'cause I don't want to have to go back to me and switch that again.
Are you serious?
Why do I see this? You have a black screen?
And it's just black. It's not, it doesn't even say no signal, it just says it's black.
Right. Which one?
Daytime is over, y'all. How you doing, Cheryl?
Yeah, so people, there's a couple.
Hi there.
How are you already?
Did they go back to Louisiana? What they do?
I don't remember how many they got in here. I brought them in here. Did I bring them in here? I'm
They
crazy.
came in here, but
Okay.
I
So
didn't
like,
see enough of that.
oh, well,
My head went down, so.
maybe they get coffee. There's coffee now.
Oh, yeah.
So this is where, I don't know what it'll be about. Is that what's gonna be behind me? It is. Certainly. Oh, this room.
Yeah, but she's gonna be able to look at this monitor right here.
Oh, I'm just letting her see, but
I would, no, that's on there.
Yeah, that's a, got,
And I said wood, and looked at woods,
Mhm.
but I said, everybody does this, I'm used to it. Everybody does.
I
so
know.
this way you'll be.
I used to call him, you can call him Matthew Barrett or something.
I sent them my presentation.
Oh, you already have it, okay.
It's real brief, that's only 30 minutes.
Yeah.
And somebody, am I on a timer? I don't know, I thought.
What'd you say?
I'll stand back here with a timer.
I'm gonna, yeah, I gotta make up some 5 to 10 minute things.
What was that?
You want me to go put the paper somewhere?
In my bag there.
There's a pen and marker there.
You got a pen and a marker in this
There's
bag?
other,
What do you have it going?
Yeah,
This is
that
paper
paper
there.
there.
Can you check this again?
Oh, just use these?
yeah,
What's popping?
So y'all did this last year? Not here.
Where's the spreader? All right, so let's look up. Yeah, look there. I'm trying to figure out what's going on here. Where's this going? This the spreader?
Google that, no.
Really?
Don't mess with it, don't mess with it.
What? What's wrong?
I'm saying from this one before I do this. Seriously?
I got it. All right, it's on. Good.
Not the internet.
You do that?
Huh?
You do that job?
Yours not good again?
I'm connected.
That ain't good.
All right, I'm gonna need to frame you all up. All right.
Up in the cabinet.
I need you to, where do I put the code at? Edit, Instagram, the other.
I don't know, because it's got that writing in the back. Is that clear?
No, there's gonna be some blank sheets on there.
They all have something different. I don't know. social media stuff on there.
We're live online.
I'm gonna send, your download secretary to you as well.
So we're live online. I just got our splash screen up. And I'm gonna take our audio out so everybody can hear us. So I'm good on my end. What are we working on?
And Carol, this is Scott, this is Leonard.
Didn't I meet you at
Yeah, you
the?
guys,
Yeah, Trevor Shady's event.
Oh, okay, cool. I just laughed, I was out of town, I forgot.
I'm international, you ain't know.
I know you are, dear. I know you. Look,
I had to throw that in there. I had to throw that in
You
there.
better recognize.
check yourself, fool.
That was so funny. I'm really just kidding, please don't take that seriously.
It's a great day. My name is Shay Brown, and I'm so excited. Our company is Peak Performance Institute, and what we do is we teach you an easier way to be successful in sales. I'm so excited because today we'll be talking about the ultimate sales conversation, how to connect, collaborate, and what? Close. That's right. And why do I always start off with it's a great day? Because no matter where you are in the world, no matter what's going on in your life, it is always what? It is always a great day because you woke up this morning. You have another opportunity. You have your goals. You have your objections. You have your mission. You are ready to make a difference in the world.
right now. We got on screen.
Put them on the podium. Want to put them in now, or you?
Well, I don't wanna have to move too far, so I guess right here would be best. Mic check, mic check?
Yeah, put them in now.
You can see the screen, the presentation on screen.
Yes. And you're gonna give me the clicker?
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
I'm looking for stuff right here, okay?
I think that's too far, don't you?
Oh, the walking
Cause that
dead.
means I'm gonna have to leave. Right. I can just put you over there and get it. That's fine. Well, let me ask you this. They can't see us, right? They can't see right here, right? Okay, that's perfect. Oh. Am I doing a mic check? Girl, your skin is dry, you need some moisturizer.
Should get a compliment.
Sure, can you, do my check?
Yes, mic check, mic check. Cheryl Wood in the house. Okay, never mind. I got a long day ahead of me. My sister's bridal shower is today, so as soon as I leave here, literally, I'm sprinting to go pick up cakes and balloons. And she forced me to do it. I didn't want to do it.
Can we, just, you want to fake it?
Yeah, hey everybody, this is Cheryl Wood. We are here talking about Build Wealth Now, Not Later as a part of 50 Shades of Wealth, August 29, 2015. Cheryl Wood's in the Cheryl Wood. Hopefully this is not streaming anywhere yet.
I'm over here dancing with you.
Right.
No, it's not on TV. I got to see.
All right, so yeah, you're good.
Okay, great, thank you. Journalist, a real journalist. Yeah, hey everybody, this is Cheryl Wood. We are here talking about Build Wealth Now, Not Later as a part of 50 Shades of Wealth, August 29, 2015. Cheryl Wood's in the Cheryl Wood. Hopefully this is not streaming anywhere yet.
I'm over here dancing with you.
Right.
Right. Who was it? Jasmine told me, she said, what she asked him was like, so are you having vendors? And they said, and see if they got vendors paying a fee. So you got money. She said, oh, is it being catered? Because you're paying a caterer. Right,
Yeah, get another vendor and cover my fee.
right, exactly. Okay.
Go with them.
It's right in the middle here, just so we can see how the shot's gonna look, the three of us. Cheryl's here, y'all.
Good God, those lights. Oh my God.
So you won't be a journalist?
No.
Okay.
All right. Awesome.
It's been 6 months.
We did last one.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to 50 Shades of Wealth, the business of money this time, Chris.
How about that? How about that? Welcome, everybody. We're so excited. It is Saturday. You got it. Just oh, you got me. Okay. All right. It's Saturday. What is it? No, it's August the 29th. We are here live. I know. I never know. We are here live for our second for this year because we always do
Second for this
50
year, yeah.
Shades of Wealth every year twice. So this is the second one. So if this is your first time connecting with us, then you need to stay tuned because we'll be doing it again another 6 months. The last time we were together,
Oh,
doing
Lord.
50 Shades.
She is not going to let me live this
Well,
down.
we were right in the middle of a snowstorm. So for those of you who are watching us on live stream, or maybe you were in the studio.
You
with
were
us at that
home in the
time.
middle of the
No,
snowstorm.
I was here, guys. I did it up until I finished speaking. I was, hosted. I did my thing with Barrett. I looked outside. When the snow was sticking, I said, it's time for Chris to go.
Yes.
So hopefully today, it is August. It's beautiful outside. We're not going to have any threat of snow.
What did Scott, our engineer, say? He said if it starts snowing,
have a problem.
he gonna start praying.
Yeah.
So,
If it snows today, we have a big
'cause
problem.
it is the end of August, so if it snows here, yeah.
We have a big problem. Well, I'm so excited to be back
Me too.
here with Barrett. I missed my
my
Barrett.
partner.
I know,
My
I know,
partner.
I know. I missed my Barrett, but we're here again
We're here.
for another 50 Shades. And every time we do this event, it gets what? Gooder and gooder.
Gooder,
It
gooder.
gets gooder and gooder.
This is the
Better and
goodest,
better.
I think.
I think this is the goodest
This
too.
is the goodest,
I'm super excited. I hope that you are excited too. And we want to welcome those who are here with us. We know that people are going to be trickling in live
Yes.
with us today. And so if you're watching online and maybe you're in the DMV, we are right here at the beautiful National Harbor. Barrett, tell them where we are.
Yeah, we're at World Media Net. It's at 254 Mariner Passage in Oxon Hill. She's at the National Harbor in Oxon Hill. Beautiful down here. We want you to come in here, though.
Yeah, I was just gonna
We
say,
want you to
though,
come
yeah,
in
don't
here.
hang around at the
It'll be
harbor 'cause-
beautiful once you leave, too. So, but
Come straight to the studio, then go walk around at the National Harbor.
and those of you who are online, share this with your friends. You see the little button up there where it says Facebook, where it says Twitter, LinkedIn, all that stuff up there. We want you
We
to.
should be doing Periscope.
Yes, we will.
gonna do that?
We're gonna do Periscope
So
too.
listen, I just figured that thing out, Periscope, and so I don't have my stuff with me, but I'm gonna turn my computer somehow. I'm gonna figure it out.
So you caught up with stuff.
I'm
huh?
just caught up.
But we were messing with our Trevor, who's going to be a part. Trevor Ott is going to be a part of it. He just his daughter taught him the word fleek. Have you heard that one?
No.
You hadn't heard fleek
No,
yet.
I
Fleek. If someone says on fleek, that means that they're on point. Saying your hair is on fleek, your outfit's on fleek. Our first speaker, Cheryl, is laughing at you right now.
Cheryl is definitely on fleek. Cheryl Wood is on fleek.
What was the other one? Oh, turn up was the.
Oh, that was funny. I couldn't figure that thing out.
She couldn't
So
get
we
turned
were
up.
in the meeting. They kept talking about turn up, and I kept saying, "Turn it up, yeah, turn it up." And they were like, "No, Chris." But Barrett,
Yes.
I've been talking about the AARP, right?
Well, yeah, well, hey,
So I'm celebrating
there.
Big 5-0 in March.
I'm there.
Big 5-0 in March.
I look, my AARP card is in the mail.
They sent it to me too. I haven't started reaping the benefits. I don't care about the card. I want the results.
Right,
So
yeah,
need the
right. I just need
benefits of
discounts. Just the discount.
Right,
Just the
absolutely.
discount, some special trips and stuff like that.
Absolutely.
We want the goodies.
Absolutely. All right, so listen, if you're on social media, we're just about to get this thing started. But Barrett said, share us, like us, tell your friends. all
Share the
about
link
what
with
we're
your
doing.
friends. I mean, it's
Yeah.
50 Shades of
It's
Wealth
free.
series.com.
Did they have to pay?
No, they didn't have to pay. Not a dime. And if you're here, you get donuts. I'm just saying.
So all of you fitness trainers, close your ears because we have donuts and coffee and water. We
Yes.
can have water. So throughout the day, we're going to have some water. But make sure that you share about what we're going to be doing here today on 50 Shades of Wealth, the business of money on social media.
Yes.
We're going to jump on Periscope as well. We know as soon as Cheryl Wood, told everybody she was going to be here, we know that now millions of people are watching us today.
Yes.
So we're super
Because
excited.
Cheryl told me she's international.
Oh, she's definitely in the. If y'all
She's
don't know who
international.
Cheryl Wood- I know.
If you don't know, like I
Wait a
said,
minute
check
now.
yourself, fool. If you
Everybody-
don't know who
everybody-
Cheryl Wood is,
Whoever-
you better
whoever
recognize.
knows who Cheryl Wood is. And so she's kicking off today 50 Shades of Wealth, the business of money. We couldn't ask for a better
We
person.
could not ask for better. But let's tell them who else we have today.
Who do we have?
Oh gosh, we have
Who don't we have?
Shay
If we
Brown.
don't have you, you need to contact us for the next time.
right. We have Shay Brown, the sales cardiologist. We have his partner in crime, Mr. Trevor Otts.
We do.
We have Chris Bridges.
Oh, well, I'm here. I'm here.
Yes,
So
I mean-
I'll be here throughout the day. I'm not leaving him today. I've committed to him.
She's
No snow means Chris stays, so I'll be here.
We have-
of course, we have my partner, Barrett Matthews.
Thank you. We have Natalie Forrest here.
So excited.
We have Ken Roshan, who's coming here today. We have
Jasmine.
Jasmine O'Day.
Jasmine
Oh yeah,
O'Day.
we got Jasmine.
Yeah,
That's going to be fun.
Jasmine. Yeah,
We have Myron Golden.
Myron Gold. The Myron.
The Myron Golden, yes. That's he's the
Like
Myron
the
Golden.
Sherwood.
Right. We have Clark Garrison.
Ooh, that's gonna be good.
We have my buddy Martin Seika.
Oh, that's gonna be good. Martin's got they're
Yeah.
gonna love Martin. When you
Yes,
all hear
yes.
from
If you don't know Martin
Gold,
Seika,
you're gonna
whoo.
just love. He has a wonderful, wonderful spirit.
He
they
does.
will love Martin.
He
He's got a
does.
powerful message too.
We have Taria Hodge.
Taria Hodge is here.
Who else do we have? We have so many people.
Ruben.
Ruben West, Dr. Ruben West.
Dr. Ruben West.
Yes,
is gonna be here
yes.
today. Aren't you excited?
Yeah, oh gosh, we have so many people. I'm trying to keep up with everybody. I know I'm forgetting someone, and I don't want to forget anyone.
Well, that means you need to look on our Facebook page. The
Yes.
50 Shades of Wealth page. We have everyone listed who's going to be showing today. And listen, even if
Kelly Perry.
oh my gosh, how you forget your partner?
I didn't. I remembered.
Kelly Perry is going to be here today. That is Barrett's partner on Lunch and Learn with Barrett and Kelly. You got to watch that broadcast every Friday.
Well, listen.
at noon. Well, listen. Well, watch it.
Yeah,
You all
watch
were
and
watching.
listen.
You
Yeah,
on-
yeah,
you
yeah,
on
we are-
video
yeah.
last week, so you can be watching. So good stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
great people are going to be here. But 50 Shades of Wealth on Facebook, right? They can go on.
Yes,
there.
please go to our 50 Shades of Wealth page. Put in your comments. Tell us what you think. Tell us your name of your business, what you're doing. Network with each other. You know, we want everybody to get to know each other, and because we have a community.
Speaking of sharing your business, though,
Mhm.
how can they share their business, product, service, whatever it is you want to do with the world today?
Well, Chris, I am so glad you asked that
Yeah,
question
good.
because I have an answer.
Good together.
Let's see. Bam!
Okay, let's talk about how you can promote your business. So if you're just watching us at 9 o'clock before Cheryl Wood goes on, this is a good time that you may want to connect in with us right away. So you can do one of several ways that you can promote your product or business today for as little as, that's like, that's breakfast. That's breakfast. For breakfast, for $25 only, you can have 2 sponsorship mentions during this event. So that means throughout the day today, we're going to highlight your business twice to everyone that is here live, and of course, all of those thousands that are going to be
World Wide Web.
watching us on live stream. So for $25, you can have your business mentioned twice during the event. Barrett?
And for $50, a tad bit
Little
more,
but well,
you get
worth
to
it.
have your logo on this. You see if you're looking on screen, you see those little boxes over there with ads of my company, of other companies. You can have yours there.
Absolutely.
for
We
only
just started
$50.
to announce this, so you got to get on early this morning because if not, those slots. will
That's
be
right.
taken. So you get and then for just a little bit more, for $75, you're going to get your ad in the large box, and not the little
right.
box, but the large box surrounding the live stream screen.
That's right. And for $100, if you look up in the corner there, there's a spot for a corner ad, and it'll actually pull down your ad.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't wait to see that.
Yeah.
Somebody look at that. Somebody
It's
needs
a
to
corner
get
ad,
that one.
so your ad can pull down so people can see your ad there as well. It's real cool.
Oh, that's a good one. All right, now for $150, elevation, but good value, you can do live. So that means you need to get down here.
That's right. You need to be here.
30-second promotion between speakers. So
You
for
get a
those,
commercial.
you get a commercial. Oh, that's the good stuff. So for those of you who are here and you have a business, you might want to jump up here with us. Maybe sometime after Cheryl. I mean, that's
good.
You're
Yeah,
gonna have a lot of audience
that's
there.
good product
That's
placement
good
right
product
there.
placement. You can come up and do that for $150. But then for
Oh,
the
man,
really
this is
the
the kicker.
best value.
For only $250, you're going to get a professionally produced commercial, meaning that the people here in this studio, we're in the studio, guys. I just want you all to know that.
I thought we were on a boat.
Well, as Cheryl said, y'all fancy now. So
Oh, yeah, we're fancy.
we moved up to the big deluxe apartment on the east side. So
who watched 50 Shades, all these years that we've been doing this event, you're probably like, wow, they're like in front of,
yeah,
really kinda
it's a little
fancy
different.
technology.
Oh,
got
we
some
ain't
stuff
even
going
begun
on.
yet.
But we got some good stuff.
Wait, you
going
see
on.
where Cheryl is. I mean, this is gonna be tight. But for $250, you get a professionally produced commercial that we can air today during 50 Shades of Wealth. So you get a lot.
You get a lot.
Get a whole lot.
All right, so listen.
How they
you-
get in
it's-
touch? How they do that? Well,
I
the
think you
best
better
way-
call Barrett, right?
Well, text me.
Okay,
text me at
Y'all really got this all figured out.
301. You're funny. 301-326-9919. That's 301-326-9919. If you text me at that number, I will make sure we get in touch with you so we can get your
Yeah, he's gonna call
business
you right away,
promoted.
'cause
Yes.
we need to get those ads up
Or
before
you-
we start our day.
Or you can email me at bmatthews, that's BMATTHEWS, at e2esystems.com. That's the letter E, the number 2, the letter E, systems.com. So bmatthews at e2esystems.com. If you email me, or you can text the number 301-326-9919, and we will get your business promoted.
All right, and if you're here with us, just pull Barrett aside. Make it
Yeah, if you're,
Okay.
exactly.
All
So
right,
don't forget to share.
Yeah,
Please share.
share. So
And
we ready?
hashtag 50 Shades on everything that you're putting out there on the Facebook
Hashtag
page.
50 Shades so that we know that you were here with us today.
That's
we
right.
ready?
We're ready. Let's rock and roll.
So
Let's,
excited.
let's talk to our first guest before we bring her on.
We're gonna talk to her?
Let's holler at her.
Let's bring in the beautiful, the internationally acclaimed. Internationally acclaimed. But she's local, so she's our friend. You know, Maryland is a cool place.
It is.
We got a lot of, there's some powerful people
And some
here
talent,
in
and some
Maryland.
talent here.
I am in D.C. and Virginia too, but you know, Maryland. 'cause
She's
I
so
live in
fun.
Maryland. Anyway, let's bring her on. The beautiful Miss Cheryl Wood.
Sherwood! Woo! Cheryl's here. Cheryl's here.
You know I want to keep saying 50 Shades of something else, but it's 50 Shades of Wealth. It is
Wealth.
50 Shades of wealth, money, money, money,
Well, that's what we
money.
came up with that topic. We figured it would be catchy enough that
Yes.
people ain't gonna forget it.
Exactly. I love it.
And then they came out with the movie, so
I know.
they kind of took our
That's
idea.
good. Capitalize on it.
Well, that's what we did because the last one we did was right around the opening of the movie, so we called it the red carpet.
Perfect.
Did we have a red carpet?
We didn't have
We
one.
had it, we just didn't put it out.
Well, nobody would have seen it
Yeah,
anyway.
it was on
So-
camera. We had it, so that you all know, we did have it, but the camera didn't go to the feet, which is good because I do come out of my shoes. So we don't want the camera to go all the way to the
There you
feet.
go. There you go.
Anyway. All right.
Yes. So Cheryl, tell just real quick, what are you bringing to them today?
I'm going to talk about building wealth now, not later, and I'm going to kind of share some of the soft skills of wealth building. So I know they're going to get a whole lot of technical stuff from the sales cardiologist and from Miss Chris over here and Barrett. I'm going to share some of those softer skills because you got to have both. You
Yes.
got to have your systems and your processes and automation and all this other stuff, but you also got to have some other soft skills. So I'm going to talk about that.
Oh, I'm about to
Wow.
get me and my note. Get your Evernotes out, get your paper pens. I'm about to take some notes.
And for those of you who are here, I just want to tell you, you all, we're glad you're here, but the thing is that Cheryl is always gone. So the fact that we got her here today, this is big. This is huge. So we are very happy you're here, Cheryl. So
Me too.
what we're going to do is we're going to turn the stage. Oh, here's the clicker because we got your make sure it's on. We're going to.
Not the technical person.
Yeah,
Is
we.
it on or- I'm-
People are
I'm
like, what's
bad
wrong with
on-
that clicker? What's
I'm
wrong
bad
with it?
on
Turn it on.
stuff.
Okay. So Cheryl, we want to hand the stage over to you and let you go at it, honey.
Do what I do.
Just do what you do, baby.
Let's do it.
Make it do what it do.
All right. I am a winner. I think like a winner. I act like a winner. I talk like a winner, and I walk like a winner. I show up as a winner, and I execute every day for every task and every assignment as a winner. Ladies and gentlemen, every single morning I wake myself up to the idea of possibility. What is possible for my life? What is possible for my family? What is possible for my bank account? Since we're talking about money and wealth. And I put these medals around my neck because I've got to talk to myself like a winner who has the ability and the capacity to build wealth and to create the reality that I so desire. So I act like I just won the Olympics every morning. And I'm in my bedroom and I'm saying, Cheryl, today is going to be a good day, girl. You are going to transform people's lives. You're going to create impact. You are going to put some cash in the bank account. That's how I wake up every day. Now, my kids think I'm a little off, but that's okay. If somebody doesn't think you're a little off, you still playing small. You are not playing big enough. And so I'm here today because I want to talk to you about your capacity to build wealth now, not later. Sometimes we think it's going to come down the road. It's going to come after I retire. It's going to come after the kids graduate college. Whatever it is, but I'm telling you, we have to start now. And there's a big difference between making money and building wealth. And so I'm going to share with you my story of how I went from a place of being in the corporate space, running the corporate rat race as a mother of 3 just 6 years ago, to now building a profitable enterprise that I'm proud of. I'm absolutely proud of, but it allows me to be able to create impact in the world and in my own household. So here's the very first thing that you've got to know about building wealth. You need to understand your why. And of course, my clicker's not working. We're going to get it right here. We're going to get it right. This is what happens when you are first early in the morning, 9 o'clock. The tech people are going to help us out. We're going to keep this thing moving. There we go. What is your why for building wealth? This is my why. Look at those cute faces. Say, oh. There you go. Even if I can't hear you at home, just say, oh, because they're so cute. These are my little ones. So there's a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old, and an 11-year-old. Now my sons, the 2 boys, are amazing. They're a little crazy, but they're amazing, but they're 10 months apart. Let me let that sink in for a minute. Somebody didn't get that. 10 months. Like, I didn't even know that was possible. But I became the poster child for yes, it's possible. And so as you can imagine, once I became a mother of 3, everything in my life shifted. My priorities shifted. And I didn't want to be the mother who was dropping my kids off at 6 o'clock in the morning for before care and picking them up at 6 o'clock at night for aftercare or from aftercare. And then when they got to me, when I got to see them and they got to see me, they were getting the worst parts of me, that grouchy, irritable mom who just wanted to lay down and take a nap, but now I had to go home and do bath time, homework, dinner, right? And so they really got the worst parts of me. So these cute little faces that you see on the screen became my why. I wanted to show them a different reality. I wanted to show them what it really looks like to do what you love and to get paid doing it. Because there's one thing to do what you love, especially to all of my entrepreneurs and business owners. But there is another thing to be in a space where you're not worried about the money that's coming in, where you're generating revenue so that you can live the lifestyle that you choose to live. And so many entrepreneurs that I bump into during my travels across the country, they're really brokepreneurs. They're struggling. They're not making money. They're not generating wealth. And so these little faces became my why. So what's your why? Why are you tuned into this live stream today? Why is it that you want to learn about wealth? Other than the nice fancy things in life that you can buy now, what is your real reason, that deeper reason? See, for me, I know in a few years, these little ones are going to be talking about college funds, right? So I need to have money to pay for college. But also, I'm in an age where my parent, my mother, who's my last living parent, she's getting older, and there may be some things that I have to do to help care for her, and I want her to be able to have the best as she grows to her glory years. What is your why? Do you want to be able to travel the world and see different places? Do you have aging parents and you want to take the best care of them? Do you want to be a person who is a humanitarian, who's able to go out and do things for other people in your community and globally? Understand exactly what your why is, because that why is going to connect you to putting in the work that allows you to generate the wealth that you so desire. There we are. So here's one of the biggest pieces of generating wealth. You have got to avoid becoming comfortable and complacent. Woo! Is this you? Are you just kind of sitting on your gifts and your talents and the things that really could be generating wealth into your bank account? Are you staying in a comfort zone of doing what you've always done, doing only the things that you know, and that's why perhaps you're not generating wealth? See, people who are wealth builders are people who are always on the cusp of something new. What's new? What's trending? What's exciting? How do I stay relevant? How do I produce relevant offerings in the marketplace for my entrepreneurs? How do I create relevant services and products that keep wealth generating? And that means you cannot be comfortable or complacent. Some entrepreneurs who I connect with are playing so much smaller than their abilities, and that's why they're not creating wealth. That's why their bank account is looking a little shady, as they say, because they're playing beneath the radar. And ask me, how do I know? So how do you know, Cheryl?
How do you know, Cheryl?
I know because I used to do it for a very long time. I played so much lower than what my abilities really were. And a part of that, and we'll talk about this a little bit later in the presentation, was because of fear. Fear that I wasn't enough. Fear that people were going to judge me. Fear that I might fall flat on my face, and then what? So because of that, I said, I'm just going to play in a space of safety, my safety zone. That way I don't have to worry about all these other things that fear brings up into my life. But when you play smaller than your abilities, you also limit yourself to what's open to you, what's available to you, including wealth. So we have to start creating bigger dreams, bigger expectations. I tell my clients, you have to have an unrealistic dream that seems like, whoa, if I ever achieve that, man, I don't know what would happen. So you'll hear me talk a lot about my goal, my personal unrealistic dream, which is to share the platforms with people like Tony Robbins and Les Brown, not even to share their platform, but to get to that level where I'm a household name in the motivational industry, right? So that means I have to be thinking big, completely outside the box. Earlier this year, I went to see Tony Robbins live in person at a conference that he had. This gentleman packed an expo center. Did y'all hear me? Expo center, not a conference room, not a hotel room, an exposition center with 6,000 people who came from all across the country to see him, to hear him, to have him pour into their lives, to help them to really develop their possibilities and to get the courage to pursue those possibilities with tenacity, with stubbornness. But not only that, not only did he fill the expo center with 6,000 people, there were pavilions on the outside of the expo center, which housed another several thousand people in those pavilions. I said, oh, I got to know what he's doing. I need to be up in here so I can learn some stuff. So I went to observe, what is he doing? How is it that he's making millions of dollars, not just from hosting the event, but then from the back of the room sales? My goodness. He ain't playing small. Why are you? And what I always like to tell my clients is this. Les Brown didn't start out as Les Brown. Tony Robbins didn't just start out as Tony Robbins, this motivational guru. Lisa Nichols and all the other amazing people that you might follow, John Maxwell, they didn't just start out there. Willie Jolly, who's here local to the DMV, they didn't just start with that name and everyone knowing who they were and what their gift was. They got out and they worked for it. They put in their investment of time and energy and effort and resources so that they could play bigger than they ever imagined possible. So what is it that you're keeping yourself hostage to because you're playing smaller than you really have the ability to play? Well, let's get into it. Let's talk about what you really need to do. First, it's important that you understand that success overall, which includes wealth building, is never three things. It is never easy, it is never free, and it's never convenient. If you are expecting success or wealth building or wealth creation to be any of these three things, you might as well just go on and leave right now. You don't even need to listen to this live stream event because these are the things you have to expect. It's going to be hard. It's supposed to be hard. If it wasn't, don't you think everybody would be lined up to get it? Yes. Why is it that the majority of humankind, with the billions of people who are on this earth, why is that most of them are in a place where they're not building wealth? Why is the percentage of people who are wealth generators so small, such a small percentage? Because most people don't want to put in the work. They don't want to do what it takes. See, when you're building wealth, when you're really pushing yourself into a place of success, you have to be willing to show up more often than everybody else. You've got to be willing to give 150% because your competitors are already giving 100%. You got to be willing to show up early and stay late. You have to be willing to do the things that are necessary even when you don't feel like doing it. And I'll tell you a little bit more about my journey, but one of the things I did to really grow myself towards success was I networked consistently. And this was while I was still working a full-time job. I would go to a minimum of 2 to 3 networking events a week. You hear me? Each week. After I came home from the job, picked the kids up, tag team with my husband, got a little dinner there, and then I would go back out and I would network. Now, do you think I always felt like it? No. I didn't always feel like it, but I understood that my success was in my hands. See, each and every one of you who are here live, who are listening to the live stream event and watching us, you have to understand that your success and your wealth, it lies in your hands. It doesn't belong to anybody else. You have to take ownership of that. So ask yourself, am I really willing to put in what it takes? Am I really willing to make the investment? Understanding that, yes, it's going to be hard. Understanding that it's never going to be free. I'm going to have to invest some money. And sometimes you're going to have to invest some money that scares you. So a lot of you who already know me, you might know that in a few months, I think I'm down to like 67 days or so, I'm going to be hosting a big event. It's my 2nd annual Women in Business Conference. It's called Playtime is Over. That's my movement. Playtime is Over, Women in Business Conference. And let me tell you, last year, when I did it for the first time, I was already nervous. I was like, oh my God, is anybody going to buy a ticket? Is anybody, I don't know, are they really going to come to see me? Like, I was Fear, right? Fear making you doubt yourself and doubt what you're capable of. So I didn't want to do it last year, but I forced myself to do it because I know that in order to really walk through a space of success, that you have to push yourself to do the things you don't really want to do, the things that make you uneasy and uncomfortable. So last year was the first year. We had about 125 women who came from across the country to come here locally to the DMV, to Arlington, Virginia, to attend this conference. And so this year, I was like, okay, we're going to do it again. We're going to go for it again. We're going to try again. But here's how sometimes God will push you to a different place that you never expected yourself to go. I could no longer have the hotel that I used last year because they really just didn't have the capacity to fit us. They didn't have the space. We really outgrew the space in the first year. So I had to find another hotel, another venue, and let me tell you, the investment was probably 6 or 7 times the investment from the first year. Now, y'all don't think I was scared? What they say, I was scared. I was really scared. I was like, oh my goodness, I don't know. I wanted to cancel it. See, that's what fear was telling me. Sure, just cancel it. You don't have to do it again. You proved what you're capable of. You did it the first year. You had women who came from across the country. Why do you need to do it again? Because we never stop growing. We never stop learning. There's always a next rung on the ladder, but only if you're willing to accept the challenge. So I said, I'm going to accept the challenge. I'm going to do it. Literally this year, November 6th and 7th, we'll be in Arlington, Virginia for 2 powerful days of teaching women what it looks like to walk through fear, what it looks like to achieve success, what it looks like to build wealth. But that meant I had to be willing to invest in the thing I said I believed in. Some of you saying you believe in a dream, but you're not even willing to invest in it. Some of you walking around with a coach bag, but you won't even hire a coach so that you can get somewhere different in your journey. What is it that you're willing to give up? What are you willing to put in? My friend Shay Brown always says, and he'll be here later today, the sales cardiologist, he always says, you got to put some skin in the game. And if you're not willing to put some skin in the game, then you might as well just jump ship right now because it's not going to last long. So my journey, here I am 6 years ago. I was still working in the corporate space, and for those of you who don't know my story, I was working as a legal secretary full-time. I don't know how that happened. I did that for like 15 years because everything about me and my energy says, Cheryl, you should be running your mouth and getting paid for it somewhere. So I don't know how that happened, but that was my reality. We do what we know. That's what I knew. I knew how to do great legal, administrative work, secretarial work. That was my expertise, my lane. I was very good at it. I made great money. But something was tapping me on the shoulder. I knew that I was never going to create wealth in that corporate position. Yeah, I would get a paycheck. Yes, I would make some money, but I would never generate wealth. And I would never create a legacy for my children sitting there in that 10 by 10 cubicle. So 6 years ago, I decided to take a leap, and that's what you've got to do as a wealth builder. You've got to be willing to take risks and take leaps that are bigger than what other people will put in. And let me say this about a risk. A risk is nothing more than something that you attempt to do that has no guaranteed result. So there's no guarantee when you take the risk. There's no guarantee that it's going to pay off. There's no guarantee you're going to get what you said you wanted, but you're willing to make the investment to see. And what happens, whether it succeeds or fails, is you learn more about yourself than you've ever learned before. You learn how strong you are, how determined you are, how much perseverance you have, how much tenacity you have. You learn how to be real creative, because when I went from the corporate space into having to pay my bills just based off of what I brought in from clients and as an entrepreneur, oh honey, I got real creative. And there were things coming out of me I didn't even know I had available to me, right? I didn't even know. But you become more creative than ever before. So 6 years ago in 2009, I decided to take a risk. I was still working my full-time job, and I started this t-shirt business called Moms Are the Best. I always smile because I still have some of those shirts. And I keep the shirts and I wear them because I want to remind myself where I came from. I don't ever want to forget humble beginnings. And so I would go out on the weekends and I would vend at events. I would get a table. I would pay for the table, set up these t-shirts, and I would sell t-shirts. I didn't really know why I was selling t-shirts. It was designed, the company Moms Are the Best were designed to have inspirational slogans, funny slogans that really just kind of uplifted moms and women for everything that we do in society. But I didn't really understand why I was out there selling t-shirts when I was already complaining that I didn't have enough time to spend with my husband. I didn't have enough time to spend with my kids. And then I go and tell my husband I'm starting a business. He thought I had lost my mind. I thought I had lost my mind, but what I know is if you always do what you've always done, you will always get the same results. You cannot expect a different result if you're only willing to do what you've always done. Now here's what I didn't know. I didn't know that the t-shirt business was setting me up to detour me into the lane I was really supposed to play in as a speaker, which would end up being my wealth generator. So I was learning things when I was doing the speaking business, when I was standing there selling t-shirts, praying for someone to buy at least one t-shirt. So I wouldn't have to go back home and tell my husband I didn't make any money and I had been gone 8 hours a day. I know some of y'all are relating to that, right? You walk in the door and your husband like, so how much you make? Right? That can drain you too. That can play on your psyche where you're like, maybe I shouldn't do this. Maybe I should just give it up. But I kept pressing. Whether I sold one t-shirt, no t-shirts, 5 t-shirts, it didn't matter. I was not giving up on my dream. I was not giving up on my ability to get to a place where I would be able to create wealth for myself and for my family. And so 18 months later, 18 months into doing those t-shirts and still working the full-time job and trying to figure out how to create some level of balance, I got a phone call that would shift my life. And that phone call was from someone at Morgan State University, and the person said, Miss Wood, we heard about you. We heard about these t-shirts that you sell. You're going all over the city. I mean, I was in it. I was on my grind. Like everywhere there was an event. Oh, you saw Cheryl Wood. Hey. And they used to call me Moms Are the Best. They didn't even know me as Cheryl Wood then. They didn't even know my name. They just knew my company name, Moms Are the Best, because I was in it 150%. I would show up when other people didn't. I would show up on a Saturday when I had worked all week and I didn't feel like going. I didn't feel like getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday. I would do it anyway. And so 18 months later, I got that phone call from Morgan State University. They said, we heard about you. We want you to come to our women's conference. We have an annual women's conference. We get about 300 women. We want you to come and speak and teach other moms how to start businesses. And after I burst out laughing, I said, well, clearly you have dialed the wrong number because that's not me. I wasn't a speaker. Wasn't even on my radar to be a speaker. So sometimes as you're pursuing your dream and this idea of creating wealth, sometimes what you're going through right now is preparing you for the greater that is about to come. And so I went to that event and I spoke at that event, even though I was nervous, my palms were sweating, my heart was racing. I went, and when I spoke on that stage, I knew with everything in my spirit, in my being, that is what I was born to do. Not that I was going to be good at it, average at it. It was in my DNA to be a speaker. And from that point forward, I started moving forward. And then my grind shifted from the t-shirts to speaking. I said, I'm going to dominate in this space right here. I'm not going to dabble. I'm going to dominate. You cannot dabble. You've got to dominate in a space if you're going to create wealth. People have to see you as a guru, the go-to person for some specific thing. If you're trying to be good at a whole lot of things, you are never going to be able to create wealth. So fast forward, and here's where the journey has led me. I've been featured in Essence and featured on Black Enterprise, and I've been a cover girl. I love that. Her Life magazine, which is actually here at the beautiful National Harbor, one of our locations. Earlier this year, I was the first time speaking as a commencement speaker at the Xfinity Center for a high school graduation, which was amazing. I spoke for women and veterans. There I am with Kim Coles. I'm on the Dr. Oz show at the top. I've been featured on Fox 5 News and all of these amazing things. But here's what I need you to understand. The amazing things didn't just happen. This has been 4 years of working and putting in the work and grinding so that I could get to this place. So that my bank account would reflect the work that I have been putting in. And let me say, you cannot expect the wealth creation to happen overnight. I've been grinding in the speaking industry alone for 4 years. I did the t-shirt business for about 2, and then I started grinding in the speaking business for 4 years. And I'm talking showing up all the time. And a lot of times I tease my speakers who I train now, and I say, honey, for my first year and a half speaking, I used to speak, and they would pay me with a ham sandwich and a thank you. Thank you, Miss Wood, you were so good. I didn't get a check. A check? What is that? But I knew I needed experience and I needed exposure. So I was willing to show up when other people said, no, they're not paying me. And that has led me to where I am today. I literally just got back from Orlando on Monday this week. I was the opening keynote speaker for Blacks in Government for their big national training program, where they have over 1,400 attendees, career professionals. I came back, and on Tuesday, I was the keynote speaker for Department of Defense for their Women's Equality Day in front of about 60 military people in person in a studio. and then about 18 or 1900 via live stream like we're doing today. And then on Tuesday, I was the keynote speaker for federally employed women and NOAA, which is the National Atmospheric and Oceanic Administration. Try to say that 3 times. But it took work to get here. It took work to get to this place, to be able to say, now I can go and I can demand a check. So what is it that you're putting in right now so that you can demand a check? I love this quote by William Arthur Ward: the price of excellence is discipline. The cost of mediocrity is disappointment. So which space are you determined to play in? Are you just doing things that are mediocre? Are you just doing things average like everybody else? Then you can expect to get the same results like everybody else. But if you're playing in a space of excellence and discipline, woo, that's when the sky is the limit for you. The sky is the limit for what you're going to accomplish, for the lives you're going to impact, for the wealth that you're going to create. So you have to make a decision. Again, it's taking ownership and understanding what you have to put in. So I'm here today to challenge you in these next several minutes, just to challenge you to jump a little higher. Assess where you're playing right now and ask yourself very honestly, is there something more I could be doing? Have I gotten comfortable? Have I become complacent? Can I do more? And so let me give you a brief blueprint. Remember I said when I first opened that I was going to give you guys more of the soft skills. You're going to get a whole lot of strategies and technical stuff today, but I wanted to give you more of some of those soft skills. So number 1, upgrade your internal dialogue. And I mean, you've got to talk to yourself better than you talk to anybody else. Now, I'm not telling you to answer yourself because then we have a different issue, but yes, you do need to talk to yourself. Every morning, I wake up, I told you, I put these medals around my neck and I talk to myself some kind of good. But this didn't just start now. This started 6 years ago when I first started on my journey to creating wealth, when I first started making a decision that I wanted to be somewhere different, that I wanted to create a different reality. So before I would even step out of bed, before my feet would touch the ground, I would open my eyes and just kind of look up while I was still laying in bed, and I would start saying, Cheryl, you are a magnet for success. You are a magnet for greatness. You are meant to do amazing things in the world. Now, after I said that, honestly, I would bust out laughing, and then I would have to get up and get dressed for work because my reality wasn't what I really wanted it to be at that moment. But I knew by talking to myself, what I was doing was I was shifting my subconscious mind. See, that's what happens. The more you tell yourself something, the more your subconscious mind believes it. And here's the other piece, because we hear a lot of people say, speak it and say it out there and put it out there into existence. It's not just speak it. It's speak it so consistently and so often and frequently that your subconscious mind believes it, and then your actions start to align with the beliefs. That's the connection. So the more I said it, even when my reality wasn't matching what I was saying, the more I said it, the more internally I was starting to develop this confidence that possibly I can make this happen. So what are the things? I started thinking, what are the things I have to do to make it happen? Oh, okay, I need to go out and I need to network with people. Okay, I need to go out and I need to develop relationships. I need to learn how to ask for the sale. All of those things that are part of a business growing to a space where you are generating wealth. Number 2, immobilize your fears and your self-limiting beliefs. This is huge. I go all across the country and I teach strategies on being able to charge what you're worth and all these other things. But the one thing that comes back every time is people's fears. I can be in a room with 1,500 people and I can tell you the people who will come to me are going to say, oh my goodness, when you talked about overcoming your fears and mobilizing your fears, that touched me. I get more comments about fears and self-limiting beliefs than anything else I speak on. That means people are holding themselves hostage to their current reality. They're not playing all out. They're not reaching and stretching and expanding their expectations because they think they're not worthy. Ask me, how do you know, Cheryl?
I know, Cheryl.
Because I used to be the same way. And fear still shows up in my life. Even at this space, fear doesn't go away. It's going to be your hangout buddy as long as you're striving for something more. So earlier this year, I had an opportunity to speak on the same platform as only 4 speakers. It was for a women's conference in New York City. And let me tell you who the 4 people were. Mickey Taylor, editor-at-large of Essence Magazine, Sharia Jackson, relationship expert at Essence Magazine, and Sophia Nelson, who was a previous White House correspondent and a New York Times bestseller. Guess who the 4th person was? Cheryl Wood. They was like, Cheryl Wood who? Cheryl Wood who? We have a running joke with my clients. Cheryl Wood who? Sometimes people aren't going to know you until you show up in your greatness, and then they will never forget you. But in that moment when I was invited, I was fearful. I said, well, what am I going to say? I know they're all coming to hear Mickey. They're not coming to hear me. What am I going to say impactful in that 18 minutes that I have on stage? And then I had to remind myself that I was enough. That every one of us, regardless of the space that we're playing in, we have something of value to bring to the table. And when we believe in that value, that's when we position ourselves to generate not only impact in the world, but to generate wealth. So I had to talk myself through that and say, Cheryl, you are enough. Go in and just be you. Just be the authentic you. Don't try to be anybody else. And in that 18 minutes, I was just the authentic Cheryl. Passionate, energized, animated. I mean, I make all kinds of facial expressions. That's just who I am. And I can't change that because that's my wealth generator. Being the authentic me is my wealth generator. And when I finished speaking, my line, I was selling products, my line was literally wrapped around the lobby. And I said, my God, imagine if I had turned down that opportunity because I didn't think I was enough. Because I allowed fear to get in and have a conversation with me. Number 3, avoid procrastination and perfection. It doesn't have to be perfect. Just get started. Make it better along the way. I always like to give this example. Have you ever gone into the grocery store and you're going to buy, let's say, Tide laundry detergent, and you see a container and it says new and improved? Why is it new and improved? Because it was a hot mess the first time. So they came back and they made it better the next time. That's how we have to embark upon our journeys, our dreams, our wealth. Do it, get started, make it better along the way. And then avoid procrastination. Don't keep waiting, just get started. And then let me run through these last 3. Focus more on what you have than what you're lacking. Don't hold yourself back because of what you think you don't have. Spend more time reminding yourself what you're capable of because what you do bring to the table. And then hold yourself accountable. Create some deadlines, create some timelines, check in, measure what you're doing. Am I where I said I wanted to be? Have I generated the amount of money I said I wanted to generate so far this year? You know, have tickler points. Where, okay, every 30 days you stop and you assess, what have I brought in? What's the revenue I brought in my business for you entrepreneurs? How much have I expended? Am I on track for where I want to say I want to be in 12 months, in this 12-month period? Hold yourself accountable. And then last but not least, connect with a coach, a mentor, and a community of like minds. So some of you, you're holding yourself back because you don't want to invest in a coach. I know how much a coach costs because I have a coach. I've had a coach ever since I started in the speaking business. I realized that it was necessary. I couldn't do it on my, there were just things I didn't know. And until I was willing to invest in someone teaching me, I was always going to be stuck where I was. So are you willing to invest in a coach? I have a lot of people who send me messages on Facebook, can you mentor me? I don't have a lot of time to mentor grown folk. I mentor girls. I have a 6-month mentorship program with girls who are ages 10 to 16. That's who I mentor. As a mom of 3, a business owner traveling the country, I'm sorry. Grown folk, you got to invest in it. You got a job, you need a coach, not necessarily a mentor. And then connect with the community of like minds, like the people here, like Chris and like Barrett and everybody who is a part of this event. And last but not least, keep telling yourself you're a winner. Keep telling yourself what you're capable of. You guys here who are live see, I have my pom-poms. Woo! Why do I have pom-poms, y'all? I have pom-poms because I talk to myself good. I cheer for myself every single day. If I'm not cheering for me, who's going to cheer for me? I got to have my pom-poms in the air all the time. Some people are going to come on the journey and their pom-poms are going to go down because they don't have the capacity to support you or grow with you. But yours must always stay in the air. I have my pom-poms in my car. I keep them on my front seat. And at times, people are looking at me at the red light and they're like, she has lost her mind. She over there cheering for herself. That's right. Because I believe in where I'm going. I believe in my big dream. I believe in creating wealth and everything that it takes that goes with that. So repeat to yourself that you are a winner. Win is in your DNA. And you will not only create wealth, you will magnetize wealth to your life as long as you are willing to put in the work and make the investment. I'm Cheryl Wood. I want you to stay connected with me at Cheryl Empowers all across the social media platforms. And for those of you who want to really get some more content, I'm going to offer you a free ebook. All you have to do is text your name and email to the number on the screen, and I will make sure that my assistant sends that out to you. And that's it. Keep cheering for yourself. I'm going to turn this back over to Chris and to Barrett.
All right. Whoop, whoop. Thank you so much, Cheryl. Thank you so much. Come on over here. Come on over here and talk to
Bring the pom-pom. Bring the pom-pom. If only it was red, because if you all didn't know me, you all know that that's my favorite color. I need to
I'm
get
gonna get
some of
you
these.
some red
Pick me up some
pom-pom.
red-
Yeah, I got you.
Because I want to drive down the street in Scarlet. My car has red leather seats, so I can shake my red and white pom-poms.
And
I
people in your
love
neighborhood
that.
can think you a little off.
Because, you know, and that's okay.
They definitely
That's
think
okay,
I'm off.
right?
They definitely think I'm off if I go around shaking the
No, you
palm.
okay. But here's the thing. When you are cheering for yourself
Yeah.
and talking to yourself, and as long as you answer with something good, then you know that's the ingredients. Because
Yeah.
you got to do that. Because who else is going to do it for
Absolutely.
you? Now I was a cheerleader when I was growing up. I don't know where the uniform is. It's probably will fit half my body at this point. But I remember that, you know, being a cheerleader for others.
Yes.
And what Cheryl is teaching us is you have to be a cheerleader for yourself. I love that. I love that. And the new and improved. I love that too.
Yes.
Because I can't tell you, Cheryl, how many times in the course that I've been on this journey that I have reinvented,
Yes.
changed. Now, some things I did because I did not have a coach.
Yeah. Yeah.
So some money was wasted because I did not have, not a mentor,
Yep.
but a
A coach.
coach.
Yeah.
And so I've had to reinvent and reinvent and reinvent. So I love that message. I told you I always take notes when you're here with me.
And I want to say, the people who are here are taking notes, and everyone at home, I hope you all are taking notes too, because there's some strong points that Cheryl is making, and all the other speakers will be making today. So make sure that you are taking notes. I want to reiterate that. Now, Cheryl, and Cheryl, like I said, we want to say thank you for joining us at 50 Shades of Well. And before we let you go, two things. One, I want to let you know that Chris and I do travel. So, you know.
Oh, all her places that she traveled around?
Yeah, you know, we do travel. We always have to let people
We
know
may have
that.
to start by just working at her table, then we work our way to the stage.
Whatever
No,
it
that's
takes.
whatever we gotta do.
Whatever it takes.
Servant leaders.
That's
There we
it.
go. There
That's
you
it.
go.
That's it.
Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. And I just had to, before we let you go, I just had to have you please tell them about your tagline. Please just tell them.
Playtime is over. So playtime is over. That's the movement. It literally has become a movement all of its own.
Oh, it definitely has.
I wake up almost every day and I have a Facebook note or somebody's tagged me or a message saying, I woke up this morning, Cheryl, and I could hear your voice saying playtime is over. And that just means
Yeah.
no more excuses.
Yeah.
Like we have to create a sense of urgency about getting out into the world and making our mark, right? Leaving an impact, creating a legacy, generating wealth.
Absolutely.
Get what you want now. Don't wait until later when you think everything's going to align perfectly.
Amen.
Playtime is over.
true.
Stop playing with your time and your own emotions and
can't
get
get it back.
started. Yeah, you can't get it back.
No.
Get it
You can
back.
get more money, you can lose money, you can get it back again, but you can never get your time back.
No.
And so, look, when I'm 90 and I'm sitting in my rocking chair, I want to have some real juicy stuff to tell about how big I played in life. I don't
Right.
want to have boring stories of, oh, yeah, I played it safe. Yeah, kids. No.
Yeah.
I want to tell them, you know, grandma was a bad mama jamma.
That's right.
She
Yeah,
was out there
absolutely.
impacting the world.
Yeah,
So.
and jumping out of planes.
And jumping out of planes and renting
Yes.
stadiums and
Yes.
doing just crazy stuff that most people will look on and say, whoa, what is
Right.
she thinking
We're
about?
not jumping out of the plane with you.
No, that one,
We're gonna
that
set
one
that
she
up.
could, yeah, that one she could
can
do
do
on
that.
her own. That one you could do on your own. Yeah, take us other places. Jumping out of the plane, she could do on her own.
Well,
Thank you so
thank
much,
you
Cheryl.
so
I
much,
appreciate
Cheryl.
Thank you for having me.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Exiting.
All righty
Everything
now.
stayed right. Okay.
All right, and I think she gave her, what's your handle? I saw Cheryl.
Cheryl Empowers.
Cheryl Empowers. So make sure that you reach out to Cheryl Empowers. For those of you here, you two all took a lot of notes, so I'm sure you all have a way to get in touch with Miss Cheryl.
And,
we
and make
appreciate
sure you
being here.
hashtag 50 Shades on when you put it on Facebook and
Yeah.
Twitter and everything else. We have another great speaker who's about to join us as well. But he.
So before
oh,
we
go
bring
ahead.
him on,
Uh-huh.
logistically, we want to talk to those who are actually here with us.
Mm-hmm.
If you leave out of the studio to the right, there are the restrooms. It's right around the corner. There's also coffee, and then in the green room, yes, we are in a real studio today. In the green room, there is some little donuts and water and things like that. So you can go and get yourself something, but you can leave out, anytime as you like. Now, when we put some of the other speakers, I know that there is a monitor there, but the information is also going to be right here for you guys' convenience. So when we go throughout the day,
We
we'll
don't
have
want
other
y'all turning
presentations.
into Linda
We don't want you to
Blair.
have any but you should be able to look at the monitor that's going to be right here, okay? Because we have to make sure that we are catering to those of you who are online, and of course, we appreciate you all being here with us live as well.
And those
Now-
of you at home, hit the share button.
Yeah, you
share
gotta
this
share the
with your
button.
friends. Let everyone know what we're doing here today because there's a lot of activity.
Yep.
So we have Mr. Shay Brown coming up.
Awesome.
Shay
Shay
Brown.
Brown. I heard somebody background, Shay Brown.
Downtown Shay Brown.
Yeah.
Shay Brown
Oh
is
my
coming up.
gosh.
Shay
This
Brown
man is
is
amazing.
the-
His energy,
Yeah.
and you're talking about someone that has been focused in his trade.
He
his
knows his craft.
He knows his craft. He has been focused in that. He has been sharing and just evolving. We're so super proud of him.
And
He's amazing.
you hear a lot of people like to say, well, I don't like sales, or I'm not good at sales. You sell every day.
You're not good in business if you're not good in
Right,
sales.
exactly. You sell every day.
Yeah. And I'm going to tell you about selling. You know, I came out of a corporate career, so I was in corporate selling. And I sold millions and millions of dollars for my companies. And then when you go into business for yourself, it is totally different. So for those of you who think, you know, oh, I'm a salesperson, I sell cars, or I sell homes, or, you know, I sell whatever, toilet paper. When you sell for yourself like that, it is really very different. And so I had to learn how to sell again. Not sell for my job and make them millions and they give me hundreds of thousands, but how to sell for myself so I can make myself millions and keep those millions. It is totally different. So, you know, really pay attention to what Shay Brown has to share with you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, on 50 Shades of Wealth, we welcome Mr. Shay Brown.
Shay Brown. So for those of you, take a look at the screen. All right.
It's a great day. My name is Shay Brown, and I'm so excited. Our company is Peak Performance Institute, and what we do is we teach you an easier way to be successful in sales. I'm so excited because today we'll be talking about the ultimate sales conversation, how to connect, collaborate, and what? Close. That's right. And why do I always start off with It's a Great Day? Because no matter where you are in the world, no matter what's going on in your life, it is always what? It is always a great day because you woke up this morning. You have another opportunity. You have your goals. You have your objections. You have your mission. You are ready to make a difference in the world, and you and your company are going to an entirely different level. Now, the question comes up oftentimes, can you? And the answer is yes. You can have sales without being what? Salesy. Is that possible? Yes, it's possible that you can do that. Here's why. Everyone jot this down in your notes. Great things happen when you solve problems. That's right. Put that in your notes. Great things happen when you solve problems because people will pay you today if you help them solve a problem today. So you might be asking, who is this conversation for, Shay? This conversation is for you if you are a speaker, if you're an author, if you're a coach, if you're a trainer, if you're a network marketer. Heck, if you are a business owner who has an interest in making more sales with less effort, if you're tired of trying to figure it out, you don't want to read another book, you don't want to watch another YouTube video, heck, you darn sure don't want to go to another seminar or webinar or event, you're just ready to get the rocket fuel you need to go to another level, this conversation is for you. Now you might be wondering, who in the LL Cool J are you? Well, my name again is Shay Brown. They call me the sales cardiologist. I get to the heart of your sales problem. And a little bit about me is I'm a native Washingtonian. I've only worked for 2 companies my entire career. I worked for Citibank after undergraduate, and I went to Morgan State, which is in Baltimore, Maryland, and I didn't do sales. And then after graduate school, I went to Johns Hopkins University, which is in Baltimore, Maryland. I worked for Verizon for the next 9 years, and I didn't do sales there either. And then back on May 31st, 2004, Verizon gave me the pink slip, or they laid me off. And perhaps you know someone who's been laid off. I mean, these are very challenging times. We're still in uncharted waters. So I decided to do something bold, something different, something adventurous. I started taking my little small 7 check from Verizon. That night I went down to Kinko's, had some business cards made, and the very next day I was in business, right? The very next day I was in business. And then, after about 90 days in business, I was tired. I was frustrated. I was really struggling. And in short, I was out of money. And hence I learned the golden rule in business. At least I believe it's a golden rule according to Shay Brown. Go ahead and jot this down in your notes. Please put this in your notes. No one's validating me on this yet. Before my days come to an end, they will. And the golden rule in business is to never run out of money. That's the golden rule. And the only way I know not to run out of money is to make more sales. Because when you make more sales, you make more money. And while money's not everything, cash flow does solve so many problems. So I had to learn how to sell just to stay in business. So it's a little bit about myself and our company. Now, after I learned the skills so I could stay in business, so we could solve problems, I started teaching those same sales skills to everyday people that are just like me, and I'm just like you. I'm still in the field every day, got my sleeves rolled up. I'm in the trenches, by the way. I mean, I know what it's like to live on 100% commission. So our company now is in its 11th year of business, all the time, full time. Did I say that? Yes, I did. All the time, full time. And the mission of our company is to teach 10 million sales professionals over the next 10 years how to make more sales with less effort. We consider ourselves the sales university for sales professionals. So we're a place you can build your selling skills, improve your selling techniques, or in some cases, just learn language to comfortably move people to action. So a little bit about myself and my company. I really have two outcomes for our time today. My number one outcome is to share one idea that you can use immediately to make more sales with less effort. And I'm confident I'm going to share some ideas to teach you personality-based sales, how to sell without being salesy. And we're going to achieve that outcome. And then my second outcome at the very end is to extend a special invitation for you and I to stay in this conversation over and beyond today. And for those folks that want to do it, I can't wait. I've got something really special to offer you. Now, there are really three ways to elevate your sales results. This is the philosophy of our company. It's what we believe, it's what we teach, and it flat out works. Go ahead and jot these three things down in your notes. The first one is called the inner game. Now, the inner game is the mental side of success. It's your belief systems. It's your comfort zone. It's how you deal with the fear of rejection. It's truly just your mindset. It's your mindset. And then the second fundamental way to increase your sales results is the outer game. And the outer game is the tactical side of selling. In selling, it really boils down to what you say, when you say it, and how you say it. It's the how-tos of selling. It's your time management. It's your goal setting. It's your database. It's the three key systems you need in any business, any economy, anytime. Jot these three things down in your notes. Please put them in your notes. You need a lead generation system, a way to find people who have a problem. You need an appointment setting system. Okay, now you got to get in front of people who have a problem and share how you solve it. And then the third system you need is a lead conversion system. That's right, we got to convert non-buyers into buyers. The third fundamental way to increase your sales results is action. Now, action is just moving yourself to follow through and do all those things that you know you should do in your business. You see, it's one thing to intellectually know to do something. That's one thing. It's another thing to actually do it. If you don't believe me, I got two boys, boy. They know everything they should do, but guess what? They don't always do it. But it's not about my sons. It's all about you. So today we're going to talk about neural linguistic sales. You might be wondering, Shay, what is neural linguistic sales? I'm glad you asked. Neurolinguistic sales is the study of language patterns used in the sales process. Jot that down in your notes. Please put down notes. The study of language patterns used in the sales process. You see, your words have a frequency. And when you're talking to someone, you got to wonder, are they tuned into your frequency? Can they hear what you're saying? Think about your favorite radio show. Think about your favorite radio program. And I know when I used to have to listen in, and if I didn't quite get the dial just right, like it'd be like a noise like, you don't know about that. Okay, you don't know about that? You've only been in the digital age? Well, I would say back in my day, okay? So what happens when you don't get the frequency right? Like back in the day when I would turn it down, and I didn't get the frequency right. I'll tell you what happens. They wouldn't hear me. But here's an idea I want you to put in your notes. Please jot this idea in your notes. Don't miss this one. Write this down in your notes. This is why it's so important. People buy clarity. Put that in your notes. People buy clarity, and it's been often said at sales trainings that people buy you. I don't know if that's sure in the case anymore. But I do know this, a confused mind rarely buys. Hey, that's another $50,000 idea. They're dropping all over the place. Boom, they're all over the table. Boom, they're all over the table. But it's still a $50,000 idea, and here it is. A confused mind rarely buys. So we know that people buy clarity. So what do we want to do? We want to know what frequency our prospect on. Do you know what frequency your prospect is on when you're speaking to them? Do you know that? Like really, do you really know that? And if you do, are you tuned in to your prospect's frequency? Have you dialed right in so you're both on it together? You're in it together. You're there. You're there. I know you can be there. Why? Because there's a frequency. What I want to do is I want to take a few minutes first and share to you, teach you how to sell to six types of clients. I want to share that with you if I can, because I've been doing this now all the time, full time for 11 years. And I get a chance to work with sales professionals every single day. I'll tell you about one of our clients, and her name is Karen. When I first met Karen was really good at what she does, by the way, really good. But she had a problem. What was her problem, Shay? I'm glad you asked. Her bank account didn't reflect how good she was. So she took a step. She hired us because she wanted to understand personality-based sales. She wanted to get tuned into her prospects. She wanted to know what to say, when to say it, and how to say it. As a result, she took a step. Let me tell you where she is today. Today she's earning a little over $5,000 $7,000 extra every single month. Now, I can't take credit for that. Team PPI can't take credit for that. But we are a catalyst. We helped get her going. We were one of the reasons she was able to take that step. So why don't I teach you these 6 steps? Number 1, clients are like snowflakes. Like, none of them are exactly the same. So we've got to understand that we can't do the cookie cutter approach. We've got to listen to what they're saying. We got to build trust and rapport, and we've got to ask what? The right questions. Now I'm going to talk about client number 1. Client number 1 is the cheapskate. They're always shopping for the bargains. They want the lowest price possible, although they're not always going to buy the lowest price possible. So we can't be the lowest price provider, but we have to understand what the value that we bring. Jot this in your notes. People buy benefits. So looking for the benefits that you offer so you can share that with them. Client number 2 that we've got to deal with, these are the quality hunters. They don't care about the cost. They want the quality. And maybe you've encouraged these folks. You walk in there, not you personally, and they say, oh, by the way, we have the best price in town. Okay. Can you deliver my pizza in 30 minutes? Oh, if we don't, it's free. Yeah, but I'd like to have my pizza in 30 minutes. Are you able to complete this book project in 90 days like you're promising? Well, if we don't, you get your money back. Well, that's not the question I asked. They're more concerned about the quality. Client number 3. Let's talk about client number 3. They're the brand loyalists. Like, whatever it is they like, they like. Okay, you're sitting here and you're watching me right now, and I have an Apple computer in front of me. And so I happen to like the Apple. Like, I'm an Apple diehard guy. Doesn't mean I won't switch, but you've got to at least recognize that I like what I have. I enjoy what I have. So you've got to have compelling evidence. Jot this down in your notes. Please put this in your notes. People will buy today if you give them a reason to buy today. We've got to give them the reason why they would want to do it. All right, client number 4. Client number 4, they're the jaded shoppers. Yeah, they are. They've seen it all, and they really aren't impressed with your sales techniques. They are impressed with the service. They are impressed with the price. They like new gadgets, but they've seen it all. They've been doing this for a while. This is not their first rodeo. We're just right now trying to recognize the different types of clients that are out there. Client number 5, the wishy-washy crowds, they're not really sure what they want, by the way. They're not really sure what they want. Now, jot this in your notes. Yeah, I'm drinking some water. It's okay. People are silently begging to be led. So we have to make sure that we're leading our prospects. Now, we're not trying to convince or persuade them. They want the help, but they're looking for us to be the experts. Let me tell you about client number 6 before I get into the personality-based styles. Client number 6 is very importantly. The shy guys tend to be researchers, and they appreciate the details. So they're the ones who are going to really get into the details. They're going to be looking for, like, okay, Shay, break it down for me. And that's very important. Now that you kind of understand the 6 types of clients, you've got to be thinking about what type of personalities best work and how do you sell them without being what? Salesy. Right, really. Now, you heard that sales is a dirty word. Some people don't even see themselves in sales. Imagine that. A sales professional don't see themselves in sales. What an oxymoron. Let me tell you about one of our clients. His name is Eon. He's down in Austin, Texas. When I first started working with Eon about 2 weeks ago, so very recent to what we're doing right now, he had a problem. He was selling a pretty big ticket item, and he was challenged because he didn't understand the different personalities that he was up against. Now, I'm talking about the prospect. And he didn't have that distinction. It's not his fault. I like what Dr. Maya Angelou, the late Dr. Maya Angelou said, when we know better, we do better. So I shared with him a better approach. As a result, he took the advice that I'm about to share with you right now, closed the deal, and earned a $7,000 commission. Now, how many by a show of hands would like to earn $7,000? Let me see them hands. Let me see them hands. Of course. Who wouldn't want to earn $7,000? It's not about the money. It's about that he now has this strategy. He now has this idea to be able to do for the rest of his life over and over and over again. Let's take them to how they can sell. First, I want you to have this one distinction. Please, this is one distinction. One size does not fit all. Again, one size does not fit all. Sales superstars, we recognize, you understand, you're in this conversation. You're now in the top 1% of folks on the planet, that there are different personality-based styles. So let's go with personality-based style number 1, the conductor. Jot that down in your notes, the conductor. Let's talk about first the definition. The conductor, they're goal-oriented. They're very competitive, and they're going to go after the type of goal that they want to achieve. But here's something you want to know about. Their results, jot this in your notes, results are more important than their personal relationships. Results are more important than their personal relationships. So they don't want to be personal with you. All they care about, jot this in your notes, they care deeply about the bottom line. They like you, but they care about the bottom line. They're not as warm and fuzzy into the personality types. Let's go to personality type number 2, the rock star. So the rock star is a little bit different. Now, jot this in your notes. The rock star is going to be different because they value personal relationships. So when you're working with someone who values personal relationships and trust, they want to make sure that they're doing business with someone that they can have a long-term relationship with. That's the rock star. They want to feel good about the transaction. They do like excitement. They like new challenges. And more importantly, they like creative solutions. So if you say, hey, look, I'm doing something for you that's customized for you instead of a cookie cutter approach, they gravitate toward that. They like that. That's not why they buy, but you've got to understand their personality. So they're looking for the sales superstar to guide them through the process. I told you earlier, some people are silently begging to be led. The rock star, they're going to trust you. They're going to believe you. They're going to step back, and they're going to let you do what you do best. And what you do best right now is you guide them through the process. Now, you got to understand the process. Now, mostly for sales, it's about an 8-step process. You're going to generate a lead. You're going to set the appointment. You're going to build trust and rapport. You're going to identify customer needs. You're going to share the benefits. You're going to walk them to the sweet spot. The sweet spot is where the customer is ready to make a buy-in decision. Now, let's stop back. Let's talk about the architect for a moment, please. This is personality-based number 3. You got to be thinking, shit, how do I sell to them? What do I need to do? Well, this is very important. First, you got to understand they're concerned with others' well-being. So they're going to be thinking, if I decide to work with you instead of working with this person, how do they feel about that transaction? Does everyone walk away feeling pretty pleasant? Now, they're going to be creative. They're outgoing. They're very spontaneous. But at the end of the day, they're going to rely on their intuition. When you're selling them, you've got to be thinking facts. You've got to be thinking beliefs. You've got to be thinking values. See, the conductor, you don't have to get to the bottom line with the conductor, but you got to understand that they're more interested in what's it going to cost them, what's it going to take, what's it going to include, what's the process. You're selling a home, they're like, what's the process? The rock star is going to say, ask me the right questions so I feel good about it, and then walk me through the process. Whereas the architect is kind of like, well, it sounds good, it feels good, I trust you. I'm a little spontaneous. They're not going to take a risk, but they will be spontaneous. Why? This is the number one reason why for the architect. They value mutual respect, loyalty, and friendship. So they're looking for a longer-term relationship. They know this relationship is going to go over and beyond the current relationship that you're in right there in that present moment. So let's talk about the wizard. Like Shay, the wizard, yeah, like not the Wizard of Oz. This is the personality-based type, the wizard. Okay, here's what I want you to know about the wizard. They love data, facts, and figures. That's a little different for us in sales, because in sales we understand that facts tell. That's what the wizard wants. Facts tell. Stories, what? Sell. Let me tell you about a client that we were working with. They're really, really good at what they do. And they didn't have this distinction. Her name is Doris Birch. She's up in Chicago, Illinois. One of the things we got her associated to through our training is not being salesy, but laying out the who, what, when, where, and how in a way that connects, and you overlay it with the facts. Just recently, she gave me a call. She closed a deal, $8,000. That was a coaching client as a result of having these skills. Then she came back later, and I'm very, very excited. Within a 2-week period, she closed 2 $6,000 deals. Think about that. $20,000. Having these skills. you pay very close attention, please. They love data, facts, and figures. So here's what we want you to know about the wizard. They don't make decisions quickly. You've got to know there's going to be a sales process. There's going to be a sales cycle. Not that they're trying to stall, but they want to go through the vetting process. They want to look at their options. They want to understand what they can and they can't do. And this is going to be important for them, just like it's important for you as well. What I'm sharing with you right now is step-by-step what you can do. Jot this down in your notes, and this is probably one of the key ideas I'm going to share right now, is that the prospects that you meet, they're going to be a mix of all the personality types. They'll have dominant types, but in many cases, they're going to be a mix, depending on the day and the mood. But if you listen carefully to what they're saying, you watch what they're saying, you will find yourself in a position, this is very important, in a position where you'll be able to at least not match and mirror. Now, sometimes in neurolinguistics, they'll teach match and mirror. Well, if the client talks fast, you talk fast. If the client raises a hand, you raise a hand. If the client leans forward, you lean forward. Let me tell you, here's what I want you to jot down in your notes. Please put this in your notes. Be authentic. That's right, be authentic. Be yourself. You just recognize, because you understand the 4 personality-based sales, you recognize how you're going to sell to them. And you can do this. I want you to know that you can do this. So you're going to tailor your conversation to fit any situation. Tailor your conversation to fit any situation. Now, how do you do that, Shay? You know what you're going to say, when you're going to say it, and how you're going to say it. This is what I want you to have in your notes, please. This is very important. All roads in business lead to a professional sales presentation. Think about that. All of your marketing, all of your social media, all your networking, all your referrals, all of the efforts, all of this training, you're taking everyone right to a professional sales presentation. So wouldn't it make sense to give the best presentation possible? Don't wing it. Don't shoot from the hip. Don't shoot from the lip. Don't try to be continuously, spontaneously brilliant. What you can do is you can know what you're going to say, when you're going to say it, and how you're going to say it. You can use something called baseline strategy. Jot this down in your notes. You can use something called baseline strategy. And when you do that, you take what you already have, you tailor the conversation, you fit the situation, and now you're in the perfect position. Isn't that great? Now, look, I want you to know that you're a winner, that you're a champion. And what I like to do right now is take just a few minutes and extend a special opportunity for you and I to stay in this conversation over and beyond the day where we can work together over the next 12 months to really take your business to the next level. And really all I'm going to look for is us to work together over the next 30 days. Like over the next 30 days, you and I will take your business to a level you didn't even think was possible. Isn't that really good? Okay. Let me tell you about the name of the program and then tell you about the special offer I told you about. The name of the program is our Fast Sales Now program. Yeah, like fast sales now. Exactly what the program says. The purpose of the program is to keep you focused and motivated and build your selling skills. And as your selling skills build, how long will you have those skills? Probably for the rest of your life. Here's how the program works. Every Thursday at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I do a very special sales training call. No rah-rah, no hype, no hoopla. I'm just sharing real ideas for real folks that really work. One of the purposes of the program is to keep you focused and motivated and just keep building your selling skills and keep putting money in your pocket month after month, year after year for the rest of your life. Now, I'm going to have a special offer in a moment. It's going to be, put it like this, it's not going to be $10,000, it's not going to be $5,000. You just hang in there just a little bit longer, and I promise you, as long as you have $1, you and I are going to work together for the next 30 days. Did I say that? Yeah, as long as you got $1, I'm letting the cat out the bag. We're going to work together for the next 30 days and take your business to a level you didn't even dream was possible. But let me tell you how the program works. I have a call at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, right? No rah-rah, no hype, no hoopla. I'm sharing real ideas for real folks just like you that will put money in your pocket. And if you can't make the live call, all the calls are digitally recorded and delivered directly to your computer. Why would you want it on your computer or on your mobile device? Maybe you can't make the live call. So you want to listen to the call a second time or third time or fourth time until these ideas are burned into your subconscious mind. And another benefit of the program is that each week I send you a written copy of all of my key ideas. So now you have a written copy. You ain't got the notes. Another benefit is we have a private Facebook group where you and I can come together. You can ask any questions you want. Then the total value of this program is $1,297. And I would sleep well at night if we charged $9,970. $9,997. Yeah, I would sleep well at night if we did that. But that's not the case here. The case here, I got a very special offer. How do you take advantage of the special offer and work with me for $1 over the next 30 days? How do you get some additional bonuses that I'm going to share with you right now, some really special bonuses. And those bonuses include a ticket to my 2-day Sales and Success Bootcamp, valued at $995. 100 plus hours of my best sales training content, again, valued at $995. One-on-one training session with myself or one of my certified revenue coaches, valued at $497. Or for everyone to take advantage of it right now, you have a lifetime membership. You pay one time, and you'll never pay that same price again. Here's where you go. You go over to www.fastsalesnow.com. www.fast, F-A-S-T, sales, S-A-L-E-S, now, N-O-W.com. I think they're showing it. Is that correct? I think they're showing it. Now, you can see it right there. Go to www.fastsalesnow.com. Again, www.fastsalesnow.com. Now, think about it. I don't know how many sales you need to recoup $1. It probably cost you more to take a gas to go where you're going tomorrow, right? But I do know this. One sale pays for this program 100 times over, 1,000 times over. For some of you, 10,000 times and more over. And here's my guarantee. I'm going to have a personal guarantee. Worst case scenario, you take a step. You say, Shay, this program is just not for me. No problem. We'll give you money back. Best case scenario, you take a step. This is the missing piece. See, it takes 4 pieces of the combination to crack the code. You've got 3 dialed in. The one missing is sales. And now you have that piece. I close with these comments. That you are a winner. Now, every one of these sessions, I always close with Jim Rohn. I love Jim Rohn. I'm a fan of him. But here lately, I'm a fan of someone that's part of my generation. That's Eric Thomas, known as E.T., the hip-hop preacher. And one of the things he says is this: you ain't average, so stop living average. I take that quote and I say to myself, you know what? I know you listening right now, you ain't average. You've got greatness inside you. You're a special individual. You're a winner. You're a champion. You're out there every day. And I know that for you, as long as you take the right actions, you're going to get the right results. So I share this with you. Never give up. Never slow down. Keep on going no matter what. Why? Because I believe in you. And why? Because the best is yet to come. I'll see some of you at www.fastsalesnow.com. We're going to make it happen. We're going to rock out. We're going to just change this world. You're going to make more money, and you're going to do all the things you've always wanted to do. Financial freedom, peace of mind, taking care of your kids, buying a dream home of your choice, taking a vacation you've always wanted, or just living the lifestyle by giving back to your community, giving back to your church, maybe starting a school. So much will take place when you make more sales with less effort. With that being said, my name is Shay Brown, your sales cardiologist. Make it a great day, everyone, and we'll make good things happen. We connect again next time.
To stay connected with you even beyond today is really special. So we really appreciate it.
And I encourage all of you, take advantage of these offers. These people are going to give you some offers today that you're not going to get every day.
No.
You're not going to get them every day. So take advantage of it. They're doing it for 50 Shades. They're really doing it for 50 Shades, and we encourage all of you to take advantage of some of the offers that they're giving. The other mic?
Okay.
Oh, the other mic.
The other mic. Awesome.
All right, you're the other mic. So we
I like
don't
that
know
better
you
anyway.
Before, but what we were saying is that we love Shay Brown.
Practice and reading lists today.
Yes, practice reading lists today. And we want to encourage everyone, please take advantage of the offers that our speakers are giving today, because like I said, you're not going to get these everywhere, and
we go to a lot of events, and someone may say something, and if you get one thing today that you can implement right away and change your life, then I think this was a very valuable event. And if it's not valuable, Barrett, I think we should give them their money back.
I think so too.
You think so?
Give them
Give
their
me your
money
money back if you didn't get the value out of today. Now, some of you are looking at me because you know you didn't pay enough. So I'm a big giver. I believe in being a giver.
Yes, we're
If
givers.
you're a giver,
We're giving
you know,
you
it
this
comes
free
back,
event.
right? So that's a really good thing. Hey, in between sessions too, I was periscoping. Yes, don't laugh at me, you all. I'm trying to figure this thing out. So I always have a hard time with the camera. And so forth. So we make sure that if you periscope, if you're in the room and you're periscoping, put it up in Periscope. Let everybody know what we're doing. Let everybody see, what's going on. All right, we've got
You know
another.
the worst part about
What?
I think the mic was off throughout that time too, but
That time
it's
too?
on now. But it's on now. But
Is the video on?
we're good. We're good. We're
Is the
good
video
now. We're
on?
good. Yeah, the video's on.
Okay.
They can see all this.
And this.
Oh yeah, whatever.
And all of this.
I told you I got a face for radio.
Okay.
But
All right. Well, enough of that then. Y'all didn't catch any of that. All we were saying is make sure that you're sharing and commenting on Facebook for us, the 50 Shades of Wealth page, hashtag 50 Shades. If you're periscoping in the room, go ahead and turn it on, and I'm going to do it too. So we're going to have fun.
yeah, I'm excited about our next
Yeah, I am
speaker.
too. It's good to see
That's
him.
my man. That's my man right here.
Definitely good to see. He's going to be talking about abundance.
Ooh.
That's a nice word.
Ooh,
isn't
I
it?
love
It just
abundance.
when you say the word abundance, then it just sort of make you feel good. It makes you feel
You
full.
can't feel
like,
bad about saying
no,
about
'cause
abundance.
something about that's one of those really nice just words. It's a good
Yeah,
word.
yeah, and I like I said, this man has helped me in achieving my abundance, and
Mm-hmm.
so I'm just glad to have him here with us at 50 Shades of Wealth,
Me too.
the business of money.
Me
So
too.
let's bring up Mr. Ken Rashan. Ken, come on up
Yay.
here.
Hey, Ken.
How are you?
Get here in the middle of us.
In the middle?
You're in the middle of.
Hey, Ken. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Hey,
we're huggers.
We're huggers. Okay. I've hugged you before, so
I
it's no
know,
big
I know.
deal.
We're not kissers. We're good.
I'm gonna get a tan. This is cool.
It's good. It's
Yeah.
good stuff. All right. Well, good to see you.
We're glad to have you, man.
Thank you, Barrett.
Glad
So
to
we
have you.
can't wait to hear more from you about
Abundance.
Yes.
And we want to make sure they also emphasize that if you want to get your business out there, if you want to get known,
No, he's the man. He's gonna tell you how. So this is definitely
yeah,
something
he's going
we
to tell
can
you how. He's going to tell you how. But Ken, we're gonna give the stage to you. So X marks the spot. So you're right over there, buddy, and you're on. Thank you.
do. We need that.
Uh-oh.
Ken, don't knock everything down. No, you're all right.
You good?
He's gonna set himself up.
You're setting this up. Okay.
All right.
You good? All right, Ken Rashan.
All righty.
Well, we just heard a great presentation on sales, and sales is obviously the closing techniques that you do to actually get the transaction to turn into abundance for you. What I'm going to talk to you about is a word that I have kind of created. You've probably heard it before. It's called amplification or amplify. And being a past DJ, I realized that when a radio station amplifies a song or when a DJ amplifies a song, they're actually changing whether a song is heard or not heard. So I started this company called the Umbrella Syndicate back in 2009 when my mom passed of Alzheimer's, and I looked at what could I do to be impactful in the world, and I had some skill sets that I thought I could apply. So I took a year to design this company, and the skill sets were networking, marketing, social media, photography, and publishing. And so I'm going to talk to you in a very short 30 minutes I have, basically a 90-minute presentation by just going through nuggets. And if any of you want to expand on any of these concepts, I'm always happy to not only take calls, but do one-hour consulting. So the first thing I'm going to do is just show a book that I created. This is a 6th book, and this book is called Umbrella Marketing, Amplify Your Message. And this book has gone 7 editions. And the reason I share this with you is if you have a business and you're not creating some type of message that's your unique content, you're not actually able to have it go beyond you. So when I speak about amplification, I have to have live people in front of me, or I have to be distributed. Oh, and by the way, Barrett, thank you so much for bringing me on this program live and not dead, because if I was dead, this would be a horrible, horrible 30 minutes, right? So this book right here, it's $102. And I just want to say that some people hear a price and they say, wow, that is too expensive for a book. And I look at them and I say, you don't even know what's inside this book. So when we get an education, it's $10,000, $30,000, $60,000, or we go to school hard knocks and we lose money, we forget that books are actually changing our lives. So if you could change to the next slide, please. So this is one of my favorite quotes. I heard this quote from Bob Berg when I brought him to Maryland. And the quote is, the only difference of where you are now and where you'll be 5 years from now are the books you read and the people you meet. I would change that, actually, customize it to myself, but I don't want to just make a little addendum and say it's my quote. So I'll just say it's 1 year. 1 year, the people you meet in this fast-paced society and technology, in 1 year you could have a night and day difference from where you are now and where you'll be a year from now. So I was approached by a woman who sold magazine ads, and her magazine ad was $10,000 for the magazine ad. And you could say the same thing that this book costs. You could say, $10,000, that's too much. The question is, what do you get out of your expense? So to create abundance, I think one of the things you need to think about is how you're investing in your education and also who you're meeting that's surrounding what you believe will be true. So if you're just hanging around people that do not believe and they're giving you opinions about it doesn't work, those are not people that would actually serve you to change that 1 year. So I have several books here I'm going to be giving away to the audience, and I think because the audience is right in front of me, I can tell you that almost every one of you are going to get some type of gift here. This first book I made is called Becoming the Perfect Networker, Succeeding One Connection at a Time. And the reason I want to start with this book is this is where that quote came from. I borrowed the quote from Bob Berg, who is Charlie Tremendous Jones' quote. And the idea was, if you surround yourself with people, your 5 people, you become an average of that product. So I'm going to go backwards in this. The 5th chapter is about who you decide to hire or fire to be in your life. And so I decided when I wanted to be an author that I would want to hang around with authors. I didn't necessarily fire my friends, I just didn't hang with them as much. I decided to hang with people that were going to teach me how to be an author. The interesting thing about authors is they're very generous people in that I didn't have any of them say, I will not teach you how to be an author. So it's a friendly flock, actually, so it's not as hard to get around authors. I love writing books. I've written 11 books. And the reason I love writing books is it's leaving a legacy. And I recently had a baby 2 years ago. My wife and I have a 2-year-old, and that 2-year-old has actually taught me that no matter when I leave this earth, I need to make sure I leave a message for him. And so I would encourage anyone that's writing that you're thinking about leaving a legacy. We can go to the next slide. Okay, next slide. So I have a number on the screen, and that number is for you to take advantage of getting books at major discounts. That $102 book, anyone that wants that book that says they've heard about it from this Shades of Wealth gets it for $10. Wow. $10. Shipping and handling will be like $5, but it's $10 for the book. And if you're here today, I will certainly take advantage of giving that to you today. So this number is so you can actually connect with me. I believe that if I am going to help people, I have to actually give myself to them. I have to help them first to prove that I'm going to be worthy of actually creating more abundance for them. So this book set a world record, actually. It was the first book that ever started on page -1. The book actually starts on page -1. Then it goes to 0. And on page 0 it says, the power of 0, the defeatist attitude. And the defeatist attitude is what holds us back in life from being abundant. So we have to get out of the mindset of where we are and accepting that that mindset is actually serving us. It's so interesting. I have this book here. It's the shortest book in the world. Absolute shortest book in the world. There's nothing shorter. Okay? It's called Quick Solutions to World Problems. And I'm just going to read something from the back here just to show you how powerful a book can be that's this thin and how valuable a book can be no matter how much the price tag is what's written in here that can change your life. So I'm going to read this real quick. We can go back to the beginning of time and learn bullying, gossip, inequality, and judging are just some forms of discrimination that has held back mankind. The reason we argue, fight, and go to war is because we don't know how to appreciate differences. This book takes on a problem that, if unsolved, could cause the extinction of our species. Now, that's one paragraph. And that's taken on something pretty big. The middle topic, discrimination. Right? You want to hear how simple a mindset shift is? Here we go. 3 serious world problems. Number 2, discrimination. Okay? You want the quick solution? This is quick, like that. Just accept people. Simple. So when I say fire those people that are not serving you, it's a mindset shift. And that is how you create abundance like that. And I have done it over and over again. Yesterday, I was in Hollywood. I was in Hollywood at the Family Film Awards. And I was welcomed like I was a very important person. They gave me a VIP pass. I could go wherever I wanted to go. And The reason for that is simply that I showed over the last 4 years that I can be trusted to give, I can be trusted to amplify good messages, and I'm committed to relationship. So I'm going to go to another kind of crazy book. This book right here. These are all different topics, completely unique. And by the way, if you ever want to write a book and make sure your book is unique, all you have to do is Google the title and Google some of the content. And if it doesn't show up, it's a book you can write that's actually unique. I don't think any of you have heard of a book that actually teaches you how to get to 100 countries. Okay, I hadn't, and Google hadn't. So this book is called The Centurion World Traveler Game, Knocking Out Your Bucket List. And I chose at 35 countries. Mindset shift, mindset shift. At 35 countries, I could get to 100 countries. And I would commit by writing a book on how to do it before I did it. That's strange. But I learned in life that when you paint the picture, you can actually live into the picture. So I made the book cover so I could write the book. I wrote the book so I could live the journey. And so this is a backwards, it's unorthodox, I promise you. But every book I do, I always design the book cover. And if it inspires me, and then Google tells me it's unique, I proceed. And that's how I'm going to go to the next topic, which is how to create a book, and then how to move a book, and how to book a sale. So first edition, 35 countries, but I did it in 3 years. I did 3 years, was 35 countries. So I said, mathematically, if I continue this pace, in 10 years I'll have 100 countries. At 9 years and 6 months, Honest Engine, I hit my 101st country. This is second edition. I haven't even written the third edition that says I actually did it. This is the second edition, and I'm almost done with these books, and then I can finally release the third edition. I did it. But the second edition was at 65 countries. I said, I am on pace. Since first edition, I am now at 65 countries. My 69th country was Canada. Like, why would that not be my second? Or, you know, it doesn't make sense. But the point is, I decided to play the game. The game was, if you go to a country and you actually learn about that country, you take digital proof that you were in that country, you look at the top 10 things that happen in that country, and you at least commit to doing 2 of them. I committed to doing 3. And I always had, if it was the first one, that I got a little more leniency on where that 10 was. But there's so many, that's going to be pretty tricky. Everett, live, I did not go to you, so it's a capital U, lowercase m, b, r, 3, 1, 1, a, exclamation point. Everyone now knows the password to get into my computer. I might have to change that later. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, so here's a little game, ABK. All right, ABK, go to the next slide. Always be connecting. And I love my name because I'm able to have all kinds of fun. I'm a kindred spirit, right? So when you connect, though, and you want to create abundance, I'll tell you there's an interesting shift mindset. A lot of people, when they network to tell people what they do. They network to somewhat vomit and let them know how important they are. I have learned by studying this and putting in the Perfect Networker book that if you meet people, they really don't want to know what you do. They don't really care what you do. They don't, because they don't know you. And they know you the second you give to them. So what I concentrate on is if I meet 35 people, I find 3 people that I can legitimately, in 24 hours, give to them, and I want to start a relationship with them. Or 1, but not 35. I may write to all 35, because I don't know which of the 1 or 2 sometimes I want to continue the relationship with, because if they don't respond back, it may be a dead deal. So the deal is the relationship. If you want to create wealth and abundance, I promise you, if you have a relationship, it feeds you. And if you just go through transactions in life, you have to go back and hunt again and again and again. So a book that I highly recommend is The Go-Giver, because the premise of that is to give, and you actually get relationships to stay in your life. And his first page is the antithesis of a go-giver is a go-getter. Don't we all pride ourselves in saying, hey, I'm a go-getter, I'm a go-getter? Well, you're actually saying I'm a go-taker, because you're not giving. So stop being a go-getter. Be a go-giver. Next slide, please. Okay, so what is your message? What do you want to amplify? Who is on your team to make that happen? Next, please. There are 3 types of gurus in the world, and I really want you to pay attention to this, because I'm actually standing here, and the reason I'm holding up tangible pieces is I want you to understand nothing I'm going to tell you is theoretical. Everything I'm doing, I prove. So the first one is celebrities. I have met a lot of celebrities. There's nothing wrong with celebrities. Celebrities paid their dues to get where they are. But when you put a product in their hand or you have them speak on something, you're paying a talking head to some degree. They may believe in what you're saying, but they don't actually do what you're saying by proof. Okay? The next one is theoretical. It's someone that has a tremendous amount of education and can actually speak in a theoretical sense that it should work, it could work. I don't know why it wouldn't work. I've seen other people use it, and it worked for them. A results-based guru is the one that I refer to as the Malcolm Gladwell approach. The Malcolm Gladwell approach is that if you are going to go the outlier mentality, the outlier mentality is you actually become the guru. You become the person that puts in 10,000 hours into whatever you believe in and whatever you do, and just by process of elimination, no one else can go the marathon. No one else can go the marathon. So creating massive wealth or 50 shades of wealth is really a persistence game. And it's so funny, but you can actually just be really good, and if you keep being really good and people are dropping out, that's good enough. And then you become great just by the concept it becomes unconscious competence. So at first you have to think about how good you're being, and later you've done it so much you don't even have to think about it anymore. And unconscious competence, I'm very proud to say, is what a results-based guru can do again and again and again. Next slide, please. So amplification in the area of creating wealth and abundance. If more people are aware of you, then more people learn about you. Then more people do business with you. Then more people can refer you. Then you can have more abundance and new doors open. So that's just logic. And I've had people literally say to me, if you amplify, I need to make sure I reach the right person. I need to make sure my message has to hit that right person. Well, that's another form, in my opinion, of discrimination. It's not a mean discrimination, but it's discriminating your abundance and your wealth. How do I know when I met Barrett that I would be here 5 years later and that he would contribute to me so much in my life? I didn't say to him, I need you to tell me that you're this person and that you're this niche I'm looking for, or I can't spend any time with you. So I actually treat every single business conversation the same. And I have a new book coming out. It's not going to come out till next year, but it's called Chicken Poop for the Soul. And Chicken Poop for the Soul, I think there's a slide coming up later, actually shows a chicken having a silver tray of poop and trying to feed a fish a soul. This poop. And that is actually the message that we are actually sabotaging our success. So that's the underlying subtitle, is how do we sabotage our success? By believing what we serve or taking this as the truth. So if you are meeting someone and you're constantly taking phone calls, and you say, hold on a second, let me take this other call. Okay, let me take this next call. 1 second, I gotta take one more call. Are you present with them? And here's the question. Would anybody who does that change their behavior and their attitude if they were sitting in front of President Obama? President Obama, in front of you, would you ever take a phone call? Would you take a phone call if you're in front of your idol, your mentor? Well, if you treat every single person like that, that's the relationship and respect and the presence that you actually get. I think Barrett and almost anyone that I've met will say, I'm fully present when I meet people. I put my phone down. If I put it up, I actually get permission to have it up. I say, my phone is on just in case this person calls or I'm expecting this call. Would it be okay to take that call? So in creating abundance, I think that you do not actually create a niche, but you actually say everything is possible. So if I meet one person and you treat that one person amazing, I can't tell you how many times it's happened. They say, you know, I know the president of Marriott or something like that, and next thing I know, wow, the person that was never taken care of just gave me more than the person I thought could take care of me. Next slide, please. So I love this quote because when I started this business, social media, and specifically Facebook like pages, was so unknown. I would get people saying to me, if you're going to give me more likes, where's my money in the bank? And that's a really short, it's a short conversation. Because it's not, that's like saying, if I go to a networking event, I only go to one, show me the money in the bank. Where's the money going to be in the bank if I go to the networking event? So I love this quote. It's the ROI of social media is your business will still exist in 5 years. And I promise you, every business that's doing social media right, they have a big advantage to the ones that are not doing social media right. And I have seen restaurants that have pathetic, table sittings, and their food could be great, but they don't have the right social media. And I shop social media. I think almost everyone's shopping social media these days. If I'm making a decision on what I'm going to eat, I make sure that social media says from other people, because social media is not marketing. It's actually human behavior. We're actually learning from other humans what they think is great and what they think is not great. Next slide, please. So if you look at amplification as a process, the first part of amplification is actually very interesting. This is the part that people don't get because they think that there has to be an ROI on it. The first thing is awareness. If you are not aware of something, how can you actually take advantage of it? For instance, if I did not come here today, I would not be aware that this place exists. Because I know this place exists, now I can do something about it. But this is an awareness. This is called a first frequency for me. I got in here, I saw Cheryl Wood. Cheryl was going, ah, I'm like, wow, she's got a lot of energy, and I'm used to a different environment. So this is really cool. So the second stage of awareness is engagement, because engagement is actually saying that you're connecting. You're connecting with an audience. You're connecting with people that actually want to believe that you are real. And if they think that, not if they think, if they believe you are real the second time that they hear you, then they are curious. And it goes something like this, Like it's not much more than that, it's just, But the third time, it becomes, okay. You know, like this is consistency. So the point of amplification is if you keep reaching people over and over and over again, by the seventh time, an interesting thing happens. There's a comfort zone. Or there's not. Or there's not. Because you say, I have seen them 7 times, 2 times I did not like them. Or 1 time I did not like them. And when I say do not like, I'm saying I did not like the way they either were behaving, the way they were being, okay, more than anything else, or their message or something like that. It was not consistent. But if you see consistency every single time for 7 times, a magical thing happens. Conversion. And that is abundance, and that is wealth. If you have tons of people that keep seeing you over and over again, and they see consistency in your message, they're actually, consistency equals integrity. Okay, next slide, please. So this slide was taken a couple weeks ago to avoid going live and doing a lot of internet stuff. This slide here, if you look at it, shows 300,000 clicks on our page. That's a lot of clicks. I show you this slide because I didn't want to say in front of you, the page of the Umbrella Syndicate does a lot of statistical engagement or a lot of statistical awareness and clicks. We have 30,000 organic likes. That is not as important as the number on the side, which is the engagement. Can someone tell me what that engagement number is? 8,000 something? 8,600? On the top right?
8,612.
Okay, so 8,612. I guess 8,612 is how many people are liking, tagging, sharing, commenting, but they're physically doing something with my page. Does that make sense? Okay, we run a tremendous amount of pages. We run around 850 pages. We're very picky about who we choose to run a page for. And we do something called the ice cream technique. The ice cream technique is like when you go to Baskin Robbins and you see a flavor or a color or a description, you just don't know what it tastes like. And they look at you and they say, would you like to try it? And you say, of course I'd like to try it. You try it, and based on whether you like it or not, you order it, right? So our process of actually turning, I guess, a relationship into a sale is we just give. And we give knowing that if we work well for you, that you would want to work with us. So this proof here shows you that we're committed. The 850 pages we run, which are only leaders, authors, speakers. Now leaders fold into entrepreneurs and people who have causes. Then the other 3 leaders we like to work with are artists, musicians, and models. Models we like to work with because they bring us into fashion. We're very much into the arts. So we have our 3 creative types, and we have our 3 more impact types. If anyone that's hearing this program, or in the audience, believes they're a leader that is either in the 1 percentile or wants to be in the 1 percentile because they're committed to it, we actually give you that number I gave you before. You just say, 50 Shades of Wealth, I would like to be amplified. And then I need your name, your like page, but I need that information in order to help you. It's kind of like you asking for that try that ice cream, we just don't have a spoon. I have to have some information so we can actually do something for you. When we work with you, we do it for about 2 weeks to a month, and we just see how we can contribute to you. If we can contribute to you, it's a good fit. If you are committed, it's a good fit for us. Next slide, please. Thank you, Barrett, by the way. So those numbers, this is a slide that was given to me. Oh my, what a big following you have. So we have upwards of 40 to 50,000 people that come to our page a week. And I realized why they come to our page. They come to our page for several reasons. One, it's guaranteed to be unique content. We only put content that we are involved with. I will challenge that you can find another page very easily that actually everything that they post on their page is only their content. It's not borrowed from anybody else. I can prove this, by the way. Everything that you see on our page is watermarked, and everything that's watermarked is our watermark, our shot, our video, our flyer, our commitment, our sponsorship, our partnership, our strategic, okay? Everything. Next slide, please. So this book is just to share with you just something, how to have fun in life and create abundance. So I had the guy in the back, his name is Dave Phillipson, photobomb the gentleman in the front. And you know, when he photobombed him, and he photobombed a lot of other people, there's two ways I could have actually reacted to this. And if you think abundance, you think of what can you create. If you think about either scarcity or negativity or ego, you all of a sudden have a different conversation. So the conversation I had with Dave Phillipson, who is an absolute nut, okay, he's crazy, is, hey, you're doing unbelievable photobombing. He's so creative. I said, can you do me a favor? And he was like, sure, what's the favor? I said, I want you to photobomb because I think it's funny. But can you, when you hear me say, let me get one more shot, can you exit the photo? And he did that. And the photos that were photobombed went 4 times to 10 times more viral. Viral is when you have people love it and they change the algorithm on Facebook. When they change their algorithm on Facebook, that's called amplification or marketing, okay? But that's really good stuff. So the funny thing is when I went to CEO Space International and people were paying $7,000 to go to this event, the photobombing actually carried the message of how great CEO Space International was instead of actually me having a conversation, don't photobomb and we're not gonna have a viral campaign. Now, because influencers and leaders are always gonna cause a viral campaign, they always will, this just tripped it up like another 3 or 4 times. So I have the biggest leaders in the country. I can't say the world because I haven't met everybody that's a leader in the world, but I've met a lot of significant leaders in the country. And one thing I've found is that when you are truly abundant, you don't care as much about what people think about you because you're comfortable. And I encourage everyone to be comfortable because when you're comfortable, you attract more comfort, right? So the people that photobomb the most I found are actually leaders at this CEO space, like the top people were photobombing when they saw it was okay to do it, like it was cool. And they didn't care if I posted it. And what happened was their name got out in the world as a human. Isn't that interesting? Like if you photobomb, you would think, that makes me a mockery. That makes me a joke. What it did was it showed that you're playful. It shows that you're full of flaws and you're happy to show that you're all kinds of things. You're a human, right? Next slide, please. Next slide. Maybe, did we lose an internet connection? Okay. Well, if we did, it's okay. So I'll go to this book right here because this book is just something that really means a lot to me. This is the 10th book I wrote, and it was like kind of an about time book. So when I started writing books, my books sold. They sold easily because I marketed them correctly. I did the social media correctly. I went to events every week. My books were either on tables or they were being held by people as photographers. So I experienced what most authors don't experience. I experienced success in publishing. I experienced success in printing. I experienced success in making a book. So most people don't make a book because it's scary. There's not another word for it. It's just scary. It's fear. I met not quite 100 people, but around 80 people. And when I did my first book called Becoming the Perfect Networker, I invited 80 people that said they definitely want to write a book. If you write a book, I will help you get that book done. Now that's crazy. I will help you. I mean, if you actually hear the word help, there's no sale there. Like when someone says, I'd like to help you, if they turn that into a sale, run away from them. They're not trying to help you, okay? When I told them I was trying to help them, I said, I will produce a book with you, but you have to actually follow this plan. Only one really did it. A couple others did it kind of later. But my point in saying that is making a book is not that hard. The hard part is moving it. That's the scary part. So they're scared of the part that's easy. You just write. And then you have a good team around you to help you get that message to be not only tight, but coherent, flowing. So I have several minutes left. So I'm going to just talk about the part I started off with, which is leaving a legacy. And then when there's a break, I'm actually just going to give some books out to some of the folks here. So if you look at how many people want to make a book, if you were to take from this corner to that corner there, it's like this little dot over, I mean, it's this little line over here. It's about 2%. It's not much. And so when you commit to things, you have to be okay with the fact that you're going to be different than everyone else that says they're going to do something and then don't do it. Then if you make the book, and you have all these authors that made a book, and you find out how many of them actually move a book, meaning they sell their books, so even if they only print 100, the average author sells 10 books. I mean, is that crazy? 10 books. Take the average. So the person who does CreateSpace and sells 1, or gives away 10, that doesn't count as selling, okay? I'm talking about actually sells, okay? It's like another line over here. It's a very small line. I'm in that line both times. But I'm also in that line, meaning I'm actually doing the bigger part of why you do a book, which is to book a sale. When you make a book, the book is not the transaction. That's called a $10 transaction. And I'm talking about at most, you're making $10. So what you want is you want to have your expertise up here speak to the person reading your book so they say, I want to work with this person. So when I write a book so I'm having a conversation with someone that has unique selling propositions, and unique selling propositions distinguish and separate you from everyone else, which cause you to be that guru. So I am happy to help anyone with 50 Shades of Wealth to help get a book started. If you want to get in our program, I would give you half off the program. I can go into all those details later because there's 3 different programs. So we're not going to worry about that. But I would help you get started so that I contributed to you. So I would just like to end by saying, if your social media is not amplified, it's a secret. If you print a book and it's not amplified, it's a secret. It's in a closet. And there's a number of other examples. If you have a song, it's a hit song, it was a great song, plus it was amplified. If there's a movie and it's a chart buster, and it's blowing up everything, it's because it's a great movie, but it was amplified. So I'm going to finish with, if you want your message amplified, we are happy to amplify.
All right, guys, we are so thankful that we got Mr. Ken Rochon here. Ken, come on over here and talk to us for a second before we let you go. I know you got a lot of books to give away, and you.
Where's the camera? There we are. There we are. Thank you. Because we always know we have to get pictures with Ken. So we can be on the website.
Yes, yes, yes.
I heard everything he said.
So
Thank
those
you
of
very much. I
go to
hope you all heard everything he
Go to
said.
Facebook to the Umbrella Syndicate if you want to see the pictures
Well,
of.
we're actually going to be sharing them to your page. Everyone can go right
Oh,
to your
great.
page.
Oh, how awesome.
To the 50
as soon as
Shades
we
of
have
Wealth.
them up, Barrett, they're on your page, all right?
Oh wow!
I want you all
Thank
to
you.
know, Barrett-
Yeah, that's where they're supposed to
Barrett
be.
and I are also connected with him, and when he talks about those numbers on his Facebook page, he is telling the truth. So that's why when Ken comes, you always see a camera behind him or with him, and I always try to get into. You want to do some more? There you go. I don't need to. No, it's all about listening, about learning how to be more abundant.
Yes, and-
right?
and to
Not listen
amplify.
what he's saying,
And-
and amplify.
Yeah.
Because I know my picture will be on the website.
You better get with Ken. I'm telling you guys, like she said, he's telling the truth. Those numbers are real. Those numbers are real. Because I remember when you hit 10,000,
Right.
it was a big milestone, and you just shot up. What, you over 30 now?
31 now, yeah.
That's
incredible.
amazing.
That's incredible.
And-
Can I
and-
just get a few, just a few of those people? I mean,
Of course you can.
Yeah, I can.
Every time we do an event together, we want those people to go to you, Chris.
Yes, exactly.
That's exactly right.
because you know why? Seriously, you guys, you all know why you take a lot of pictures, because I'm not gonna like none of them. So we have to take a whole bunch. I can find that one that I like that I will continue to share. But no, seriously, Ken, thank you so
Here,
much.
take this picture, Barrett.
Take that picture. There you go. There you go. That's a keeper. That's a keeper right there. Ken,
Thank
thanks
you.
a lot for
My
joining us.
pleasure. Thanks for having
Appreciate
us.
it.
Thank you
Thank
for sharing. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All righty, thank you so much.
Man,
So-
people are bringing the heat.
You all enjoying yourselves so far? Alrighty, you all enjoying yourselves so far. So hopefully you are. Hopefully you're continuing to share, like us, hashtag 50 Shades. I've been periscoping, so if you are not connected with me, I don't know how to do that. I guess I have to be on Twitter. So I'm on Twitter, Chris Bridges or Credit with Chris. One of the two, find me.
Okay.
I don't know. I think it's credit. It might be Chris Bridges or it might be Credit with Chris. But go connect with me on Twitter so that you can then connect with me on, which one am I? Oh, I thought he was telling me.
No,
All right,
no,
so anyways,
you're
you
good.
connect with us on Periscope. So we're going to be periscoping throughout the day. All
Okay.
right, what's next?
Woo, what's next? We have our girl. Our girl is
This is
next.
our girl.
Our girl.
This is our coach, not
If-
our girl. Well, she's our girl.
She's
too,
our coach
but
and
she's
our girl,
coach.
but I'm telling y'all, if you don't have your pen and pad ready, you
yeah.
better get it out now. Because Jasmine O'Day brings the heat.
Yeah.
She may make you uncomfortable.
Yeah.
She-
Well, uncomfortable is okay.
It's uncomfortable
right?
when you're growing.
It's okay. That's absolutely. If you're comfortable, you're not growing. So
Yeah.
being uncomfortable.
But
is
be
okay.
ready, because she tells it like it is.
She does.
She brings the heat, and she's done it.
Yeah. She's done it a few times.
She's done it a few times. So we want to bring to you guys Miss Jasmine O'Day.
All right, here she comes.
Wealth coach, wealth advisor, wealth consultant. It's just me, JasmineO'Day.com and 6months2wealth.com. And I am probably your best known as your money magnet maven, because I know how to attract cash flow in your business and keep it flowing. So today I'm going to talk to you about that one thing that people miss and they become cluttered with it and have a misunderstanding, and that is clarity. Clarity attracting your cash flow. It is very important that in your business you attract cash flow. In order to do that, you must be clear, crystal clear in the direction that you are going in the service that you're providing, in the products that you have, in everything. You need to have clarity. So I'm going to use a very relatable example. You get in a car and you're getting ready to drive from Texas to Atlanta, and you've never driven from Texas to Atlanta before because you've always caught a flight, right? But now you're driving and you're very unfamiliar with the roads to get to Texas, from Texas to Atlanta. So what do? You get a map, right? Or you type in the destination into your GPS. So you have a starting point and you have a destination, okay? Your destination is clear to you. You know that one thing is, this is where you must end up. This is where your hotel reservation is. This is where you're gonna rest your head. This is where you must end up. In order to get there, you have to follow the routes in which the GPS tells you to follow. So you get on the road and you're clear, everything's clear. You see the road, you can see the icons on the GPS and you're driving, okay? You are clear. It's the same thing in your business. You have to have a clear plan of action in the direction that you want your business to go. If you don't have clarity, your customers, your clients, they don't really know exactly what you do, what service you provide, and how they can be helped by you, how you can serve and assist them. They're not going to purchase from you. They're not going to buy from you. They're not going to get your system. They're not going to invest in your, because they don't know exactly what you do. Some people are very wide in what they do. However, they make it clear that they do this and this and this in different areas. I, for one, and many of the speakers that you've heard, specialize in certain areas, okay? They know this person is a credit specialist. This one is a marketing guru. This one is a social media guru. This one can take you from employee to entrepreneur. This one can help you with multiple streams of revenue to create wealth and financial freedom and create generational wealth in your families. That would be me. Okay, so there are people that know and understand what they do, and they're very clear in telling you, this is what I do. This is my success. This is, I've taken this person from this to this. This is what I do. But there are some people out there that really don't know. So number one, know who you are. Have an understanding of who you are, what your strengths are, what you do. And then you will have an understanding of the direction that you're going in and the direction that you can take your client in. Because if you're lost, you can't guide anyone. It's like the blind leading the blind. So you're on this road with the GPS, right? And you know where you need to go. And you're in the middle of traffic, right? You run rush hour traffic, which is normal, right? So you see that the GPS tells you that you need to get off here to get into another highway. And you're in the far lane, and your exit is in the far right lane. So what you have to do is you have to maneuver. So in your business, maneuver appropriately, right? So you're doing is you're watching and you're paying attention to signs, and you are becoming educated in your field, and you are making sure that you attract the right clients and you're pricing properly. Okay, this is the same thing in navigating in the road. Okay, you have to know where to do what, when to increase your prices, when to have a sale if you have sales, when to attract a different type of client because this client may not be working. What other services do you provide so that you can, within your company, create multiple streams of revenue, right? Okay, you need to get from the left lane to the right lane. How do you do that? Do you just move over? Absolutely not. You look in all your mirrors, okay? So your mirrors are your mind. You have to be mindful of what's next. You have to be mindful of your thought process. You have to be mindful to not move too fast, okay? It's all about timing. And getting over in front of this big semi is all about timing. If you move too slow, you get rear-ended, right? If you move too fast, you may hit the car in front of you. It's all about timing. So the first thing you need to do is get on the right road, have a clear understanding, be able to get past the obstacles, the detours, the traffic jams, okay? Clarity, okay? Got it? All right. Now, let's talk about clutter. That word that a lot of people don't like to hear. I've seen cluttered inboxes, cluttered desks, cluttered rooms, cluttered closets. And what happens with clutter, you can't find anything. So if you can't find anything, how are you have a problem or accomplish any goal that you have for that day? If you have a cluttered closet and you can't find those blue shoes that you need, what are you going to do next? You can't wear the certain outfit that you had in mind. If you have a cluttered desk and you're really trying to find that one manila envelope that has that very important document in it, and you can't find it, how are you going to be able to handle whatever business that document entails, right? If you have a cluttered car, which some people do, you know, how are you going to be comfortable on the road and where you're trying to go? So clutter is a hindrance in your life and in your business, okay? It is a huge hindrance. The next thing you need to do is write some things down. Set some goals. What are the first 5 things you do in the morning when you awaken? Okay? Do you turn the TV right on? Do you lay in bed for a couple more minutes? Do you continue to hit the snooze? What is your morning routine? What type of clarity do you have in the beginning of your day? Do you get up and meditate and then read, listen to some music? Do you have your coffee maker already on the timer? What do you do to help you attain your goals throughout the day? That is very, very important. The next thing you need to make sure is you can concentrate. I need to concentrate on my business. I need to concentrate so that I can assist my clients and my customers, right? So if you know you have back-to-back meetings and you have 30 minutes after each meeting between your customer, how can you make sure that during that time wisely, so you have time ownership, right? So from 1 to 1:30, you have a client, but then you don't have it until 2. So in that 30 minutes, what are you doing? Are you looking over the last client's notes and making notes? Are you looking at the next client's notes? Are you researching to make sure that you can assist that client properly? What are you doing? How are you owning your time? How are you valuing your time? It's very important to not be cluttered in your time ownership, okay? Mindset, very important. A lot of people's minds are cluttered. A lot of times you have so many things going on, overwhelming, that you start something, you stop it, you never go back to it, or when you go back to it, you've lost the momentum, right? Almost like having a New Year's resolution and then 3 weeks later, you're no longer going to the gym, you're no longer eating right, you're no longer doing all the things that you wanted to do because you've lost the momentum. Well, you've lost the momentum because you didn't, again, have a clear plan of action, and you didn't remove whatever necessary clutter in your mindset, in your life that was going to hinder you from moving forward. So, plan of action, it always goes back to the plan. The plan is your map. Your map is your GPS, getting you where? To your destination. So, let's talk about declutter for a minute. Outside of your mind, your mindset, removing limited beliefs, the belief system that was probably placed upon you very, very young, the belief system that has helped you procrastinate, the belief system that has instilled fear in you, because fear is in the subconscious, right? What do you need to declutter? So after you declutter your mind, you remove those abundance blocks, as I call them. You remove the blocks in your mind that is hindering you from moving forward, hindering you from starting that business, or hindering you from progressing in your business. Because some of you have businesses that are doing okay, but they haven't advanced, they haven't progressed. You still just have 3 clients. You're still trying to figure out how to make $20,000 a month. You're still trying to figure out how to attract more cash with your clients. You have your tire kickers, which are those potential clients that always say, I'm going to come hire you, I'm going to come hire you. And a year later, they never do, and they're in the same place. How do you get past that? Well, you get past that few things. You're offering value, always offering value, different levels of value, okay? Offer new things that are exciting. Now, what that means is you may have a program that you tried to launch last year and may have only gotten a few people to purchase, but what you can do this year is you can revamp that program, and people do it all the time. Revamp that program and relaunch it. And make sure you have very attractive words to sell the program. So you have clarity of what the program does. You know it works, the system works. You've tried it yourself. You've tried it on your current clients. You're just not attracting cash with it. So sometimes you have to declutter, remove some things, and just revamp and reinvent. You're not reinventing the wheel. You're just kind of revamping and changing the way you do things and just presenting it in another box. That's what you're doing. It's just the same gift in another box, and you're regifting it. Okay? I want you to start to declutter your influences. Look at the 5 people that are in your life. Look at them really carefully. Dissect them. Not literally, but dissect them. What value do they offer in your life? What are they doing for you? Are they an asset or are they a liability? Why do you have them there? Do you feel obligated? Are they family? Look at the 5 influences in your life and see how they add value to yours. Now, this is tricky because a lot of times you have to remove some people and you have to add some people and you have to start going to different places in order to get to another level. If you want to become a millionaire, then you need to hang around other millionaires. If you're already a $50,000 earner, why would you continue to hang around other $50,000 earners? Right? So if you're making 100, 200,000, you need to be where, if you want to be a millionaire, you need to start hanging out where millionaires hang out. You need to do what they do. Okay? So look at your influences. The next thing I want you to do, I want you to declutter your mail list. I want you to go into your inbox and I want you to see how many newsletters you subscribe to. That's a lot, right? Because what happens is we will see a shiny object, and we do it too, offering you a free this or a free that, and people sign up to build the list. It's the way, right? Well, what happens is you get the free gift and you get all the emails and you may listen to a couple webinars and you may pay attention to them, and then afterwards it kind of fall off. You see another shiny object. So you subscribe to another mailing list and the same thing happens and the cycle repeats itself. So what you need to do is you need to look at everyone that you subscribe to and pay attention to who you just kind of click through and delete. And you never unsubscribe. You just kind of click through. After a while, you stop attending their webinars, and it's just a bunch of mail coming in your inbox, 200 and 300 a week, possibly. Get rid of it. I suggest and urge that you subscribe to 5 newsletters. If you have to have more, then they need to really prove to you, and you need to prove that you need them. Whether it's a motivational, like I like Dr. Wayne Dyer, period, point blank. I read all of his newsletters. And so there are certain people that I know if they're in my inbox, I'm going to read it regardless. Okay. Some people subscribe to Tony Robbins, read everything, so it's just different people that you will subscribe to that will benefit you. Keep those, but I'm sure they're not 100 or 200. So declutter that inbox. Okay. The next thing I want you to do is look at the groups that you subscribe to on social media. Are you getting anything out of the groups? Are you participating in the groups? Is it helping you to move forward in the things that you're trying to do? If not, remove yourself. Feelings are not going to be hurt if you remove yourself from a group. If you really want the truth, feelings are not going to be hurt. This is business, and you need to do what's best for you in business. If it's not beneficial to you, remove yourself. If you're in marketing groups, social media groups, wealth groups, whatever, book groups, if they're benefiting you, stay in them. By all means, stay in them. But if they're not, remove yourself. Speaking of social media, look at your friends list. Look at your feed. What's on your feed? Are you seeing just a bunch of videos being shared? Is that what you use Facebook for? Because a lot of times Facebook is just not something that they're looking for business relationships. They like the funny videos, they like the inspirational messages, and that's all well and good. But when it becomes a distraction, you have to kind of edit the things that you see in your feed. And that is another form of decluttering, because now you see a lot of ads in your feed and you're tempted to click it and get that shiny object. We just cleaned out your inbox, right? So you have to make room for things that are going to be beneficial to you. Ultimately, that's the goal, right? Okay, so we're going to clean out our social media. Now, the next thing we're going to do is we're going to look at things that will help add to. So now we've decluttered, and now we need things that are going to help us with our mindset, motivation, inspiration, clarity. And so now we're going to look at our reading list, and we're going to start getting back to reading. Read things and involve yourself in things that are helpful and advantageous to what you're doing. So if you are an electrician, why would you read plumbing books, right? And you'll never do plumbing ever. Okay, so make sure that the things that you're doing are conducive to the path that you're on to help you get where you're trying to go. Because you can't help your client if you're not continuing to educate yourself, continuing to enlighten yourself. What is going to happen is your client is going to get bored and is going to find someone else that can take them to another level, because you can only get so far. So now you've just lost a client, you've lost cash. Okay, so to attract your cash and your cash flow, we know where it's at. It's with the client. The client has the cash. You just need to attract the client, right? So what you have to do is be clear in everything that you're doing. Change your lingo. Change the way you market. Change the way you do social media. Some people do go after their clients, and some people attract their clients. If you want to attract your clients, you have to be attractive. It's the same way, guys, if you're out looking for a woman, you have to be attractive to attract that woman. Same thing with women. So you have to be attractive, right? So make yourself attractive in your business. And you do that by cleaning up, right? You do that by being secure. You do that by knowing this is your league, this is your lane, and you know what you're doing, and you do it so well. I pay attention to people. I pay attention, and everyone that is on this panel that is speaking, I know that they all know their lanes, and they're great at what they do, and they exude a level of positivity and confidence. They know what they do, and they do so well. So what happens is they're attracting the right clients. They're attracting the right people. They've built their list from 5 people to 5,000 people very quickly, and people that pay for their services, right? So you have to be attractive if you want to attract the client, and in turn attract the cash that the client is holding. So all that, this is what I do, this is how I do it, this is how I benefit you, and people want results. They pay for value, but before that, they buy you. See, they have to like you to buy from you. You have to be relatable. You have to show them that this is the result. This is what I can do for you because I took this person from here to here. People want to know what you can do. People want to know that you took someone from being an employee that got a pink slip to being an entrepreneur that now is generating $700,000-800,000 a year. People want to know that. And that's not arrogance, that's your confidence, that's their testimony. And that's part of you, that's your clarity. You are qualified because you're the professional, right? And in order to be the professional, you have to always continue to profess yourself. You have to always continue to speak that life into your client, into yourself, into your business. That is clarity, being clear and concise on what you do and how you do it, and being confident. There's nothing wrong with being confident. People buy into confidence. People don't like people that don't know what they're doing and they are inconsistent and unsure, uncertain. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. You know, clarity allows you to continue to move. So when you're clear, you don't have to pull over and stop and do something else. You can stay in that lane and just continue to move. And there's a flow to it, right? So when you have clarity, you continue to move. And then you eventually move into that right lane, as I spoke about earlier, and then you can get to that exit and you know what's coming. So you cut in front of those cars at the right moment and you can get off and you continue that journey from Texas to Atlanta, right? So clarity attracts your cash. When you are boggled down, when you are foggy, when you're in a funk, your clients know it. They know it. When your systems are not that good and they're not clear in guiding them, they know it. People want to be guided. There are people out there that have these amazing ideas. They have what they want as far as the mindset. They need you to guide them. You can't guide them if you're not clear. So be clear in what you do. Be clear in, your mindset. Be clear in your service structure. Be clear in how you can deliver results to your client. And you will see the cash begin to just flow and flow abundantly. Clarity attracts cash. One thing about me is I may not know everything, but I know how to, and so I think it's very important for you to understand that in order to attract it, be clear. And I can't say it enough, crystal clear. Have you ever seen someone with a glass table and they just dust it and 5 minutes later there's like dust on the table? You're like, darn it, this attracts dust. And the more you clean it, the more dust you attract. Same thing. Sounds crazy, right? But it's the truth. Black attracts dust. Glass attracts dust. Certain things just attract certain things. And so when you're clear in what your vision is and what you're doing for your business, you will attract the right clients. And in turn, you will attract cash. I am Jasmine O'Day. Visit me at 6 Months to Wealth and get your free gift. I have a really quick ebook and kind of get you out of your funk. Sign up to the newsletter so that you can get updates on what I've got going on and, different ideas of how to attract your cash and quickly start your business and get it to a certain point. And I have truly enjoyed educating you, getting you into a clear mindset. And don't forget, live life limitless. Bye.
right. And she said, live life limitless.
I was just going to say that. I love that. Just
Yeah.
ending it with that. Live life limitless.
I mean, I met Jasmine a couple years ago. A young lady had a millionaire mastermind type thing. Jasmine just was Skyped in, and I had never heard of this woman before. As many of you may not have heard of Jasmine, because Jasmine stays very low key. And come to find out that she has been a millionaire twice in her life. And her story, we had her on. Chris and I did a radio show. We had her on the show. We had to do 2 episodes because of her story.
But what I love about the people because we have a couple of billionaires
Yes.
that's actually you all are going to be hearing from, and you may not be able to pick them out. You might think one
Right.
of them is me.
Right.
Not yet, but soon.
You
Not
hiding
yet,
it.
not yet. I'm hiding it.
Oh,
No,
oh.
but we have a couple. But what's really, really special is that they are willing to stop, and that video that she did was just for us for
Yeah,
today.
we have no idea where
So-
she is right now.
Yeah, Jasmine could walk in the door. We don't know where she is.
She could
but
be in
shout out to
Dubai.
Jasmine.
She could be in Texas.
Yeah,
she could be in
all over the
Arizona. It
place,
depends.
yeah.
We have no idea where she is right
But
now.
she stopped and did that video for us to share a message for you all today. So we
And
do
she was
appreciate
excited
that.
to do it.
Yes, she was.
She was very excited to contribute. When we ask her, she is always willing. And
Yeah.
Jasmine, we thank you.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you my Jasmine story. So I met Jasmine through Barrett. You know, when he said he knows this woman, not just because she has money, because we don't make connections like that.
Right.
But I tell you, really special. You remember the first year that I met her? I had only known her for a few months, and my birthday came up, and Jasmine sent me. I mean, it was something she had to go out and purchase. It wasn't a gift card like I do. Sorry, all my friends and family. Y'all know I'm famous for getting you a gift card really quick. But she actually, it was a gift that she had mailed to me. She had it sent to me, and it meant so much because I thought she barely even knows me. She just invited
Right.
me into her circle. So that's how she is for everyone. It isn't just, I like to think that it's just about me, and it's special just for Chris. But I believe that Jasmine is really just that kind of person. So
Yeah.
when she gave from her video sharing her message to you guys, that's where she is. That's where her heart is. And we really
Yeah,
appreciate that.
and she's a giver. She's definitely a giver, and like I said, we thank you. And Jasmine, your hair looked great. She
her hair
she
looks
said her
good.
hair looked huge. I mean, I like that natural look. It looked good.
Yeah, actually, if I had that, pressed out this, I'd have been, Jasmine, I might do that next week myself, so look out. See if you see me on the other broadcast. I might do that.
Yeah, and so now,
You
guys.
want to do that too, Barrett?
Yeah. I get a
okay.
blowout kit. I'm hearing myself.
Yeah, they're working that out. They're going to work that out.
But
right, who's next?
our next speaker, that's my man right here, Dr. Ruben West.
Dr. Ruben West. Have you all ever heard of Ruben West? Dr. Ruben West? This is a treat for a lot of
Oh,
people.
yeah.
And for those of you who are watching, hit us up. Let us know what's going on social media. Let everybody know that Dr. Ruben West is coming. And by the way, I know some people registered. They got the link right away. Some people, if you didn't, go to my Facebook page. Ooh. If
Chris
they can
Bridges?
get on, Chris Bridges. I'm going to put it on a couple places. Also go
Did you put
under
it on
50
the- yeah,
Shades
50
of Wealth.
Shades, yeah, 50
and you'll
Shades of
get the
Wealth,
link directly to watch the streaming live. So if you weren't able to get the link, go on out to social media
And
get it.
share the event, please share it.
Yeah,
Up
share.
there, up top there, you see share Facebook and Twitter and LinkedIn. And also
It's
for
not here live, y'all.
No, not
They're
not
looking
abroad.
like, what is Barrett pointing
Yeah,
at? It's
I
on
don't
live.
have
You
the
can
hair
see it
blown
on
out yet.
live. Yeah.
But in talking with Dr. Ruben West, you all have heard of Les Brown, right?
Yeah.
Well, he is one of Les Brown's speakers. Dr. West goes to South Africa with Les. He just signed up to go again.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, and Jamaica and somewhere in Europe.
I think
with-
Les is coming in town soon.
He is.
Yeah, he is.
And
isn't
Ruben
he?
will probably be coming with him,
So-
because Ruben does a lot of stuff with him. So he's one of Les's speakers. So if you want to learn how to speak,
Listen to this man is amazing. He is
truly
amazing.
And he's just so nice.
Yeah, he's a nice guy.
He's also an inventor,
Okay,
too.
so
Did you know that?
Let's bring it. No, what did he?
He invented a medical instrument that is used all over the place now. Yeah.
You know, inventions are really just somebody had a clever idea. I mean, it really is something. If you see a need for something, you just need to. Somebody gave me an idea, and I'm just figuring out what to do with it. I'm not gonna say it though, because somebody will take it.
Yes,
I'm smart.
mind your wants, because there's someone that wants your mind.
Oh, that was good, Barrett.
George Clinton.
Say that again. Oh, George. the P-Funk?
Yes,
George
yes,
Clinton?
yes, yes,
But
yes.
say that again. That was good.
Mind your wants, because there's someone that wants your mind.
That's good, y'all, right? That was good stuff, right? So
I wish I could
put that
take
out on
credit.
Twitter. George Clinton.
Hashtag 50 Shades.
Yeah, 50 Shades. All right, let's get out of here.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we bring to you Dr. Ruben West.
It's Ruben West, and I want to say thank you for tuning into my segment of 50 Shades of Wealth. And I want to start off by saying thank you to Barrett Matthews, who took the time to understand that this information was wanted and needed. And now in this format, it can be viewed not only in this country, but all over the world. I'm excited to share this information that I'm going to talk about, and that is operating within your gift. I believe that wealth comes from understanding what your gift is or what your gifting is, and then operating within that specific gift. So let me tell you why that's important. So many times we see other people, singers, actresses, athletes, and we want to be just like them. And here's the thing, some of us can be. Some of us have the ability to be just like them. Why? Because we have the same gift. But for many of us, we're never going to have it, and so we might as well forget about that. That's not going to be where we gain our wealth. But here's what I know. Every single one of us has something that is unique to us that is our gift. And when we operate within that something and then apply those principles, I believe that it allows us to gain wealth. Now, let me tell you the first thing I feel like we have to do, and that is to understand what your gift is. I believe that each and every one of us has something that we're good at or that we're great at. For me, one of the gifts I noticed early was my ability to work with youth. And it would happen when I was just around. People would say, Ruben, you know, you're really good at working with youth. When you talk, they listen. When you talk, they connect with you. They gather around you. I didn't think anything of it. It meant nothing to me. And here's why I'm pointing this out to you, because most of the time the thing that is our gift is so common to us that we don't even recognize it. That people tell us about it all the time. They'll tell us, hey, you know what, your cooking is so good, everybody loves it. Or, you know, when you come in to the nursing home, the senior citizens light up. It's like they're on a vacation for a moment. Whatever your gift is, it makes an impact to other people. And so oftentimes we're told about it. But if you're anything like me, it didn't really mean anything to you. For me, it didn't really mean anything. It was just what I did. And then I got my degree in criminal justice with emphasis on juvenile corrections. And as I was completing the internship, probably the third day, I said, wait a minute. This wasn't what I wanted. I wanted to make an impact in some young people's lives, and this was more like babysitting. At that moment, I knew that that wasn't the thing for me. Now, I loved being around the youth, but I wanted to make an impact. And something hit me when I thought about that. That people had always told me, Ruben, when you talk, they respond to you. That they listen to you. And so I started thinking, what is it about my gift that I can use to create an impact and to gain revenue? Because I didn't want to go to the detention facility all day long every day. And then I thought about something. I had been studying martial arts for quite some time. And I thought, well, what if I take the martial arts that I've been studying and my ability to impact the youth, put them together and create a martial arts program? And that way they have the ability to connect with me. And what you have to do is you have to look at what are the things that you've been told that you've been good at. Now, that's important because sometimes we don't know. People are listening to me right now and say, Ruben, I don't know what my gift is. I know you say everybody has one. I've been told that I should have one, but literally I have no idea what it is. And so I'm struggling to figure it out. So I'm going to ask you, what is it that people have said to you that you make an impact at? When you talk or when you speak or when you serve or when you give or when you come into a room, what are the things that people say that they notice about you? Those things are going to be the way you make an impact. Now, once you understand those things, you also look for what area in your life can you develop those skills so that you can create something that is of value to other people. So for me, since I had the ability to work with youth, and I studied martial arts, I can put those two things together and work on them. So I didn't run out and start a martial arts school right away. What I did is I started to test the theory. Wait a minute, if people say that I'm good at this, and I love teaching martial arts, and I want to make an impact with youth, I should be able to combine these things and test the theory. I should be able to combine these things and test the theory. Now, I read this book called 3 Feet from Gold. And it was a great book. And what it said is that a lot of times we go after things that we want and we stop and we're just 3 feet from a huge or massive success. And so it gave us a success formula. And in this 3 feet from gold, the success formula was mapped out like an equation, like a mathematical equation. And I don't remember exactly what it was, but it said something like your passion, so for me, martial arts, plus what you're good at, which was working with youth, combined with the right associations. So what I did is I started reaching out to individuals who could help me share my message or share this gift, combined with the right actions. I went into action. I went to community centers. I went to the YMCA and the YWCA, and I asked them, can I start a martial arts program here? I would like to work with the youth. So I really went into action at those moments. So your passion, what you're good at, the things that you're passionate about, understanding what that is, right association and the right action. So you have to take directed step. And then it added faith. Now that's an element that most people don't understand. I believe that most of us sit back and we think about a lot of different things, but we never put it into action because we don't know that it's going to work. And so I believe that faith is one of the most critical elements to any equation, because you have to believe that you can make an impact. Now, I'm going to say to you that the highest form of faith is preparation. I'm going to say that again. The highest form of faith is preparation. What do you mean by that, Ruben? Well, what I mean by that is because I believe, because I had faith that I could impact the lives of these youth, it gave me the motivation to say, look, I'm going to get prepared. I'm going to study this martial arts. I'm going to put this curriculum together for the youth. I'm going to put myself out there and go talk at the YMCA, the YWCA, and the community centers, and I'm going to tell them that I can make a difference in these individuals' lives. And when I committed to doing that, that was me stepping out on faith. You know, Dr. King said faith is taking the first step when you can't see the whole staircase. St. Augustine said faith is believing in what you do not see, and the result of that faith is seeing what you believe. I've heard it said that faith was finding answers in the heart beyond the reach of proof. In my heart, I knew I could help these young people. I didn't need the proof. And so I made the commitment. I started teaching at the community centers. I started teaching at the YWCA, and I started teaching at the YMCA. This was my testing ground for my gift. And here's what I discovered. That the people who told me that I could do it, the people who told me that when I talk to youth, I make an impact, the people who told me that they were drawn to me, I discovered that they were absolutely right. My program continued to grow every single time I offered it again. It grew and it grew and it grew. And what I did was I built the numbers up in the program, working for someone else. See, a lot of times people who want to start their own business or start their own venture think that they could just leave and just stop. I'm going to quit everything. I'm just going to go out there and do it. And you can. I don't necessarily recommend it. I recommend testing it out. There's nothing wrong with having employment. You can call it your dream funder. That this is the thing that's giving you the opportunity to fund your dream. For me, working at these different locations and teaching these children were the things that funded my opportunity to start my own martial arts school. And once I did it enough, I said, here's what I'm going to do. I left in place other instructors to teach over there, but I said, I'm going to go start my own business. I'm going to start my own program. And that's exactly what I did. And I'm proud to say that after 17 years, that the martial arts school is still going. Now, here's why that's important. Because without that leap of faith, without me stepping out there, without me understanding what my gifts were, I never would have taken that opportunity. I never would have stepped out there. And so the first thing you have to do is write down what it is that people tell you that you make an impact at in the lives of others. When you discover that, that allows you to put together the plan to build your wealth. Now, the second thing I want to tell you, that is that you can have more than one thing that you're great at. I remember being in the Gulf War in 1991, and one of the surgeons said to me, he said, Ruben, I think you have good hands. I was a surgical technologist, and I passed instruments to the doctors. And he said that, I think you have good hands, that I'm going to train you to assist us surgeons because there's only so many surgeons here. And I said, Doc, I would love to do that. And so I did it. Well, what it showed me was that there was another skill set that I could use to make an impact, and that I did not want to keep passing instruments for the doctors. I wanted to use the skills that I had learned to literally go back and start a new profession. And so I said, I'm going to do that. Now, I know it was far-fetched. I knew it was way out there. That's what I'm going to tell you. Sometimes when you think about what it is that you're good at or how you're going to make an impact, most of the people aren't going to see it. They're going to think it's crazy. When I told people, when I came back from the Gulf War, you know what I want to do? I want to start a surgical assistant company. I want to use the skills that I have to assist other surgeons. And they said, Ruben, you can do that. That's no problem. People do that all the time. You can go to PA school. That's a physician assistant. You can go to nurse practitioner school. Or you can even go to med school and become a doctor and assist other doctors. And I said, I get that. I know I can go to PA school. I know I can go to nurse practitioner school. And I know I can become a doctor. But that's not what I want to do. What I want to do is I want to start a new profession. I was in the state of Kansas. I want to start a new profession called surgical assisting. And I want it to be in the state of Kansas. And I want the doctors to be able to just call me, Ruben, we have a surgery today, and I want you to come help me. And they have the option then to leave their nurse practitioner in the office or their PA in the office, or to not use their partner. The partner could be seeing other patients. They would just use me. Now, when I told everybody about that, they thought I was crazy. And the reason I'm telling you is that a lot of times when you have this great, grand idea, everybody's not going to see it. There's going to be a lot of people who tell you why it won't work. And here's the thing. They're going to be very reasonable and rational reasons why what you're saying or wanting to do won't work. They're going to talk about the funding. They're going to talk about the education behind it. They're going to talk about who you're going to get to impact, who's going to participate with you, who's going to allow you to do it. They're going to ask all of those things. And here's the reason why they ask them. Because most of the people aren't being negative. They're not being naysayers. When I wanted to go after my dream, people asked me those very same questions. And I didn't think they were being negative. I thought they were being logical. I call it the 3 R's. They said be reasonable, be rational, and be realistic. Reasonable, rational, and realistic. And a lot of the people were in my family. And I didn't think they were trying to be mean. You know what I thought? Is I thought that they didn't want me to experience pain. They didn't want me to hurt. They didn't want me to have the pain of disappointment, to spend all this time and all these years trying this and it wouldn't work. And they would ask me things like, Ruben, what are you going to do? If you go through all this work, you go through all this studying, you're at the medical library, you do all of this stuff, what are you going to do if it doesn't work? And that was a real question. And if you're going to go after your gift, if you're going to apply your gift and operate in it, I guarantee you that you're going to get some of those same questions. But for me, that wasn't the point. For me, I had to take action. That I didn't have to know how everything was going to work out. And for you, you're not going to know how. It's not possible. Because there's some things that you don't see until you get in the process. I'll give you an example. If you've ever taken a long trip in your car or on the bus or even on the plane, you know that sometimes there's delays that you have to deal with. There might be a detour in the road after you've driven 100 miles. Well, here's the thing. You can't plan for that detour before you get on the road. You had no idea about it. You didn't know it was going to be there. And so most people waste their time trying to plan out every single detail. And then they get overwhelmed when the process didn't come out the way they wanted it to. And so there's certain things that you're not going to be able to see until you're in the process. I knew that. So I didn't try and figure it all out. You know what I did? I committed to taking action. Remember that success equation? One of the things that it said was you had to have the right associations and you had to take the right action. And so I just committed to taking the right action. I just got in the process. I understood that there was going to be some things that I would discover along the way. And there was. And you know what I discovered? I discovered something that Roosevelt said that really made sense to me. And it was in reference to all the people who told me why it wouldn't work and why I couldn't do it. And he said, it's not the critic who counts. is not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena. You, ladies and gentlemen, you are in the arena. And so you just have to pursue your goals. You just have to go after it. And so for me, I went after it. And here's what I discovered. That things showed up along the way that I had no idea. That those right associations that I talked about, I started meeting surgeons who said, wait a minute, this is a noble profession that you're moving into. That I would like this type of help. And if there's anything I can do to help you do it, let me know. There's people who said, Ruben, I'd like to sit down with you and talk to you about exactly how you could structure it from here forward. Listen to that, from here forward. They saw me in action and they said, I want to talk to you about how you can structure what you're doing from here forward. Now, why is that important? Because a lot of times we want help while we're sitting still. Let me say that again. A lot of times we want help while we're sitting still. I remember driving down the street and I saw this car. It was on the side of the road. And the guy had obviously ran out of gas. But he had his door open. He was trying to push the car. There was a fuel station right down the street. He was trying to push the car and steer the car. And guess what? He was doing it by himself. And here's the thing. The car wasn't moving. Like, he had full push. He was leaned into it. He was trying to push it. He was trying to force it. And the car wasn't moving. But here's a unique thing that happened. I said, wait a minute. He's never going to be able to push that car by himself. But something inside of me was moved by the fact that he was actually trying it. And I said, I'm going to help him. But before I could even get over there, another guy got there, and he was trying to help him. And then I got there, and we were both trying to help him. And the car actually started to move a little bit. Well, before we know it, probably 5, 6, 7, 8 people started pushing this car. And the guy who was originally trying to steer and push had to jump in the vehicle and steer. And now the vehicle was moving by the force of other people. See, there's a lesson in that. That when you put yourself out there, when you take on a task that is monumental, when you take on something that you can't even possibly do by yourself, and people see that you're committed to the process, it moves them into action to help you. For me, there was doctors who were moved. They said, Ruben, I'll help you. Anything you need me to do, I'll do it. Just let me know. Now, I want to give you the flip side of that. What if the guy was sitting in his car, the car still ran out of gas, sitting in his car, rolled down his window, and yelled to the people at the stoplight, come push my car. Hey, come push my car. You, come push my car. What do you think we would have said? Exactly. No way. We wouldn't have done it. But because we saw him putting in the work, even though it wasn't even possible for him to move this car, we were moved to come help him. You have to apply those same principles. That when you understand that there's something that you want, you just have to go after it. I heard a quote and it said, when one definitely commits oneself, then providence moves too. All sorts of things occur to help one that never otherwise would have occurred. A whole stream of events issues from the decision, raising in one's favor all manner of unforeseen incidents and meetings and material resources that no man could have dreamed would have come his way. For me, I never could have imagined all of the people that stepped out to help me in the surgical assistant profession. And so now, I have a surgical assistant textbook. You can look it up on Amazon. I have a 6-disc DVD series on surgical assisting. I have a patented suture and tying kit that I co-authored with several other individuals. And I got a plastic surgeon, board certified, to lecture on it for free, no cost, no charge. What did he say? All sorts of things occur that never would have otherwise have occurred. That no man could have dreamed would have come his way. I never could have imagined it. But here's why. Because I stepped out there. Now here's another thing. When I told you about the guy pushing the car, if he could push it by himself, in other words, had it been a bicycle, would anyone step out there to help him? No. Why? Because they're not needed. There's nothing that they can do. They can't step out. They can't step in to help. There's nowhere for them to reach around. There's no way for them to help. And so he would have done it by himself. The lesson for you is that when you go after your big dream, when you want to operate within your gift, whatever task you take on, whatever it is that you want to do, it has to be big enough for other people's skills and talents. The reason that the plastic surgeon helped me, because the project that I was taking on was big enough for his skills and talents. Had it not been big enough, he would not have helped. The reason that this guy got help from total strangers, because him pushing this car made room for other people's strengths. And he was successful. And so as you go after your 50 shades of wealth, as you go after your big dream, as you go to the point where you want to operate within your gift, you have to have something big enough for other people's skills and talents. Now, here's something I want to tell you. I told you that they asked me, Ruben, what are you going to do if you put in all of this work, if you study all of this material, you spend your time in the medical library, you talk to all these people, and you tell all these people that this is what you're going to do, this is what you're trying to do. What are you going to do if it doesn't work? Well, I guess we'll never know, right? Because it worked. I did it. And sometimes when you commit yourself, you don't even have to answer those questions. And for the naysayers who really didn't want me to succeed, I'm going to give you the words of Frank Sinatra. He said, the best revenge is massive success. And so here's the last thing I want to talk to you about, is that you have to understand that whenever you go after your wealth, whenever you're doing something that's going to build your wealth, and you're talking about operating within your gift, you have to remember this and write this down. Impact drives income. I'm going to say that one again. Impact drives income. When I talk to you about the fact that I started the martial arts school, what I really want you to understand is my goal was to make an impact in someone else's life. I told you that I wanted to help these kids. Notice that I never said anything about making money. I didn't say, hey, I wanted to make money. I said I wanted to impact their lives. I wanted to help these children. That I wanted to use the skills and talents that I had to make an impact. And impact drives income. How do we know that? Well, if you've ever been to a restaurant and they've done an outstanding job, they gave you great service, the food was delicious, it was the right atmosphere, they made you feel welcome, you went and told someone. I don't even have to ask you. You go tell someone. You say, hey, you know what? I went to this restaurant and it was amazing. The food was good. The service was great. It was great. You should go. What you did was drive their income. What they did was they made an impact. The exact same thing happened for me at my martial arts school. As I started working with youth after youth, they would get a benefit from being in my program. And their parents would go tell their associates, you've got to go check out his program. The children would tell their friends, you've got to come see this program. I would allow them to bring someone for free. You know why? Because I knew that if they were in my class, it would make an impact. And so I said, you're going to get a free coupon to bring someone in to attend class with you. And they would do it. And because I did that strategically every so often, it grew the business. And so after 17 years, it's still going on. When I had the surgical assistant idea, I wanted to make an impact. Notice I didn't say I want to come back and start making money as an assistant. No, I want to come back and work in this profession. I wanted to serve. That surgeons would be able to call me and say, Ruben, come help me. If I'm helping them, they're calling me because I am making an impact. And because I committed to making an impact, they committed to using me. That they would call me again after again after again each time I worked with them. And that's what you have to do. You have to commit to making an impact. Why? Because impact drives income. Whatever that service is you're thinking about, make sure it makes an impact. Whatever the product is you want to create, it has to make an impact. If you look at any person who is an entrepreneur, who has a business, if they wrote a book, if they have a training program, a coaching program, the only way they can keep getting clients is they have to make an impact. Now for me, in the surgical arena, I had a great idea. I said, when I go in and help these surgeons, when I go in and help these doctors, it's going to be so impactful that anytime I'm not with them, they're going to feel it. Listen to that. Anytime I'm not with them, they are going to feel it. So what I would do is when I went in, I would memorize all of the stuff that they needed. That if they wanted a certain radio station, I'd remember it and put it on there. If they wanted a platform built up, so the risers that they could stand on, I would get it for them. If they wanted certain instrumentation or suturing material, whatever it was, I wanted to make sure I had it ready and available so they could just walk in and we were ready to go. And then at the end of the procedure, I would close up. They could go talk to the family, help get everything turned over. When they came back, we were ready to go again. Why? I wanted to shave time off their cases. I wanted to make sure that they got to their office on time so that the patients in their office weren't waiting. Now, what happened was, when I was able to do that, the office staff loved me. Why? Because they got out on time. The surgeon wasn't delayed. They get to go home on time. But all because when I was in surgery, I was making an impact. And so here's the last principle I want to leave you with. Don't work to make your presence known. Work to make your absence felt. You want them to know that when you're not there, they feel it. There were surgeons I would work with and say, Ruben, hey, you know what? You were gone on vacation. Oh my goodness, was it hard? I missed you. There were certain things that you do that I had forgotten that you do. And so when I would get there, I would want these things done, and they would say, well, we don't ever do that. Ruben does that. And what was interesting is they would say, I never even knew you did it. See, I didn't go around telling everybody what I did. I didn't toot my own horn. I just made excellence my standard. Excellence. It was my standard. And I believe that all of us have the ability to generate and create wealth. How do you do it? You understand what you're good at. You understand that there's something that you have that people know about you, that when you do it, it makes an impact for other people. It makes an impact on their lives. That thing will help you generate revenue if you apply it in the success formula. Like I told you with 3 Feet from Gold. It's going to be your passion. You're going to have some actions. You're going to have the right association. You're going to have some faith. But when you take it based on the things that you're good at, what is inside of you, the things that you know you were meant to do, I believe you can make a great impact. And then that impact will drive your income. And then whenever you're making that impact, don't work to make your presence known. I want you to work to make your absence felt. I believe that you deserve wealth, and you deserve it abundantly. But you have to operate within your gift. I'm Ruben West, reminding you to live your best life. And do it now. Why? Because you only get one. Thank you.
You know, guys, Chris is in a dancing mood today.
That music was just, I should do the whipping and nay-nay.
I love Ruben, man. That's my boy right there.
Yeah, Ruben, that was
The
good
black
stuff.
belt
Did you all
speaker.
enjoy Ruben West?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Ruben-
If you
Ruben's
enjoyed
powerful.
Ruben West online, make sure that you put up some heart. No, that's on Periscope. I just learned about that, the heart will go up. But make sure that you are commenting, using hashtag 50 Shades and share it with others. And so I think all of our speakers have been really amazing. And we don't, this is an absolutely free event. And we just wanted to stop on August on a Saturday to bring you some information. And again, if it's one thing that you walk away with, then there's some value in your day. And that's what it's really all about. Whether you've already been in business, whether you're just starting and thinking about a business. I tell you, Barrett, I often, when I speak, I often talk about $300,000 is a magical number for me because that's how much money I lost. in running a business with no real education and knowledge about starting a business and just trying to kind of keep things going. And so if I knew then what I know today,
Oh, well, hey.
not only would I be
I think a lot of
$300,000
us would say
richer,
that.
but it would make a magical, change and a difference in my life. So that's why Barrett and I are so passionate about, bringing people together to educate and to teach you how to not make mistakes that we've made in our past. So.
And let me emphasize also that these speakers, they're doing this free of charge too. They're not charging us to come in. And keep in mind, these people make a great deal just to get on a stage.
Yeah.
Just
Nor
to get
are
on
they
a
paying,
Yeah, nor are they
not charging
paying.
you, nor they're paying us.
Right. So,
Yeah.
so just this information that you're getting, please take advantage of it. I
Absolutely.
think Shay Brown always says when you take notes for the first 2 weeks after the
Go back
event,
and Shay
go
always
back
says
every
that.
day for
We do
15
that.
minutes and just study those notes.
Yeah.
So it internalizes it so that it becomes a part of you. So we just encourage you all to do that. Also, once again, I want to emphasize to share this event. Go up top there. You see the buttons up there for you to share the event. And we want to emphasize, if you're at home there or if you're here in the studio audience, if you would like to showcase your business or advertise, we do have advertising available for you. If you want to find out about those advertising specials we have, you can text me at 301-326-9919, 301-326-9919. Those of you in the audience, you already have the sheet here, so you can just pull me aside and say, hey, I want to do that.
This is not just for today. I've had people connect with me and say, is this just for today because maybe I can't get my information to you, or it's already halfway, or we're not even halfway.
We're not halfway done.
But remember, this is a live stream link, and so we put this link out over and over.
It's going to be a replay.
So the replays, and so this is an opportunity not just to play on Saturday, August 29th, but ongoing.
Because we're going to be putting the replay up shortly after this event, so people will be able to watch it for
And they go watch-
a
they
couple of
watch it.
weeks.
They
For a
keep
couple of weeks,
watching.
because it will be taken down, and then it will become a product.
What's the product?
It's going to become a
That's
product.
when we're gonna charge.
That's when we're going to charge.
I like
So,
that. I like that.
So those of you getting it now, you're getting it now.
I like
so, and you can go $9.99 now to everybody else who wasn't here.
Yeah.
So, but we have a very special speaker coming
We
in.
do?
Oh, God. I love this woman. She
Yeah.
is so phenomenal to
Is
me.
she?
Yeah.
Awesome.
I call her the queen of credit,
Queen of credit.
the diva of debt reduction.
Oh, I like that one. I like that one. I like that one. Okay.
Yes, but I want to say my partner here is
Is that what
going
I'm
to
going to talk
become.
about today?
You tell me what you're going to be talking about today.
Well, Ken Rashawn said something about consistency. Did I hear him say about
He did, yeah, talk
consistency?
about consistency.
So I guess if I did not talk about credit, I wouldn't be walking in my consistency.
No,
That's
you
what
would
everybody
not.
knows me about. So I have some other talents and gifts, but that's the one that is making
You gonna
impact
play your
and
musical
changing
instrument?
live. So, huh?
You going to play the music?
I used to play the violin,
I
actually.
know you're going to play.
No,
You
not
said
today.
you had other talents. Don't y'all want to hear her?
No, no. Not today, not today. I'm gonna walk in my gift, in my passion, and in my purpose, and I'm gonna teach about how to check, change, and control.
Well, watch out there now.
Yep,
Well,
that's
everybody, give it up for Miss Chris Bridges
Yeah, yeah,
to
yeah.
the
So I just
stage.
walk on over
Let's
there?
walk on over there.
Oh, okay, very good. I don't have okay. So I've been co-hosting all day, and now I'm presenting. So am I in the right spot? The X. Oh, the X. Oh, oh, y'all know. Very good. I'm in the X. X marks the spot. All right, we're getting ready to get started. No, we're not.
They'd like you to come over here for a second.
Oh, okay. That's why we believe in flexibility.
That's what, yes, and that's why we have some people who are handling stuff that we couldn't handle.
Okay.
So,
So
we're
I'll
gonna,
go over to the X marks the
when
spot.
when they tell us
When they tell us to.
to. But I do want to emphasize. Well, while we're doing that, why don't we go over what some of these advertising things are?
Okay, let's do that real quick, and then I had something we could do.
Okay, real quickly. For only $25, if you guys would like to have us mention your business twice today, we will do that for only $25. A small fee.
Small fee. All right, for $50, another small fee. Right, if you're watching us online, you'll see that there's some advertising boxes. And if you'd like to put your business information in one of the smaller boxes, it's only going to be $50. And again, this is not just for today. This is when we run the replay. And then for just $25 more, you can actually put your marketing information in the larger box, right in the larger box, to be able to do that. Now, we've got a box that moves around and peels back and does all kind of things. Does it jump up and down and spin around?
Doesn't do all
Okay.
that.
All right. Well, it looks like it's pretty interactive. So that's only $100 to
Right.
put your ad in,
Right.
in that one. And then Barrett, share about the last two things.
For $150, you get to come up on stage
Oh,
and
cool.
talk about your business
And stand in the X.
and stand on the
X
X.
marks the spot.
For 30 seconds, you get to talk about your business and let everybody all around the World Wide Web see what you do and hear what you do. And for only $250, we will here in the studio produce a professional commercial for you. That's yours. That's your commercial.
We have a couple of those we're going to play a little bit later.
Yes,
so
we
they
are.
can-
Yes,
yeah,
we are.
So you'll see it.
And then you said you had something on. Do you want to do it now? You want to do it after you?
No, I actually I like to do engagement. So the people that are online, if you've picked up one nugget today, make sure that you go out on our Facebook page, 50 Shades of Wealth, and put the information that you've learned. But maybe some people here in the audience, if there's anything that you've learned, we'd love to hear. Just give me one nugget and just shout it out.
All right. All right.
Don't be shy.
Well, once again, guys.
You don't have to come up. Wait, no, I think we're about to get something. You don't have to come up. We just want to hear.
What I'm getting from it is that you have to be consistent and write down those goals, look at them every day. And with the lady, the first speaker, Cheryl, when she talked about, I do the same thing in the morning. I get up and I meditate and I review, what can I do better today that I didn't do yesterday?
All right, very good. So one of the things that we heard, and it was also spoken from Cheryl Wood this morning, Cheryl talked about speaking to yourself, and she had the pom-poms and everything else, and she talked about meditating, kind of going back over positive thoughts, positive affirmations for yourself, and then being consistent. So that's fantastic. That's exactly the things that we want you to walk away with, and being consistent. So we talked about the note-taking as well, because I am not going to have a PowerPoint presentation, because I want you to focus on what I say out of my mouth and write it down on your own notes. So I'm getting ready to, again, share with you, and so time to take out some notes.
All right.
Ready?
You're ready.
X marks the spot.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Bridges.
Yay.
Yay.
Yay. Okay.
It's all about Chris.
Very good. All right, am I ready, guys? All right, very good, very good. Well, again, thank you all so much for being a part of 50 Shades of Wealth, this business of money, and my co-host and partner, Barrett Matthews. We do this every year, twice a year, and it's getting interesting. This is the first time that we've actually been in a studio, so it's a little different for us. We've been in other facilities in the past, but we're so excited, and we know that over the years, our online media or our online audience continues to grow, but we thank you all so much for being with us. It's nothing like actually seeing people and talking to people as well online. So again, my name is Chris Bridges, and my company is Credit with Chris. And what I do every day is wake up and find out how I can continue to impact generations by teaching and empowering people to live their very best life with good credit. So listen, you've already heard this morning about affirmations, and Ruben's talked, and Jasmine has spoken, and Ken Roshan talked about abundance, and of course Shay Brown has talked about sales. Everybody, if you have a business, you're in sales. So mastering the power of sales, and all of that is wonderful. You're going to hear a little bit later this afternoon from other speakers that are going to share with you about how to take your business to another level. But I want to talk to you about your money, because at the end of the day, all of those things are great. I speak to a lot of people. I've actually spoken to some millionaires who the flow of money is not really an issue, but how they are able to leverage and use their money is an issue, because they have not been able or have not taken the time to actually make sure that their foundation is right. And when I say the foundation, y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Your credit. So today I'm going to talk about how to check, change, and control. I don't believe that our credit is like breathing air. Now, money to me is like air. Just like we need air to survive. And you can try this if you want to. If you don't think that you need money to survive, then just give me all you got. Okay? You give me all you got, and you tell me how you're surviving. What's it like, right? It's like oxygen, exactly. Credit is not necessarily like oxygen, because you can live without having good credit, but you won't live the abundant, the best life that you can if your credit is challenged. And so that's what we want to talk about today. But one of the things I often, when I speak and when I teach people about credit, I talk about this swagger. And you all know there's a difference between a good swagger and a pimp, right? Back in the day, the guys always tried to pimp. Well, a swagger to me, when someone walks and acts with a confidence, that's what a swagger is to me. It's a confidence. It's kind of knowing your position, knowing where you are. And so nothing can kind of shake you. You're flat-footed. You've got this swagger about you, right? It's really cool. It's quite sexy, too. Now, a pimp to me is when you are faking it. Someone, if you think about someone's walking with a pimp, it's like, what's wrong with their leg? They got something going on, right? It's a pimp. They're actually faking it because they want to look like something that they really aren't. They want to act like somebody that they really aren't. That's the two differences. So today I want to talk about how to get your credit swagger on, not your credit pimp. Because if I did a survey of those of you who are online and those of you in the room, I'm not going to do it. Don't worry. Take a deep breath. Relax. I'm not going to ask you to call out your credit score or post it up on Facebook. That's your personal business. Our credit does not define who we are, okay? So it doesn't define who we are. But if I were to do that, even the people who look the best, right, on the outside, we always look good. You know, we go out. Usually when I speak, especially in a room full of women, I hate to pick on our women, but y'all know how we are, right? We look good from head to toe. I didn't even get my nails done. I didn't even get a chance. And I was like, oh, man, I should have done that. But I didn't, and that's not really part of this talk. It's just one of those things. But you know what I mean, right? So we look good on the outside, but on the inside, we're jacked up. And I've been doing this long enough that I know that that is predominantly most of the Americans, right? Because actually, if you think about it, the people who have a lot of money don't buy new cars. People who flow in wealth, they don't look like it on the outside. Look and think about people. Think about, you know, with Steve Jobs, when he used to speak, he would wear like polos a lot. Think about, you know, the guy who owns Facebook, and a lot of people, you know, people who are wealthy that we see on TV. They don't actually drip and look wealthy, but they are. Somehow or another, when we are broke, we look wealthy. It just doesn't seem to go together, right? But certainly when our finances are all jacked up, we tend to look good on the outside. So what do we want to do? And what I wanted to do today is stop by real quick. Nothing fancy. I mean, you see me here on the screen. No PowerPoint. Just focus on what I have to share with you, because I stopped by again to tell you how to make sure that you learn how to check, change, and control your credit. So how do we do that? Let's start by checking. What do I mean by checking? I'm looking out into the audience. There are some beautiful people here. I know you all online. I don't think I see any ostriches. Are there any ostriches in the room? If you're an ostrich, put your hands up. Right, so there's no ostriches in the room. There are just beautiful human beings and people. But why do we act like an ostrich? You know what ostriches do? They kind of put their heads down. They hide themselves. Have you ever seen an image with an ostrich with his head in the sand? So when it comes to talking about our money and our credit, we tend to not want to deal with it. We don't want to look at it. We don't want to face it. It's like dieting, right? You don't want to get on the scale. I've been to the doctor a lot, and if you follow me, you know I've had some health challenges, but bless God, I'm still here. But here's the thing. When I go to the doctor, they say, Miss Bridges, can you get on the scale? And you're like, what can I take off? Here's my purse, you know. Let me take off all my shoes, my jacket. I'm about stripped down in the doctor's office because I don't want to get on the scale, because I don't want to see what it says. It's the same thing when it comes to our credit. We don't want to look at it. We don't want to pull it up. You know, now we've got an 800 plus credit score. We're showing it everywhere. We're laying it around. You want everybody to see. You know, you're dropping it in conversations like, yep, I had eggs and bacon this morning, and I have an 800 credit score. You know, you're just kind of throwing it out there. But when your credit is a little challenged, you don't want anybody to know about it. You tend to hide it. You don't want to focus on it. And I have also, you know, come to realize, even for myself, when there's some area in my life that I'm not really comfortable with, I avoid it. So avoidance is because you're actually acting in fear. It's not because you avoid it because maybe you just, you know you should deal with it, but it's that fear. And so when you're fearful about something, you tend to avoid it. So again, I'm not going to ask you to throw out your credit score or anything like that, but I want you to know that checking where you are is very, very important. Jasmine O'Day today talked about a navigation system, right? She talked about the car and all of the things that you do when you're driving. A lot of people look at me as a credit navigation system because I help people to understand where you are and where you want to go. I recently had to buy a car, and the first thing I said, I don't care about a sunroof, but I need a navigation system, right? Because I need to know where I'm going. I don't need to be looking outside because the sunroofs make you hot like I am right now, and all these lights making me hot. Sunroofs make you hot. But I said I need a navigation system. And so when it comes to your credit, you need to know where you are so you can figure out where you're going to go. So the first things we want to do is we want to check it, right? And before you check your credit score, I want to encourage you to think about the motivation first. So a lot of people will say to me, Chris, I need to come to you because I need to have good credit. Well, why? Why do you want to have good credit? What is important about it? Because if you just think, I want to have good credit because my girlfriend got good credit, my mama said I need to have good credit, and you don't have a why that's really deep down inside of you, then as soon as, you know, the new latest fashion or the new purse or those new shoes, as soon as something comes out, you're going to get off of your plan because you're not going to be as really committed to having good credit, right? So when you have that why in it, maybe it's your children. I'm a grandma. Maybe it's my granddaughter. I want to make sure that I leave a legacy. I want to make sure that that credit allows me to leverage and use somebody else's money to gain wealth, right? So when you have that why, you'll stay on your plan. So the first thing is figure out your why. Why is good credit important to you? And then go figure out where you are, right? So by now everybody knows that there's a law that was passed and President Bush was in office that said we have the right to look at our credit report. If you have not looked at your credit report lately, I would encourage you to go to 2 websites. Yes, I said 2. One would be annualcreditreport.com. This is a good note-taking moment. Write it down if you've not heard, because if you write the word free in any website, you will not get it free. I want you to go to annualcreditreport.com, and I want you to go out there and get your free credit report from all 3 bureaus. Now, once you've gotten your credit report, because you can't go get it again for the next 12 months unless you pull out your credit card. You only get it free for the first, every 12 months you get a free one. But then once you get that, once you start to restore, we're going to come back and I'm going to tell you another place that I want you to go for ongoing maintenance. So right now when we're in the checking category, check and find out where you are. Again, we don't want the credit pimp, we want the credit swagger. So once you know where you are, then you can find out where you got to go, right? So the next place we're going to talk about is change. So if you've checked your credit report and you've looked at your credit profile and you're not able to reach your goal. Maybe you want to buy a home, which is, I probably say 98% of people who want, who contact me, who want to improve their credit because they want to buy a house. Well, I'm here to tell you can actually buy a house with bad credit. I don't know if anybody's told you that. The loan officer probably won't tell you that. The bank's not going to tell you that. But you don't need great credit to buy a house. You could buy a house today with 640 down to 580. And on any scale, that is not great credit. So you could buy a house with bad credit. So if you want to improve your credit score to reach whatever goal that is, again, maybe you want to purchase a home, maybe you want to get a car, not have to be in double digits in your interest rates. Maybe you want to get the job or keep the job because you have if you have a security clearance, it's very important to have good credit. Maybe you want to lower the cost that you're paying in your premiums on your insurance. It's not based on the car you drive or where you live, it's also based on your credit score. So maybe there's some things that you want to do, again, back to the basics. Maybe you want to just learn how to build wealth using someone else's money and leveraging your credit. So if you're at a place that now you've checked it and now you want to learn now you want to change it, that's what we're talking about, changing it. Well, there's a few things that you need to do. First of all, you want to figure out how does the credit system work? Now, I can't break it all down. I don't have that kind of time. Barry didn't give me 3 hours to actually tell you all about the credit system. But I want you to know that there are some very basic things that you need to do or you can do to improve your credit. And the first thing when you're looking to change it is know that it can be changed, right? A lot of people come to me and say, Chris, I've got bad credit. I'm going to have bad credit for the rest of my life. And I say, no, no, no. That is from the pit of hell. You do not. You need to first understand where you are, what's specific and unique about your credit profile, and then let's figure out a game plan on how to change it. But you got to know that you can change it. It might be something as simple as paying a bill and know that it's not like this magical thing. Sometimes we just got to pay our debts, right? Sometimes we got to pay some things. Sometimes we've got to open up the right type of credit. It does matter what you have. If you're focusing and you're cash and carry only and all you're doing is paying cash for everything and you have no credit established, then you may need to open up some credit. That's one of the strategies I use is very, very basic, and it works a lot of the times. So most of the times it's a matter of knowing what to do. So you might need to, again, pay something down. You might need to open up established credit. You might even need to dispute. Did you know that by law you have the right to dispute negative information on your credit report? Now, it does matter who you're working with to do this, and you may be able to even do it yourself. A lot of people think you got to pay for what is known as credit repair. Right? And know that if anybody tells you that they're going to completely change your credit profile in 30 days when you deposit $5,000 in cash in their bank account and his name is Ray, that might not be the best strategy, right? So a lot of times, if something sounds too good, it probably is too good. So you need to make sure that you know exactly kind of who you're working with when you engage or invite somebody to help you. So when it comes to changing your credit, you first need to understand, again, once you check it, you need to know what's happening with my profile and what do I need to change and how do I change it. And I'm going to come back and put a pause there. So let's talk about controlling it. If you understand how the credit system works, there's actually a scale. So your credit is anywhere between 350 and an 850 depending on the scale. And again, I'm not here to necessarily break down all about that because I invite you to engage with me after for a free assessment where I'm going to be able to work with you one-on-one and teach you about what you need to do. But I just want you to understand the basics. Barrett just asked me to drop by and drop a few little nuggets with you. So once you have checked your credit, you've learned how to change your credit, then you need to also learn how to control it. And how do you control good credit? First of all, maybe change some of your habits, right? So in order for you to, once you've improved your credit, you've got it there, then maybe this is the time that you've got to think and focus on your wants and not your needs. Credit is affected by our ability to pay. So when we get some control over our money and our cash flow and our finances, it helps us to better pay our bills, right? I mean, most people don't just go out and charge something with no intention on paying it back. It's usually we can't pay it back because something has happened or we've made some decisions and not managed our money really well. So when you're controlling your credit, it's really all about managing and controlling your finances at the end of the day. So it's really what you want to do is you want to focus on, what are the things that I need to pay that are on that credit report? What are the things that are also out there that I may be able to, pay a little bit later because they're not directly affecting my credit report? So controlling your credit, managing your finances, it all kind of goes together. Let's go back to that change. You all getting this so far?
Yes.
Okay, you're getting it so far. Okay, let's go back to when I talked about changing, and I want to break down a few things so you can write this down. And I shared with you about the FICO model. I want to break it down for you because I think that might be very helpful. There are 5 particular areas that affect your credit. So when you're changing, maybe you need to improve your score to, again, achieve whatever the goal that you want to achieve. Let's break these 5 things down real quick. The first factor is the largest, actually. And a lot of people are surprised. If you miss a payment, you're wondering, why did your credit score drop so much? Well, 35% of your credit is based on payment history. Simply put, did you pay a bill on time? So if you miss a payment on an account that's reported on the credit report, that's 35% of your score that you've just lost. All right, the next component is 30%, which is balance owed or amount owed. What does that mean, Chris? Let's think about your credit cards. I want everybody to mentally think right now about your credit cards. If you've got a credit card and the limit is, say, $1,000, a great healthy credit card, you've never missed a payment, been paying it on time. However, you just, bought a new appliance or something like that, and now you've charged up to about $500. Well, you are over the limit when it comes to credit because you charged over $300. Anything over 30% of the limit starts to negatively affect your score. All right, so think about your credit cards and think about what it is that the balances that you're carrying. So again, if you're carrying more than a 30%, the balance over the limit, then you're negatively affecting your score. Huge. So every credit card needs to be below 30% of the score. Now don't worry, take a deep breath. If you can just get your balance to below 50% and then work your way to below 40%. But this is a huge component. I spend a lot of time just making sure my clients understand this. And this particular factor doesn't matter how good your score is. So you could be above a 700 and drop because you've overextended your credit cards. Now the terms and conditions on the credit card statements are not going to tell you this. The credit card company is not going to tell you this. So you only get it from me right here on 50 Shades. You need to keep your balances below 30%. Another tip for you to do that is make sure that you pay your credit card balances at the beginning of the reporting cycle. I told y'all I'm going to give you a lot of information. Tips, write them down. And if you're following on social media, write this down. Make sure that your credit card balances are paid on, or your payments are made at the beginning of the statement. Everybody knows you either get an email or you get a notice when you get your credit card statement. It is due later, usually sometimes maybe 30 days or 29 days. I want you to make your payments earlier in the cycle. The reason you want to do that is because credit card balances have an interest rate that is average daily balance. So if you pay your credit cards down or make a payment on it earlier in the cycle, you cut out your balance. I just got some aha eyes online, right? Live here. So there's some ahas. So what you want to do is you want to get those balances paid down a little bit faster. You want to just shift how and when you pay them. Okay? Pay them a little bit earlier in the cycle, hopefully within the first couple of days of when your cycle has opened. Pay your credit card balances, make your payment, and then you'll pay those balances down. Got it? All right. The next largest component of how your credit is calculated is 15% is history. Not payment history, but age or account history. How long have you had credit established? So if you're a young adult, Get it started now. Don't wait until you're 40 to try to establish credit because everybody told you should be cash and carry, right? We want to get that swagger, not the pimp. So I want you to start establishing credit earlier, as soon as you can. Now, for those of you like me knocking on 50 in March, you know, maybe if I need to reestablish or establish credit, let me tell you another tip that you need to do. So if you know a young adult or an older adult, seasoned like me, who needs to maybe restore and change and get my credit back on track, an authorized user is another powerful strategy. What does that mean? You are borrowing someone else's. So I told you 15% is history. You have to write this down if you're online. This is some information I give away for charge. So an authorized user is when you go to someone who has a good positive account and you ask them to add you on. Now, if you're thinking, I don't know anybody that has good credit, I can't think of anybody that I can add that will add me on as an authorized user, nobody has a credit card that is in good standing, then I'm going to tell you one of two things. First of all, keep thinking, keep looking, and then number two, though, find another circle of friends. Because something's wrong. You need to find somebody. I don't care if everything else around there on their credit report is jacked up. Somebody you know should have one positive credit card. And if they don't, we need to find another circle of family or friends. I know you can't change your family, but you need to find some more friends, okay? So an authorized user, if you contact someone and say, hey, can you add me on to your positive Visa, Master, Sears, Montgomery Wards, I don't care what they have. And you better tell them up front that they don't actually need to give you the card. Because y'all know, like my people, you know, you may be like, I'm not giving her the card. Her credit's jacked up. I'm not going to have her add on to mine, right? So you want to make sure that you let them know, I don't need your card. I don't actually physically need to take that card away. I just want you to add me on as an authorized user. Y'all got that? You got that? Very, very powerful. Immediately what happens as soon as that card is reported, you just got their history. So that history is 15%. And if they're managing their credit right, they've been listening to me, then you just got another potentially 30% more potential points because they've reduced their balances. Y'all got that? All right, the next 10% is inquiries. So don't run around and apply for a bunch of stuff. Your credit score is under 400. This is not the time to try to get the pink and blue sparkly American Express card. No, we want to stay where we are. Play with the people in the sandbox who we're going to get approved by. Or you want to go and get cards that don't have any type of inquiries, and they do exist, by the way. If you're listening to me and you're saying, okay, people always say I need a new credit card, but I don't know where to go, and everybody denies me. Well, stop applying and contact me, because that means you don't know where to go to open up new credit based on, regardless, I should say, of where your credit score is. So if you're listening to me, and I don't care where you live, if you're in the DMV or around, as long as you're in the United States with a Social Security number, I want you to contact me. There are some resources that will be happy to give you an establishment of credit. So inquiries, when you apply for something, you run around and apply for things, that is a hard inquiry and affects your score 10%. 10%. I've seen an inquiry affect someone's score by 40 points. So don't sleep on that. Now you can look at your own credit as often as you want, and it's no inquiry. That's called a soft inquiry, okay? No negative hit. So when you go online to places like annualcreditreport.com, and I told you I was going to share another site with you, which is Credit Karma. A lot of people have heard about Credit Karma. I'm going to be the first to tell you right now, Credit Karma is free, and use it for what it is there for. It is a great source to just track and see the content of what's going on. Do not use Credit Karma as your credit Bible. It is free to us, which means somebody's paying for it. It's a very highly sponsored site. So all of those little advertisements that come on and say your credit score is X, we think you should file bankruptcy, we think you should apply for this card, be mindful. Those are sponsors. And if my name is not Chris Bridges, I believe some of it on there drives you to those particular sponsors because they want you to pay. Remember, anything that is free is really not free. So be mindful about that. But use Credit Karma for what it is. Credit Karma is a great source to, once you've gotten your reports from annualcreditreport.com, Credit Karma is a great place to just kind of continue to monitor and see where you are, all right? So again, you can look at your credit report from any of those places, and it is free of charge. The last factor that I want you to consider is also type of credit. That's another 10%. What do I mean by that? Again, if you've cash and carry only, you got a student loan that's on deferment, you're wondering why your score is not moving, it's because you don't have the right diversity of credit. In order to establish and build your credit, you actually have to owe somebody, and you've got to owe someone the right type of credit, and then you've got to manage it right. So it's all of these moving parts. So if you don't have a diversity of credit, then that could be impacting your score by 10% as well. All right, so we got all that. So the FICO model, this is how your score is calculated, generally speaking. 35% is how you've paid your debts. This is also late payments, collections, all of those things that affect your score. 30% is how you're managing your balances. You want to make sure you're managing your balances correctly. And then 15% is length of credit. I told you, get out there and establish credit. That authorized user is a great strategy for young adults. I've done this for my 2 grown sons. Helped them. My son is on his 2nd house now. His credit score is higher than probably everybody in the room. What you want to do is just establish that credit early, okay? And then those other 10% is type of credit and inquiry. So when you've looked at it, you understand how the FICO model works. You understand what is important to, control or to change your credit score. Then again, you want to get into that maintenance. Credit does not define who you are. Again, it does not say who you are. We said that it is up there with oxygen, though, just like money is. But what you want to do is make sure that you partner with someone to help you to understand exactly how to go from point A to point B. What we do with Credit with Chris, I'm a credit coach. So I help to be that navigation system to take my clients to where they are today, to where they want to be beyond their short, all the way to their long-term goals. So if you'd like to find out where you are, where is your credit today, what do you need to check, and how are you going to learn how to change and ultimately be able to control your credit and your finances, I want you to go out to my website right now, and I think it should be up behind me. Go to goodcreditwithchris.com. Go to goodcreditwithchris.com. Register for your free assessment with me. It's all about giving today. I want to speak with you. Let me find out where you are and how I can help you get you to where you be. Even if you've got great credit, you want to also reach out to me so that I can teach you how to maintain that good credit so that you can continue to live the best life that you can live. Hey, you guys, it's been a lot of fun. I just wanted to drop some nuggets in with you. Again, make sure that going out there and check. You're not ostriches. Figure out where you are, and then let me help you to get you where you need to be in order to live the very best life that you can with great credit. Barrett, I got to come back over on that side?
Come on over here, Chris.
All right. I'll
Come on over. You have some giveaways? Okay.
You saw me slide them over here.
She has some books she's going to give away to people. Chris, I think we have a lot of people interested in what you're saying. Facebook is buzzing.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's buzzing on what you just said, so we get a lot of good comments about it. I think the audience got a lot of it too. Is that right?
Yeah, just us.
That's good, so we can get some good credit going on here.
Yeah.
Did you say get your 800 back?
Get your 850 back, right?
$850.
But one of the things I wanted to share as well, those of you who know me, again, I'm passionate about changing lives, and we do that every day. I really have the honor of doing it every day. And one of the things that I've done is just kind of written down some of these strategies and tips in the books. The most recent book is called Credit in Bankruptcy, Rebuilding After the Financial Storm. I'm probably one of the few, credit experts that actually encourage people when the time is right to file bankruptcy. But you can't just encourage people to file bankruptcy. Bankruptcy is a jump starter financially. But I actually walk you through exactly the pros and cons, the beginning and the end of filing bankruptcy, to know how you can rebuild your credit faster after a bankruptcy. So it's one thing, again, to tell people to go do it. I actually encourage and empower you to take the next steps after. So if you're interested in getting this book, I'm going to give it to somebody that's here in the room today. But if you're interested in getting a copy of this book, because you all know, we know, everybody knows somebody that is either filed bankruptcy, in the middle of bankruptcy, have come out of it, or have thought really serious about it, right? And so we all know someone. So I had to write a very quick read, easy book about encouraging you to do that. And then Barrett, I wrote this book first about credit and co-signing. All y'all know, somebody either co-signed for you or you co-signed for somebody else. But what I wanted to do, I write these books. I've written a couple of other ones, like He Jacked Up My Credit.
Yes, that's
I
my
write
favorite.
I know, everybody likes that. I write these books so that you can know how does credit impact everyday living, right? Because we all have had some financial impact just from living. Right? I mean, like I said, I'm almost 50, and I could take up the whole day talking about pros and cons, ups and downs of my life as it relates to finances and credit. So this book, too, Credit and Co-Signing, all of these books are on my website. Going out there, creditwithchris.com, register to talk with me at no cost. And I'm going to stop talking because I'm going to talk some more.
I think you've mentioned like 3 times that you're turning 50 next year.
You think I'm having a complex about it?
I think you're either having a complex, or you're very, very proud, or you're inviting us to a party, one or the other.
I'm actually thinking about the party. You turning 50? Oh, you look good too. Yeah, yeah,
I already
yeah.
turned it, so.
I didn't. I think I haven't. I don't do parties. Like I really birthdays just kind of come and go. But I think maybe I am. I think I'm.
Well,
gonna
I think you
plan
should, because I
something.
heard your basement looks really good for a party, so. Yeah.
I live in Montana. Come on out to Montana to my birthday party.
Oh,
No,
God,
I know,
that's
I'm
so
super
funny.
excited. Super excited.
That's
All right, who
funny.
do we have next, Bear? All right, thank you guys for your attention. I appreciate it.
Our next speaker, I just love these speakers because they're all really, really good. Because, like, you know, it's not too often that you get to hear from an actual millionaire. It's
Oh,
not
yeah,
too
yeah.
often. that
Oh,
you-
I know who's coming.
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
who's coming. I'm excited.
And this man, he's written three books. And I didn't realize until someone pointed out that the title of his books rhyme.
Oh.
He had one called From the Trash Man to the Cash Man.
Yeah.
He had one called Click and Order for brick and mortar.
Okay.
And he had one for a network marketing called Line 'em Up and Sign 'em Up. And I said to him, I said, someone said, did you know you were a poet? And he said, I didn't mean for it to be that way.
Oh,
It just,
funny.
it just happened.
That's funny. But when you hear him speak, he actually is very, very eloquent. so I
he's
can
very
see why
eloquent,
his
yeah.
books.
Well, he actually does some poetry,
Yeah.
too.
They don't know who we're talking about, though.
No, they don't. They don't.
know.
That's
have
why I
no
wanted
idea.
to surprise them
Oh,
with it
they
a
have
little
no
bit.
idea.
But he's actually one of my coaches as well. Brilliant, man. Brilliant. And he knows some strategies on wealth building, and he is definitely more than willing to teach you. So I guess we should just go
Get
to
out of
him.
the way.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Myron Golden.
Hi, my name is Myron Golden, and I'm going to teach you on this video how to create any result you want in your life. And when I say any result, I'm talking about any result. I'm talking about financial results, I'm talking about relationship results, I'm talking about business results, any kind of result you can think of. I'm going to show you how to apply this principle that is the law of manifestation, if you will, to your life so you can manifest anything you want in your life. Now, when I talk about manifestation, I'm talking about one word. I'm talking about producing results. I'm talking about producing results. And not just any results. I'm talking about producing the results you want, and I'm talking about producing them in a relatively short period of time. So you think about the kind of results you want, especially if you want to apply this to business. We're going to knock it right out of the park for you, because when you think about it, the only thing anybody ever pays money for in life, the only thing any human being is ever willing to pay money for, is for a result. And if you're a dentist, people don't pay you because you're a dentist. They pay you for the result of making their teeth clean, or for the result of making their teeth stop hurting. People pay for a result they want. So if you're taking notes, that'd be a good note to write down. And if you want to create more money in your life, then what you've got to do is you've got to figure out a way to deliver more value to people in the form of results. And if you could deliver more value to people in the form of results, then people will be happy to give you as much money as you desire to make, provided that the results are worth it. Now, here's what you have to understand. When we talk about money, and a lot of people act like they don't like money, and they don't want to think about money, they don't want to talk about money. But think about this. The average person in America that works, they spend most of their waking life working in exchange for money. So to say that you don't really care about money is really a misnomer, because literally most people spend most of their life going after the money. But when you wake up to the idea and become aware of the idea that time is greater than money, then what you'll do is, instead of trading time for money, you'll exchange as much money as necessary to get back the rest of your time. And really, this is the formula. Time is not money. Time is greater than money. And if we understand that, then we'll really focus on creating the kind of results we want in our life by going out, instead of exchanging this for this, we'll exchange this for this. But in order to go out and exchange money to buy back your time, you got to first have some money. So the question is, where are you going to get this money? Where are you going to get the money, all the money that you want to pay for your children's education, to have a great retirement, to buy the house of your dreams, to drive the car of your dreams, to be able to help the family members and the friends you want to help, and to be able to contribute to the charities you want to contribute to? Where are you going to get that money? I think that's a great question. Where are you going to get that money? So I'm going to tell you where the money is at. And this money, all the money that you want right now, all the money you want right now that you don't have. So this is money you want, but you don't have it. All of the money that you want right now and you don't have, it's in somebody else's pocket. So somebody has the money. Now here's what I found out. I found out if you will give people value in the form of results they want, they will give you money in exchange for that. So I like to call this concept of value exchange. In other words, people will only pay you. See, if you're in the market looking to make more money, then what's valuable to you at that particular moment is the money. But sometimes there are things that are more valuable to us than money. For instance, when our car is running on fumes, we go to the gas station, gas is more important than money. When our body's running low on fuel and we're hungry, then we spend money for food because the food's more important than the money. Well, at any given time, there are millions of people all around you in your local area and places all around the world that have a desire in their life for a result or for value in the form of a result, and that result they want is a greater desire for them than the money they have, and they're willing to exchange the money they have for that result. So what you want to do is you want to become a value-added proposition who produces results that other people want, and then they give you money. Now, if value is the thing that people really want, they want value in the form of results, if that's really what they're after, and they are, and you go out and give them that value in the form of results, they'll happily give you money. Now, I want you to understand, there are 4 levels of value creation. There's 4 levels of value. And let's say this star, and I used to know how to draw a star, so let's say, so let's say that this star represents the result you want. This is your result. This is your result. This is money. Let's say it's money. Let's say it's retirement. Let's say it's money for retirement. Let's say it's money for your kids' college. Let's say it's money for your dream home. Money for whatever. Money for the lifestyle that you desire right now while you're still working. This result that you want is, you want this result manifested. So you want to manifest a result. Now, don't let that word scare you, because the word manifest literally means to make it show up in your hand. That's what the word actually means. It has the idea, if you can imagine this with me, it has the idea of reaching through the curtain that separates the visible world from the invisible world, and then grabbing something and bringing it back into the physical. So the manifestation is the ability to take something that only exists right now in the invisible realm and bring it back and make it show up in your hand in the physical world. By the way, everything that gets here through manifestation. This flip chart was once nothing more than an idea in somebody's head, which means it only existed in the invisible world, and somebody created a process that made this show up in their hand. And then they sold it to me, and now it showed up in my hand. So it doesn't matter whether we're talking about the camera that I'm using to shoot this video, or whether we're talking about this marker, the easel, the flip chart. It doesn't matter. Everything that was once just an idea in somebody's mind, which means it existed in the invisible realm first before it showed up in the physical realm, which is what manifestation is. Okay, you got that. So we're going to manifest your result. And the only way for you to manifest your result is for you to produce value and deliver that value to the marketplace. Now, what I want you to understand is there are 4 levels of value. This is the highest level of value is right here. The second highest level of value is right here. The third highest level of value is right here. And then the lowest level of value is right here. And what we have to do, if we're not making much money right now, if we're not producing much money, the reason we're not producing much money in our lives is because as we're delivering this value into the marketplace in the form of results, we are delivering it down here at the lowest possible level. And what I'm going to show you how to do in this video, I'm going to show you how to, instead of just delivering value down here, I'm going to show you how to move up to here. Then I'm going to show you how to go from here, because this is you right now. If you're broke, you live right here. I'm going to show you how to go from here to here to here to here. And then once you get here, you can produce, you've got your result. That's called manifestation. Now, so this lowest level of value, if you're taking notes, the lowest level of value is what I call implementation. 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 Implementation is the lowest level of value. And if you're delivering value in the form of implementation right now, you are broke because you are delivering value at the lowest level, therefore you get the least amount of pay. I'm not saying that implementation is not important, and I'm not saying that Myron has decided that implementation is the lowest form of value. We as a global society, human beings all over the world have agreed, whether they know it or not, we've all agreed that implementation is the lowest form of value. And what I mean by that is the people who are the implementers of a thing are the people who get paid the least amount of money for it because it's the thing we value the least. So I think you can see clearly that implementation is by far the lowest level of value. And like I said, it's not because I say so, but it's because we as a global society have agreed that implementation is the lowest level of value. Let me give you a couple of examples. If you go into a restaurant, the person that owns the restaurant is not washing the dishes. The person washing the dishes performs the implementation of making sure the dishes are clean, and none of us want to eat at a restaurant with dirty dishes, but that person makes the least amount of money. The person who is cooking the food makes less than the owner. The person who's waiting on the table makes less than the owner, because implementation is the lowest form of value. I live in a community here in Florida, and the name of my lawn care company that takes care of my lawn is Mowen by Bowen, and the guy that owns it, his name is Chris Bowen, and Chris owns a company because his last name is Bowen. It's Mowen, M-O-W''N by Bowen, B-O-W-N. Well, the interesting thing about Mowen by Bowen is the fact that Bowen doesn't do any of the mowing. In fact, the only time I've ever seen Chris Bowen was when he came to my house and talked to me about selling me the service. But what Chris Bowen does, he's a smart enough businessman to know that if he wants to make money as a lawn care guy, he's not going to make money as a lawn care guy cutting my grass. He's going to make money as a lawn care guy getting agreements or contracts with individuals that own houses and properties and paying somebody else a little bit of the money he brings in order for him to have a successful business where he can multiply his income, what we call scaling in business. He can scale his business because he has people who can implement the task that his business is about. So Chris understands the fact that implementation is the lowest form of value. In fact, the guys that work for Chris probably work for $12, $15 an hour. And he's got 4 guys that come by and knock out my grass and my neighbor's grass and a couple of neighbors across the street. And on my street alone, they may do 6 or 7 houses in the space of an hour and a half to 2 hours. And Chris gets $95 a month from all of us, depending on the size of our yards, I guess, but mine's $95 a month. So let's say he gets somewhere between $80 and $150 a month for a yard, and Chris doesn't do any of the implementation. Why? Because he's the owner. And business owners who understand business know they can't operate at the lowest level of value. So what you've got to do is you've got to figure out a way to operate without being the implementer. And if you are the person who implements, who is the doer of the things in your business, you are on the lowest level of value, which means you have the least amount of money in that organization, or amongst the least in that organization. So if you want to move up to the next level of value, that's this step here. This step is the second level of value. So I got 1, 2, 3. Okay, the next level of value is going to be here. So this is the first step. This is the second step. So this is that level. And that level of value is called unification. And unification is the second highest level, or second lowest level of value. It's the next one up on the ladder. So when you are in unification mode, you are right here. And this is you when you are in unification mode. So you're in unification, you're right here, and you are creating wealth at a higher level than this person. These people here may be low-level implementers, these may be a little higher-level implementers, but this first step and below is the implementation. This is unification. And this is where people reside who are managers. They have the ability to unify people, to unify groups of implementers into teams who go out and accomplish tasks, and then these unifiers make more money than the implementers. So if you're in management, you make more money than the people who are the implementers. If you manage a team of people, the people in your team don't make as much money as you. If they're implementers, they make less money than you, and what you've got to do is, if you're a unifier and you still don't have enough money, it's because you need to move up to the next level of value. You say, well, Myron, what's the next level of value? Well, understand, unification is so important. team building is so important, and creating unity. It's important, and one of the reasons people who are unifiers make so much more money is because when you're unifying teams, what you're usually doing is you're putting together people who complement each other, which means one has a strength where the other has a weakness. And all of us have strengths and all of us have weaknesses. But I've got news for you about your strength. All strengths have weaknesses. And I've got news for you about your weakness. All weaknesses have strengths. So don't lament the fact that you've got weaknesses, and don't get too high and mighty about the fact that you have strengths, because the fact is all of us have both. So based on the principles of manifestation, you can see that implementation is the lowest form of value, unification is the second lowest form of value, but the second highest, or the next level of value, is what I call communication. Communication is the third highest level of value. It's next to the top. There's only one level of value higher than communication. Now, here's what I'm going to tell you. These people right here, these people basically live at the poverty line and below. The implementers of life. They live at the poverty line and below. When I say the poverty line, well, let's just call that $50,000 a year or less. These people right here, the unifiers, they live in the lower middle class to the upper middle class, and we'll call this 80,000 and below. We'll call it less than 100,000. So less than $100,000 a year, less than $100,000 a year is, less than, that would be greater than. Less than 100,000 a year would be these people right here, the unifiers. These people right here, and obviously there are unifiers who are in corporate America who can make multiple six figures, but as a general rule, the manager of McDonald's, let's say, is a unifier. They make more money than the person who says, "Welcome to McDonald's, can I take your order please?" But they don't make that much more. So that's what I'm talking about. Then we have this level of value right here, which is the second highest level of value. And when you move up to this step, you're making some significant money. You're making 6 figures plus. You could be making 7 figures plus. You could be making 8 figures plus in this level right here called communication. Communication is the second highest level of value, and it is by far the easiest way to get into the high levels of income. And when we talk about communication, I'm talking about people like Oprah Winfrey. I'm talking about people like David Letterman. I'm talking about people who are talking heads, like they're anchors, they're news people, they have their own television shows, the Geraldo Riveras of the world, people who put together infomercials. These are people who are communicators. I'm talking about people who are in sales. I'm talking about people who are music artists, people who write movies, people who write books, people who have a message, and that message, they want to communicate that message into the world. These people operate at the second highest level of value in the world, which is why they're some of the top income earners in the world. There are people who have become billionaires at this level of value. There are people who have become millionaires at this level of value, not very many, but certainly millions to billions of dollars live here. And then when you get up to the next highest level, which I'm going to cover in a minute, billions of dollars can exist here. And if you don't apply the rest of these principles to it, then you could be operating at the highest level of value and not delivering that value to anyone and not getting anything for it. So communication really, to me, in my mind, is a focal point. When you get good at communicating and taking ideas out of your mind and putting them in other people's mind and giving them the thoughts in clarity, if you can use your words to paint pictures in other people's minds, then you can manifest anything you want, because you can deliver value and you have a way of expressing that value so that people say, "I want that." So communication is the second highest level of value. When you learn to operate in here, then you can multiply your income. One of the best places to learn to operate at the communication level is in selling and learning to sell. And I believe that selling is an incredible field that has many, many opportunities, but most people don't like it. Most people really don't like selling. In fact, I would go so far as to say that many people hate it, and most people, when they think about it, it makes them feel yucky. And the reason is because we've been programmed by what I call a cultural hypnotic societal mechanism, which we'll cover on another video sometime in the future. But most people, we've been programmed by the mechanism to hate selling. Why? Well, because it's in our own best interest. And if we begin to learn to sell and we begin to love to sell, then we can pretty much write our own ticket. We can pretty much name our price. We can pretty much, we'll never be out of work. Selling is the highest form of value added ability, one of them on the planet. One of the highest forms of value adding ability in the world is the ability to sell. And I want you to think about that. When you think about selling, you don't like it generally, but if you don't, it's simply because you're only reacting to the programming and the ideas that other people have put in your head. But the fact is, I'll give you some things to think about selling that you've probably never thought about before we go into the highest level of value. And I'm going to show you how, if you operate here at the level of value called selling, that you can create for yourself and for your family the life that others only dream about. So when we look at communication and selling, before we go into any detail at all about the idea of selling, we have to define it. Because most people, when they think about selling, one of the reasons they don't like it is because of the definition that's been assigned by the powers that be, whether it be the media, the government, our parents, whatever, our teachers, have assigned this evil identity to the concept of selling. And what you have to do is you have to realize that selling is really what makes the world go around economically. If you reach into your pocket and you grab your, don't have my wallet with me, I left it downstairs, but if you reach into your pocket and you take out any amount of money, whether you take out a $100 bill, $1 bill, if you take out a credit card or a debit card or your checkbook, I want to say this: the only reason any of us ever have any money in our pockets to do any of the things we want to do for ourselves or the people we care about, the only reason any of us ever have any money is because somebody somewhere sold something to someone. That's the only way that anybody has any money in their pocket. If you think about it, it doesn't matter what your job is. Your job could not exist without salespeople. It doesn't matter if you drive trucks, if you are a secretary, if you're a janitor, if you're a school teacher, if you work for the government. Your job could not exist without salespeople. You could be the CEO, you could be an executive, you could be a manager. Your job could not exist without sales. It would not be possible. If you say, no, you know, I work at McDonald's and I could have a job without selling. No, because somebody at McDonald's Corporation had to sell that franchise to the person who bought it so that you would have a job. No job could exist without selling, which means nobody. If all of the salespeople who have the ability to sell all went on strike tomorrow and said, we're not selling anymore, then the whole economic infrastructure of the world would shut down. It would come to a screeching halt. The only reason any of us ever have any money in our pockets to do anything is because somebody somewhere sold something to someone. So most people, though, when they think about selling, they think it's talking people into buying something that they don't want, don't need, and can't afford. But that's not selling. I like to define selling like this. Selling is uncovering what I have to offer so well that people are happy to exchange the money they have in their pocket for the value that I've just revealed. I'm going to say that again. Selling is uncovering the value, uncovering the what? The value of what I have to offer so well that people are happy to exchange the money they have in their pocket for the value I've revealed. And when I get good at uncovering value, then people will happily exchange their money for my value. So when you get good at uncovering value, then you are in the right place at the right time. You have the skill that makes the world go round, because none of us would ever have any money in our pockets whatsoever if somebody somewhere hadn't sold something to someone. Now, when we're talking about delivering value, there are a couple of problems or a couple of challenges in the marketplace that I see. When people go into the marketplace, they attempt to sell, they're not good at it. Here's what I found out. The reason they have a hard time selling is twofold. Either they go into the marketplace looking to get value instead of to give value, or they go into the marketplace attempting to give what they perceive as valuable instead of what the marketplace perceives as value. And what I like to share with people is this concept that I call, when you think about your business, don't think of the marketplace, think from the marketplace. In other words, put yourself in their shoes and ask yourself, if I was this person, what would I want? And when you come up with that answer, now you know the message you need to go communicate that tells the marketplace, I've got your solution. I've got your result. I've got the result that you want, in the value you want in the form of this result, and I'll give you that in exchange for some of your money. And then people will literally throw money at you so fast it'll make your head spin. Because it doesn't matter what sector of the marketplace you go into, everybody is looking for a result. Doctors are looking for results. Insurance people are looking for results. Car sales people are looking for results. Firemen are looking for results. Teachers and financial advisors and lawn care specialists and mechanics and whoever, everybody, photographers, videographers, everybody in the marketplace is looking for results. And when you have a result that other people want, people will happily pay you for that result. Now, here's another principle that will help you make it easier for you to get people to pay you for the money you want, for the value they want. Understand this principle. When the value is this big and the price is this big, they always buy. I said when the value is this big and the price is this big, they always buy. In other words, always over-deliver in the value department, and when you do, people will always buy from you. All you have to do is be able to communicate the message clearly and succinctly, and you will be glad you created that value and communicated it to the marketplace. You must learn how to sell. There are other things that you can do. You can write books. That's a great way to communicate. But guess what? Even if you write a book, you've got to get good at communicating a message that causes that book to sell and become a bestseller. I remember when I used to be a trash man, I drove a garbage truck for $6.25 an hour. And that's what I did in the daytime. But you know what I did at night? At night, I sold financial services. At night, I sold insurance, I sold investments, I sold mutual funds. I was licensed in securities, I was licensed in insurance. I had my Series 6, Series 63, and I learned financial principles, and I learned how money worked. And I learned also how to build a business, and I learned how to communicate a message, and I learned how to sell. And I was able to go from being the trash man, making $6.25 an hour, to being the cash man, making multiple six figures per month. And I'm sure that if you learn how to sell like I've learned how to sell, you can go out and create at least 6 figures a year or multiple 6 figures a year for the lifestyle that you deserve and the lifestyle that you desire. But if you're going to do that, you've got to get good at selling. Well, you may be wondering, Myron, what's the next highest level of value? The next highest level of value, which is right here, is what I call imagination. Imagination. Imagination is the highest level of value that's delivered into the marketplace. Now you may be thinking, well, imagination? Come on. Remember what you used to get in trouble for when you were in school? In elementary school especially, well, at least for me, I got in trouble all the way through school for this. But you get in trouble for daydreaming. Why are you daydreaming? Imagination is where magic happens. It's where amazing things take place. Because if you think about it, are there limits to implementation? Well, there are limits to implementation. Are there limits to unification? Are there people who will not get along together no matter what you do or no matter what you... There are. Are there limits to communication? There are, even if it's nothing more than a language barrier. But in the imagination, there are no limits. So this is the highest level of value. This is the level of value where people create value, and when they create value in this level, they make billions with a B. Billions with a B on the front and billions with an S on the end. They make billions in the imagination arena. This is where people conjure up ideas and get other people to communicate those ideas and unify teams of implementers to implement those ideas. And these people go out and they sell it to investors, and then they take the company public and sell it back to all of us, and they become billionaires. And I was recently reading a book about Jim Clark, the guy who founded Netscape and Healthion and another computer company. This is a guy who founded 3 multi-billion-dollar corporations within a 10-year time period, and he did it part-time while he was programming the computer on his boat. When I say the computer on his boat, I'm talking about the computer that operated his boat. He wanted to have a boat where computers could do everything. And he spent most of his time programming his computer, but he had communicated a message to some communicators, who communicated a message to some unifiers, who communicated a message to some implementers, and these people all worked on his project while he was playing on his boat. This is the highest level of value. This is where the Steve Jobs and the Bill Gates of this world live. If you think about Bill Gates, the wealthiest man in the world, how did he get there? He got there by his imagination, because there was a guy who implemented a software called Disk Operating System. Bill Gates didn't invent the Disk Operating System. He found a guy who invented this software called Disk Operating System. It's called the Down and Dirty Disk Operating System. Bill Gates bought it from him for $50,000. And by the way, Bill Gates bought it from him with $50,000 that Bill Gates didn't even have. Bill Gates got the $50,000 from his friend, Paul Allen. He gave Paul Allen part ownership in a company that didn't even exist. So he sold Paul Allen the idea to give him the $50,000 so he could buy this person's implementation. And when he bought the implementation of the disk operating system, he refused to sell it to anybody and agreed to license it to everybody and became the wealthiest man in the world, selling ideas, selling electrons, literally selling a disk and a book. And then he decided to put the book online, and then he just sold the disk. So he sells a disk that cost him probably 10 cents, called Microsoft Windows, is what he later developed it to be, for $400. If you could take 10 cents and turn it into $400, by the way, you can do that in your imagination, then you can create wealth. Well, you're not going to jump. This is not going to happen. You're not going to jump from here to here. That's not going to happen. Because if you jump from here to here, even if it could happen, you don't want it to happen, because if you jump from here to here, you still can't even communicate your message to communicators to get them to unify people. What you want to do is you want to learn how to go through all of these steps so that you can create value. Now what's really beautiful is you can learn these two things at the same time. When you learn selling skills, communication skills are really what you need to, in order to unify people. You take words and you cause teams to rally around your words. You do that through communication. This is the highest form of value you can deliver in the marketplace. Your fastest path to more cash is going to be improving your ability to communicate, and especially improving your ability to sell. So what I want you to understand is this. You may not know me from the Man on the Moon, but I'll tell you this. I had polio as an infant. I have a brace on my left leg. I walk with a metal brace on my leg. I've never run anywhere. I've had a brace on my leg since I've been walking. Well, if you and I got in a race, you would win. Especially, let's say we're going to do a mile race. If you and I got in a mile race, and you ran a mile, and it wouldn't be fair for us to go the same distance. So I'll go 2 miles, you would win, okay, especially because you don't have a brace and because you're going half the distance. You would win, and this is the key word, unless. You would win unless you were running. Let's call this person running right here. If you were running, and I'm on a bicycle, you would win unless you're running, I'm on a bicycle. If I'm on a bicycle, I can beat you in a race. Not only can I go farther, faster, but I can go farther, faster, and use less energy. Why is that important? It's important because all principles are microcosms of each other, and if this is true in distance, it has to be true financially also. And I'll show you what I mean in a minute. But if I give you the bike, and you go 2 miles, and I go 4 miles, you're going to win unless you're on a bicycle and I'm in a car. When I get in a car, you're in a bicycle, I'm going to win unless you're on a bicycle. If you're on a bicycle, I'm in a car, I can go twice as far in half the time and use less energy. Why? Because I've got a car and you only have a bike. This is really going to make sense to you, but think about it. A bike has 2 wheels. These wheels are going to roll in what? In unification. They're going to roll together. It's going to take you farther than your legs are going to take you running, implementing, you doing all the work. Why? You found a machine. You found some leverage called a bicycle. Well, guess what? If I give you the car and you go 50 miles, and I go 100 miles, I go 100 miles, then you will win unless what? Unless I'm in a plane. And if I'm in a plane, I can go farther, faster, especially on a jet, right? I can go farther, faster, and use less energy. You can go 50 miles, I can go 100 miles, and I can get there twice as fast with half the energy if I'm on a plane and you're in a car. And you say, Myron, what's your point with that whole illustration? My point is that you can always make up and leverage what you lack in ability. And if you are an implementer of if you are the only person working to make your income right now, in other words, all the money you make, you're exchanging some of your time for that money, you are in an implementation mode, you are running financially, which means 2 things. You're both broke because you can't get to the money fast enough, and you're exhausted because you are the only person bringing that money in. See, what I want you to understand is you can always make up and leverage what you lack in ability. What happens when you become a unifier, even if you're only managing 2 people, you're unifying those 2 people to implement your ideas, you're making more money and doing less work, or you're using less effort financially. Why? Because you've learned how to unify. Well, guess what? When you get in a car, you may have a whole bunch of people working on a project for you. You may have people in your accounting department, and then you've got people that are working in your graphic design department, and then people in your IT department, and you got people in your staffing department. And all of these people work together because of your communication, not to mention your sales department. So what happens is when you have these skills and you learn how to communicate a message, here's what's beautiful about selling. If you learn how to sell, it takes no longer to sell 100 units of a product than it does to sell one. So you literally have the ability to multiply your income. Now I know I've scribbled a lot of stuff on this board and written a lot of things on this board, but I've shared with you some principles I hope that has awakened something inside of you that says to you, that causes you to say, well, you know what, this is really fascinating, I want to learn more. And I've created an event, a special event called the 1 Year Millionaire Live. It's an event that's $1,297. And if you go to oneyearmillionairelive.com, you can get in a ticket there. But I'm going to do something special for you today, and so that you can get in 1 Year Millionaire Live for less than that. So I've created a course. The 1 Year Millionaire Live, by the way, was designed to teach you the principles that I've used to make millions of dollars and that my students have used to make millions of dollars. And it's a 2-day event. It goes from 9 to 9 on Friday, 9 to 9 on Saturday, and it will absolutely explode your mind with ideas that you can take right now, action steps that you can take right now to get on the journey from implementation to unification to communication all the way up to imagination. And to help you get started on that journey, I created a course on selling that's called Sell Your Way to Wealth. That's what it's called. The course is called Sell Your Way to Wealth. And for the most part, anybody who's ever created wealth, or most of the people who created the biggest wealth in the history of the world, have created that wealth through selling. So Sell Your Way to Wealth. This course is regularly $197, and it's got 5 audios. That's 5 audios. And those 5 audios go directly, you can access them directly online. As soon as you make your purchase, you'll go on, you'll create a username. You'll create a username and a password, and you'll create a password, and you'll have instant access to that course right now. It's 5 modules, and these 5 modules will take you through Sell Your Way to Wealth, lead generation, Sell Your Way to Wealth presentation, Sell Your Way to Wealth closing, Sell Your Way to Wealth overcoming objections, everything you need to know in the arena of sales. And I promise you, it's not some rehashed sales material that you've heard before. These are the exact principles that I have used to make millions of dollars. In fact, I wanted to see if this is only something I could do, or can other people do this as well. And I went to an event in Dallas one time. There were 250 people there. And those 250 people were all supposed to be selling their goods and services to the other people in the room. And there was a contest. They broke us up into 4 teams, and each team had about the same number of people in it. And at the end of the event, they tallied up all the sales from all the teams to see who had sold what, and our team sold the most. Our team sold over in that 3-day event, our team sold over $18,000 worth of goods and services to the other people that were in that room, to about 250, 240, 260, whatever, just a little over 200 people. We sold $18,000 worth of goods and services. Is that good? That's not good. That's incredible. Okay? Now, we sold those goods and services to the people in the room, $18,000 worth. Now, you're probably thinking I'm going to say, well, I taught all those other people how to sell in 3 days. No, I didn't. I didn't teach them how to sell in 3 days. But of the 18,000 that we sold, of that, I sold 12,500 of it myself, which if you subtract that from that leaves 5,500 that the other 50 or 60 people on the team sold. I sold $12,500 worth of the 18,500. So that's pretty cool, but that just shows that I can sell. Well, that's okay. So what I did was I came back and I taught it to 2 of my students. I taught it to a man, his name is Paul. I taught it to Paul, and I taught it to a woman, her name is Tina. They went to the same event the following month in Salt Lake City, Utah. There were 30 people there. It was a small event. I guess they had just started doing it there. And they came in 1st and 2nd place at that event. Paul sold $6,000 worth of stuff at that event. Tina sold $8,000 worth of stuff at that event. They were number 1 and 2 salespeople by far. They sold $14,000. 2 of my students sold $14,000 worth of goods and services at that event. It doesn't matter what you sell. If you sell real estate, if you sell cars, if you sell insurance, if you sell network marketing, if you sell door-to-door cleaning materials, if you sell knives, it does not matter. If you sell investments, if you're a financial services person, it doesn't matter. If you are the service advisor at a car dealership and you sell automobile service, it doesn't matter. If you use my selling process, because understand that selling anything, if you do it the right way and the way that works best, it's always going to be a process. It is not going to be an event. And one of the biggest challenges people have in the arena of selling, they attempt to turn selling into an event, and selling is a process. And if you go through the steps of the process will make the sales for you. You don't have to make the sales. Now, all of that's well and good, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this course right here, this course for $197, and I'm going to knock off the $100. I'm going to let you buy the course. You're only going to pay $97 today. So you can, and there are a couple different ways to order. I'm going to tell you what those ways are. So you can either get the course right now for $97, and when you get it now for $97, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to throw in some bonuses. I'm going to throw in bonus number 1. First, you're going to get the course. Then you're going to get my book that I was telling you about, From the Trash Man to the Cash Man, How Anyone Can Get Rich Starting From Anywhere. We've sold over 140,000 copies of this. And then you're going to get my newest book, Click and Order for Brick and Mortar, Online Strategies for Offline Market Domination. By the way, if you don't have a business, you want to start with this book. This book will assist you in figuring out the whole financial literacy piece, and it will help you understand why starting a business is your best chance of becoming financially independent or wealthy. This book is going to help you if you already have a business. It's going to help you generate more leads. It's going to help you convert those leads better. It's going to help you create a sales process that will make your business many, many, many times more profitable. And when I say many times, I'm talking about 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times more profitable in a year if you already have a business. Click and Order for Brick and Mortar. Plus, I'm going to throw in for free 2 tickets to my 1 Year Millionaire Live, the $1,297 tickets. The 1 Year Millionaire Live, I only do it here in Tampa, Florida, but here's my guarantee to you. You do the $97, you take the sales course. I'm going to mail you these 2 books. I'm going to mail you 2 tickets to the event. After you come to the event, you've already read both books. You've already gone through the material. By the way, the tickets don't expire, but this guarantee is good for 1 year now. So you got a whole year. Read both of the books, read them more than once if you want to. Do the online course, the 5 audios, come to the 1 Year Millionaire Live, and then if you are not blown away by what you learned and you don't believe you're already on the path to financial independence, all you have to do is let me know. I'm going to give you your money back. 100%, no questions asked. At the end of the event, if you come up to me after the 1 Year Millionaire Live and say, Myron, it wasn't worth it, no questions asked. I just give you your money back. No hard feelings, no bad feelings. Don't let grass grow under your feet. Take advantage of this offer right now because it's not going to be $97 forever. This is an end of the year special that I'm running, and what you want to do to order is you go to MyronGolden.com. Go to MyronGolden.com, click on Special Offer. Click the button at the top of the page that says, Special Offer. And when you do, you're going to get both books, the ticket and the audio course on selling that will teach you how to move up in the levels of value so you can create more value for your potential customers and make more money. I'll see you at the 1 Year Millionaire Live.
You can get inside if you got the millionaire code. All right, get the millionaire code. I'm getting closer to reaching my millionaire goal. I'm on the millionaire road. You see the code has millionaire code. It's not a get-rich scheme. It's not a scam or a show. It's like a combination.
Okay, guys, we are back. Was Myron Golden great or was Myron Golden great? Yes or yes?
Yes, 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 yes. All right, very good.
Yeah, he's one of my mentors, one of my coaches. He is a wealth of knowledge, as you can see. I mean, here
Yeah.
he's just incredible. I hope you guys took notes because he gives a lot of information.
You know what? We've been up and down a lot, but I don't know for people who may be just joining the feed. Do they know who you are? Because we don't introduce
Yeah,
ourselves.
because
We
my
just kinda
name's on the
jump in.
screen.
Oh,
I see, even though it's
That's
under you.
Barrett
But no, I'm
Matthews.
not Chris. I'm
Yeah,
Barrett.
we know because we're normally like
Yeah,
this.
yeah, there we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Now I'm Chris Bridges, and this is Barrett Matthews.
There you go.
All right.
There you
very
go.
good.
Now, yes, they do know who I am.
Okay, good.
And we're gonna we have another great speaker coming up in a second here. We're gonna get her to come around.
She's about to come up the wrong way.
Yeah, we're gonna get her to come around.
She has to come around this way and follow the process. Hey, you guys! I hope you're having a great time. It's Chris and
Where's her
Barrett.
entourage?
I don't know. They're sitting down. They're around.
her entourage
So
sitting
Chris
down?
and Barrett here today. We're the hosts of 50 Shades of Wealth. And then I know that another special person is going to be coming up a little bit later, who is your co-host
Yes,
on Lunch and
yes,
Learn
yes,
with
yes.
Barrett and Kelly. So we're excited to have her as well. So we should just have her kind of jump up here from time to time too, since she's part of our family of hosting.
She don't want to talk.
Oh, yes, she does. She always has to talk. Anyway, well, let's bring on our next amazing speaker, Miss Natalie Forrest. And so we're
Yes.
excited to have her here. She is here
Come on,
with
Natalie.
us live in the studio. Come on over here, Natalie. Yay!
She was trying to hide my papers.
Oh, you're trying. It's okay.
This is how you hide papers.
Oh, like that.
Put them down.
And nobody can see them. Isn't that amazing? How that
Oh,
happened?
wow, it's
Yeah.
magic.
Yeah, it just
It's
disappeared.
magic.
Nobody can see the papers.
All right, so Natalie, you know how this works. We've got folks that are watching us live
Yes.
stream. They've been on all day since we started 9 o'clock.
They're on the
and
other
we've got-
camera.
And then
On
we've
the-
got on the other. Yeah, we got two cameras
Yes.
going on here. There's a lot of stuff to have to focus on. So they're here on online, and then we've got these beautiful people that have been with us here in the studio. So
You've been busy
everybody's
today,
waiting
though,
to talk
haven't
to
you?
you.
I've been a little busy,
Just a little-
but it's
look at-
good.
look
It's
at how the
good.
head
It's
went.
good.
A little bit busy.
A little bit. Right.
Well, I'm wondering if everybody out there is having coffee and I'm not.
Oh.
I don't know. No. No, I had one cup of coffee when I first got here, and now
Oh, there
we're
you go.
going on our lunchtime. So we've been here since 8 o'clock.
Well,
So-
yeah.
Yeah, but but that's okay. Well, we're really ready to be fed by you, and then we'll get fed with our natural food soon.
You
But
cooked?
I'm a magician.
Okay.
I do all sorts of things.
Well, all right then.
we can't wait to hear what you have to share with us on 50 Shades. So Natalie, thank you so much. And this is your entrance.
Stand on the
And
X, and you're
stand on
good.
the X.
Stand on the X.
Stand on the X.
That's
There
And
you
and
go.
and here is the clicker for you too.
Thank you. Let me see if I can work this.
All right, I'm sure you can.
All right, Natalie.
Natalie Forrest, everybody.
Let's give it up for Natalie. Yay!
Okay, so I didn't really cook, but I can cook. But I guess it's lunchtime, so if you have your food out with you, enjoy it, because one of the things that's very important when we eat is that you have good nourishment, body, heart, mind, and soul. So that's wonderful that you're here. And today, 50 Shades of Wealth. We all have a lot of idea about wealth. We have a lot of ideas about how to make money. And I loved when Barrett and Chris asked me to come out today, because I don't often get to talk about the financial piece, the money-making piece of entrepreneurship. So today I want to really talk about one of my favorite subjects, which is revolutions. And when it comes to revolutions, I want to invite you to revolutionize your idea of money-making. And I know that may sound a little strange, but I'm going to invite you just to have an open mind while you might be eating or having your coffee, which we're in the studio or not. Because there is always a hidden power in all of our patterns. And if you've heard me speak before, you know I talk a lot about the hidden powers. So when it comes to finances and our financial mindset, we have a lot of very important powers, and half of them, if not more, are actually hidden. So I want to ask you one very simple question to set our minds, to get everything in motion. And the question is very, very direct. And you may think I'm joking, but I'm actually not. Why are you participating today? I want you to think about that, because very often we sign up for events, we want to watch them. Half the time, especially when we're doing live stream and we're not coming into a studio or into a workshop like here where you're live, we don't really know why we're doing it. But there's always somewhere a hidden reason. And the reason why I'm asking you to focus on this question is because that gets you in the mindset of really being open to all of the information you're receiving. And there will be times when you just want to tune out. I even asked that this morning, and I ask that at every time that I do a workshop. Why are you here? Because I want you to get clear in the mind. Even if you're just here because somebody else said you should be here. And that's fine, because you'll still get something that you need. So let's take a moment and think about patterns. I like the word patterns because we see it everywhere. Some people, when I say patterns, they're actually thinking, well, are you talking about behaviors? And yes, I am. But patterns are not just that. They're not just behaviors. However, they're enormously important. So if you want to substitute the word customs, habits, whatever you have, fine. My word is patterns. Okay? So I want you to think about, what are your financial patterns? And that's usually not too difficult a question, at least on the surface. But you know, what I do when I talk about Success Revolutions is, I start here to get you going, and then we're going to dig deeper and deeper. And I will give you some action steps later on as well, obviously, because otherwise Barrett would not have invited me. So what are your financial patterns? I invite you to think about that, and hopefully somebody somewhere along today told you to have a little piece of paper so you can write it down. So financial patterns, what are your planning patterns? I'm not a big planner when it comes to finances, or at least I didn't used to be. And then I realized that if I don't plan things out, there are certain things I can't do. So I needed to really start planning. And it is something that, because personally, I don't necessarily like dealing with finances, so I needed to really sit down and work on that. I'm a creative person, I'm a visionary, so that piece is a little harder for me. Other things I can plan wonderfully. Then the next question, and we all love that word, accountability, right? I know it's a word that a lot of people shy away from, and it's been overused a lot. But the third question that I have for you is, what are your accountability patterns? Do you have any? Or do you wake up one morning and you realize when you're trying to get money out the ATM, there's nothing there? That isn't planning, but it might be a pattern of how you're spending your finances, okay? So some of the ones that we talked about right now are actually your conscious patterns. You can sit down, you can write it down, and it makes sense to you. Like, oh yeah, I do this every day. They're conscious, but you have to remind yourself that you're doing them. And you might have to actually write out that Monday mornings I will go into my checkbook and I'll make sure that everything is balanced. But you can consciously make steps towards it. You can ask financial advisors, financial planners, CPAs, or business consultants, and a whole range of other people to help you. I do that absolutely because, like I said, I don't really like dealing with finances so much. But I know that that's a weakness for me. I've acknowledged that, and I'm letting somebody else take care of that. Okay, I see nodding over here. That's like, it's like, oh yeah, I'm with you. Okay, good. So you have people you can go to. If financial organization planning is not your strength, if you're in a relationship, it might be that you need to talk more with your spouse, with your partner, about how you really plan, and that is perfectly fine as well. Those are the conscious ones. And then, of course, you're going on, yes, of course, I'm doing all this. But what? Well, this is where the hidden powers come into play. Because if you're doing all this, and you're still not having the financial success, the success of living your dream the way that you want it, then what else is there? And this is where we come to the hidden power. Before I talk more about the hidden power of patterns, I want to talk about lack versus abundance. Okay? We've all heard those two words. We talk a lot about abundance. We talk about a lot about lack. Now, the funny thing is that these are crucial. The words that we use, the words that keep popping up, and how we associate with them. Now, let's take a break. If you're sitting at your computer, you can do this too. I'm sure you have your phone right next to you. Everybody does. I have mine over there, and I'm not supposed to step away from the X, so I'll be over here. Not doing this time. But if you're here in the audience, you know, take out your cell phones. We do this all the time, okay? and take a selfie. I don't like selfies, but there's a reason why I'm asking you to do this. And what I want you to do is after you've taken that photo, I don't care what you look like, but I want you to take a selfie. Once you have it, I want you to somehow share it. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, whatever you have, okay? Doesn't matter. I know, I see it happening again. It's so funny. I cannot see what you're doing at home or when you're in an office right now, but I'm guessing something very similar is happening. Have you taken one photo, or have you taken 2 or 3? How many photos are you taking until you're happy with yourself? Okay? So, now stop and use that photo you got, okay? Now under that photo, once you've connected to Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, whatever you're using, right under it, I am abundant, okay? And then, just so that we can be sure that I see it too, tag me in it, add Natalie Force, very simple. Okay, I'm assuming most of you might be using Twitter or Instagram. And then, here you are, that is you in that photo. The last one is I want you to use the hashtag hidden power. Okay, you got all that? I'm abundant, at Natalie Force. One is very simple. We're often not living our own lives. We're trying to pursue what somebody else is trying to do. This is what I call mindset 1. Mindset 1 is, I want to be abundant even though I don't know what that means. I want to be successful even though I'm not really happy, even though I have $1 million in my bank. So mindset 1 is really more of the social conditioned stuff that's in our head. And then we wonder why we're not happy. And why it doesn't feel like we're abundant. So what is abundance to you? If you've got your pad out, do that. If you need to take a sip of your coffee, your drink, do that. Really think about what means abundance to you. I talk about success revolutions all the time. Because we cannot have success unless we know what it is. I cannot be successful or feel successful if I'm doing what somebody else is doing, because it's not me. I'm myself. Once you have figured out what abundance sort of means to you, because of course this is only a short segment, you would have to go deeper as you move forward. Then we get into the second mindset, which is way back here. And what I mean by that is, you know, growing up, I learned something that's very important, a very important lesson. And the lesson was that I can survive with very little money, which is a great skill to have, right? It's a fantastic skill to have. But what does that do to you manifesting making money? Think about that. If you can always survive on very little, why should you be making a lot of money? That's a subconscious mindset. That's just one of the examples. Very often we're focused on talking about lack. I don't have. The more you talk about what you don't have, the more you're manifesting of that. So when a check comes in, you're saying, well, I wish it would have been more. You're talking lack. I didn't get what I wanted, so you're lack. You're already making yourself a little more unhappy, a little more unsuccessful because the parameters are somewhere up here instead of what is there. You need to keep those things in mind, okay? So what I want you to do is, again, if you have a phone, just text me real quick. Text to the number 55678 and just put in the text message, you know, NF3, Natalie Workforce 3. If you do that, I'll send you something that'll help you figure out a little more about what you're talking about here when it comes to your mindset, what your goals in life are, what your success, what your abundance is. It's a very simple document, okay? And if you don't feel like it, perfectly fine, but I think it'll show where I'm going with this, because if you really want to revolutionize your money-making patterns, you need to start looking deeper and deeper. Because for other things, you can have an advisor. So what is your definition of abundance? What is your definition of success? And what you see is you have a choice. And people don't like knowing that they have a choice. But you do. You have a choice in every single decision you make. It's easy to blame your parents and the way they raised you. It's easy to blame the job because you would like to make more money, but it's not paying more money. It's easy to say, I'm unhappy that I have a job. I'd rather do this or that. Well, why? I personally think that having a job provides us with a lot of freedoms. It helps us pay the rent or the mortgage, unless we're situated somewhere else where we may want to be. And remember, it may look great to be an entrepreneur. It's hard work, isn't it? It's very hard work. So if it's hard work, it might not be for you, and that's okay. That's why I want you to think about your idea of abundance, your idea of success. We started out with that, right? Don't live what everybody else is trying to do, and then make a choice. Once you've made a choice, that is when you can start really putting a plan into action, getting the help that you need, and you are on the road to your abundance, your success. But all of that doesn't work if you're trying to do it the way that somebody else does it. I have a number of good friends. They all doing it differently than me. And I'm happy for them. It may take me a little longer to get to where they are. It may take them a little longer to get to where I am. But if it's their way, it's the right way. We can't do it all the same. All the books that are out there about financial stuff, about self-help, about how to create a business, they're fantastic. But they can't work for everybody because they're written by one person and somebody else. I can say everybody in the audience here, in the live audience, is reading the book. Everybody's going to take something else away. And then you need to fill in the other areas. So you always have a choice, okay? And I want you to remember that because making money requires a number of things. If, to you, abundance means making money, and half the time it does because that means you can pay bills, you can go on vacation, you can buy your spouse or your friend the car that he or she wants, whatever it may be, okay? Making money requires focus, number one. The focus on your dreams, your ideas, your plans, not somebody else's. And most of the time you need to write it down. I've got sticky notes all over my house with all sorts of things, okay? Secondly, it requires to actually have a plan. So once you know what your idea of abundance, of success, of making money is, how much you want to have at the end of this year, now you need to write a plan to put it into action. Yeah, and then of course you need to implement the plan. But a key thing here is also investment. And a lot of people, when I bring this up, go, "Ugh, yeah, but I already don't have any money, I already don't have this, it already cost me so much there." I've invested a lot in coaching, consulting before I got to where I am now. And I want to say about 80% of that didn't really bring me back financially what I invested. But geez, did I learn a lot. I learned who not to go back to, right? I also learned who to go back to. And I learned what I wouldn't want to do. So no, I may not have gotten the financial return, and that is what some people look at when they're talking about investment. But you got to look at everything you're getting out in investment, okay? And then, of course, there is the investment in people that can help you. Like I mentioned earlier, financial advisors, financial planners. Which company are you going to go with for your investments on the financial level? And then you need to also look at investment in yourself. Once you realize what your weaknesses are, once you realize what your focus and your plan is, what help do you need? What help do you need to get to your dream? And that is where you might have to invest in yourself as well. And when I talk about revolutionizing your mind, this is really this is, I think, the third key point that I want you to take home. You cannot be successful if you're not willing to invest yourself. You need to either invest time in yourself or money in yourself. And I'm not just talking going to the beauty parlor, ladies, okay? I'm not. Even though that, don't get me wrong, is also crucial, because it means you're taking time for yourself. But what I'm really talking about is taking a class, buying a book, going to a workshop, and paying for it as well, with your time and possibly with your money. If you're not willing to invest yourself, 95% of the time, you're not going to be making any money. If you're only looking at a return on your investment in financial ways, change your mindset. It's not working that way. Sometimes the hardest lessons we never did want to learn are the priciest, financially speaking. But aren't they important? Aren't they some of the most important ones we have? So think about that. It may look on your spreadsheet as if you're losing money, but that's just money. I know. It's just money doesn't sound right. But it's just money because what you've gained is going to catapult you forward in other ways, and that's what matters in the end. So the key number 3, other than think really about what abundance means to you and how you're phrasing your words when it comes to lack and abundance. Second one was success, because that's tied to money making. Where do you want to be, financially speaking? And then really rethinking your investment strategies, not just financially, but what are you investing in yourself? You see, one of the things I like to say is that success really requires innovative and engaging systems, patterns, new patterns, that open unlimited opportunities. And when those unlimited opportunities and possibilities are in front of you, we're coming to the choice aspect. Are you actually going to take them? Because walking through an open door is just one step. Just like I walked in here, just like you walked in here. One step from the outside to the inside of the studio. That means freedom is just one step away for you. All it takes is a revolution of the mindset. A revolution of how you look at things. And then you will be able to make money, to be successful, and to live your dream. I know it sounds simple, but it is that simple in many ways. So one question that I have for you is, what is your choice for tomorrow? What is your choice for tomorrow? I've told you that you always have a choice. So tomorrow, are you going to wake up with a feeling of, I really should have a little more of this or a little more of that? Are you going to wake up saying, there's not enough bread in my fridge? Are you going to wake up saying, I wish I had money to pay for this or that bill. If you wake up saying that, what are you manifesting? You're manifesting lack, because your focus is on lack. And so, if you're thinking about that, then you can make a more informed choice when you wake up in the morning. And yes, every pattern, every behavior takes about 21 days to change. I'm very much aware of that, okay? And it's fine. And you will fall off the horse, fall out of bed without making that choice. But there's this wonderful thing called make another choice. So if you wake up tonight, you're going to say, okay, tomorrow morning I'm going to get up and I'm going to say, I am abundant, I have plenty. Just like you did the selfie, right? I am abundant, I have everything I need. And guess what? Tomorrow morning you wake up, somebody around your house is mowing the lawn, and you're like, oh my God, what just happened? You're like, oh, I wish. And then you catch yourself and you go, oops, no, that's not how I was going to start out today. What I was going to do today was say I'm abundant. So you lay back down, put the covers back over, and you go, I am abundant. I know, it sounds silly, but every second you have a new choice you can make. It's really simple, okay? Because you're in charge. Some people prefer to put the responsibility on others. So if you get up and you're focused on the neighbor mowing the lawn, or maybe I was driving through construction sites getting here, hearing all the construction that gets you off focus, well, you're focused on something else. You're not focused on your success. You're not focused on where can I go? What do I need to implement right now in order to make my dream happen? And once you've made that choice, the next question you want to look at is, what action are you going to take tomorrow? A lot of people do a lot of talking. A lot of people love to share, and that's fantastic. I love it too. I like to be motivated. I like to, hear a lot of fun things. I like to talk. But in the end, if you don't follow your choice up with action, what good is it? Right? And that's why I said after focus. The next thing after focus is plan. So now look at your plan. And then I said investment. Now you have a plan. Well, you're just one person, right? And there are all the other people out there who are going to try and prevent you, not on purpose, but in one way or another, not to follow your plan, because they like the way things are right now. So why change it? But if you really want to implement your plan, you need somebody to support you. Now maybe you have a friend, a spouse, a family member who will support you 100% even if you're changing. Very often that's not the case. But find somebody you can work with when it comes to the idea of achieving your dream. So pretty much everything I said was about revolutionizing your idea of money making. It's not about money. It's not about the paper in your hand or the number that you have somewhere written down. It's about taking action to get there. And that action starts right here in your mind. So before we can even revolutionize the way we invest our money, whether we go to company A or company B, whether we use financial advisor 1 or 2, whatever we're doing, the real important thing here is that it starts in our mind, it starts in our head. Without that, we're not going to go anywhere. Okay? And so we've got our conscious patterns that we have to remind ourselves of. What are my weaknesses? What are my strengths? Where do I need help with? What do I do? And then we've got all of our subconscious patterns, the ones that require us to be brave when we're looking at them. Okay? Once we're deciding that we're going to be brave and looking at our subconscious patterns, that's when we can actually begin to move forward. We're going to get the help. We're going to revolutionize and invest in something. Even if it's just time that we're investing in ourselves by reading a book, by attending a workshop that is all day like this one. Okay? Whatever it takes, you got to invest. And then you will help have a mindset change. Mindset number 2. That's your second mindset, the one that you need to focus on. Once you have that, this is what awaits you. Revo, because I talk about revolutions, right? You can reach exceptional success You can and you have to evolve your systems. I'll tell you something more about that in a second. Vitality and expansion. Once you know what your dream is, once you feel it here, once you're ready to put everything in there, oh my God, the vitality of your life. You don't need to sleep anymore, right? And then all of a sudden, all those doors are opening and you feel like you can do 20,000 things at the same time. That's vitality and expansion. All of a sudden, you get phone calls from people you never knew existed, okay? And then that is what you have that I call optimal acceleration. Let me go back to evolve your systems. I talk about the hidden power of patterns. We have patterns right now, conscious, subconscious. We look at them and we decide which ones are we going to keep, which ones are we not going to keep. This goes for money, this goes for entrepreneurship, this goes for your personal life. Then you set a new pattern in action. At some point you're going to hit a plateau. Guess what? You need to evolve and get to another one, depending on what your ultimate dream is. That's really what it all depends on. So think about Revo while you are beginning to focus, while you're beginning to create your plan, and while you're seeking assistance on your path. But be sure in all of that you are going to follow your dream. If you have any questions, because I think my time is about up, these are all the links where you can find me. I'm very easy to find, usually just my name. And then, shoot me an email, connect with me on Facebook. I would love to hear what else you need when it comes to the hidden powers and when it comes to your financial patterns, because it is so important to have a grip on understanding our financial patterns in order to arrive at the happiness and success that we all desire. So I hope that that was helpful to all of you. And I'm thinking that Barrett is going to tell me, oh my God, you have 30 seconds left, but I was trying to keep the time. So we're all good, and I want to thank you, and I want to thank Barrett and Chris for having me.
Yay, very good. Thank you, Natalie.
right.
Everybody
Thank
give
you,
it up for
Natalie.
Natalie.
Come on over here, Natalie.
Come on over. Yeah, to make that transition from over there
I
to over
know.
here with
I'm going
us.
to grab all of that.
Grab your papers because you don't have to hide them.
Yeah.
We want to thank you once again for joining us.
So one of the things, yes, absolutely.
Yes,
thank you.
absolutely, yes.
But one of the things I want you to do, because I know you had a lot of websites
Yes.
up, and for those who are watching us online, you were able to kind of grab it real quick. But for those of us here, I kind of saw you all trying to write it down real quick. Can you go ahead and just tell them the website that they can see, so they can go back and follow back up with you?
Okay, well, the easiest one is my own website. That's why I said it's easy. It's natalieforrest.com.
Okay,
Yes.
and spell that out so that they know. Your name.
NATALIEFOREST. Is that right?
All right, very good. We want to make sure, because you just shared some powerful information, we want to make sure that everybody knows how to get in touch with you so that they don't leave here, without being able to connect.
Absolutely.
So, thank you
And
so
the
much.
great thing about this being partly my event, I get to make a shameless plug that Natalie and I will be doing an event here on October 3rd.
You can do that. It's an event. You can
Yes, so I can do a
absolutely-
shameless plug. We haven't thought of the name for it yet, but that's why we're going to have a phone call on Monday. So we can do that, but we're
But
going
what's
to
the event going to be about, so we can make sure they stay connected?
Well, it's going to be about people having strategy in their business and being able to take action and get those things done.
Awesome,
So,
very good. So if you need strategy and you need some encouragement and empowerment to take action, then you need to connect and find out about the event.
yes.
Because if you were talking about dog walking, it may not be something that they.
Well, a lot of them have dogs, so.
I'm just making sure that they
Yeah.
know why they want to stay connected to the next event, right?
Let's see, dogs. How about cats?
Cat walking.
Yes, cat walking.
You know what?
That takes a lot of effort.
We were talking earlier about people inventing something. So there's probably somebody that just
Yes.
heard that and
Are
they
we
want to
really
invent a
having this
business.
discussion?
Absolutely, about walking cats. I'm telling you, people make millions of dollars just coming up with something to solve.
You should
the
have thought
problem.
about that, Barry.
That's true. I guess I should have. Anyway, moving on. So we want to thank you once again for
Thank
joining
you.
us, Natalie.
Thank you.
And I'll see you soon. I know she's in demand. This woman. Everybody wants her to speak. So she was gracious enough to come in here today and speak at 50 Shades of Wealth. So give it up for Natalie. I hope we all are blowing up Facebook for her. So Natalie, thank you once again, dear.
Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie.
Chris.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right, whew, moving along.
Who we have now?
Well, what we're going to do first is we have a little sponsorship to do first.
Okay, very good.
As they say, we got to pay the bills.
Gotta
Is that
pay
what
the
they say?
bills, gotta pay the bills. We're both, Barrett and I are both hosts of our broadcast. Barrett with Lunch and Learn with Barrett and Kelly. And then I have a broadcast called Living on Top with Chris Bridges. And yours is, you guys are Friday at noon.
Friday at noon.
And how do they find out about your broadcast?
They can actually just go to the Facebook page at Lunch and Learn with Barrett and Kelly. And they can just join us there. We can just join there. And we're going to be doing some rebranding very soon. So you're going to learn some different things.
I can't wait. Two of my favorite people. And then if you want to watch Living on Top with Chris Bridges, you can just simply go to livingontop.info. That's livingontop.info. We broadcast Tuesdays at 11, soon to be at our new home right here as well. Making some changes. But right now you can watch us all live streams. You can watch us Tuesdays at 11, livingontop.info. Okay,
And before we bring on our next speaker, we want you guys to take a look at this. Hello, I'm Barrett Matthews of E2E Systems. If you're like most people, you procrastinate, and that procrastination has led you to not getting things done. You might have wanted to write a book, you might have wanted to start a business, or any number of things. Well, at E2E Systems, we help you to get off your assets and get things done. Our job is to move you from working for a living to living your dreams. So if you're like most people, you're going to get up and get things done now. Contact us at info@E2eSystems or on our website at www.e2esystems.com and get it done.
That's a nice commercial because we've been talking about that, right? So that's that 30-second commercial that you could also have professionally done. Now, you have to be in the DMV, though. You can't get that done.
Well, you can't get it today in the DMV, but if you want to talk about getting something done in the future, the guys here at World Media Net, they can do it for you. Still, if you're interested in getting your own commercial done at World Media Net, contact us here. You can text me, 301-326.
If you want that special price, though, you have to go through Barrett.
Right, 301-326-9919. And just so you know, the Blog Talk show that Kelly and I do, we also are going to be doing it where we have video parts as well. So you're going to be on our membership portal, and we'll be putting a commercial in there. So you can have that done.
All right. So our next speaker is.
Oh, this is energy.
I know.
This is energy, man.
We need that energy in the afternoon.
Let me just tell you, when I first saw this guy, I had no idea who he was. Shay Brown and Trevor Otts did one of their events called 72 Hours of Power. And it's truly 72 hours of power. We were up at like 2 in the morning. And
you all were, not me.
Yes, we were up at like 2 in the morning. And Trevor had put it out there and said, who else out there wants to speak? And we can bring you on, we can stream you or Skype you or whatever. Well, this guy out of Texas, and his name was Martin Seika. He came on. And was he energetic at 2 in the morning?
So we know we're going to get a lot of energy today.
And he, as you said, he has one of the nicest spirits in the world. He is just a great guy. One of my best friends in the world. I love Martin Seika. And when you hear him, you'll love him too. So everybody, let's give it up for Mr. Martin Seika.
First of all, I want to thank Barrett Matthews for giving me this invitation, this really privilege and honor of sharing with you something that has really helped me in becoming a success. So I want to thank the 50 Shades of Wealth. I think it is an awesome idea that we get to share and network ideas and concepts in order to become a success. My name is Martin Seika, and I believe that every success leaves patterns, leaves clues for others to follow and become a success. I believe that success has ingredients. You know how you bake something, you got to have certain ingredients to go in. If you miss one of the ingredients, the end product or the result will not come out the same. It won't. So I want to let you know something. Some of you have tried and done certain things. You almost got all the right ingredients. You have the get-go, you have the determination, you have the discipline, you have the 3 Ds, you have the 4 Ps, you have you have everything there. But there's one thing that we all must have in order to become a success. And I believe that this is a key ingredient, if not the key ingredient for success, and that is passion. Passion, you've got to have it. You've got to have it. Not only passion, you've got to have a passionate mindset. Now, this is where I go all across the country and even into Mexico and teaching this, and people are grasping this because you've got to have passion in order for you to succeed and make it through every storm, every obstacle, because I'm telling you right now, as an entrepreneur, you are going to have obstacles in your way. And the perspective you see them will determine whether you run over them or they stop you. So passion is one of those things that can help you and aid you to get the strength that you need to overcome any obstacle that comes your way, because obstacles will come. You've got to have this mindset. Now, you may say, Martin, how can I get my mindset to expand? Well, let me give you some really, really quick things. Like I said, I love giving content, but I want you to use this content to become a success. Listen to this, okay? Now, we all know that we need knowledge. We need knowledge, as much knowledge as we possibly can get. Matter of fact, you can get it from seminars. I highly encourage you to go to conferences, get in networking with other people that are doing what you're doing, get in contact with people that you look up to as your mentors, get books, get CDs, get DVDs, get everything that you can in getting your knowledge. But knowledge on itself is not enough to expand your mindset. A lot of people think that, but it's not. So knowledge is a vertical line like this. Now, you need something else in order for your mindset to expand, and that is skill. You need skill. You need to go, you see, because a lot of people know a lot of things, but they do not apply them. And that's what stops them. They've got a dream, they got a vision, they got this grandeur of, like, hey, I can do this, I can do it. They have the knowledge, they've read all the books, they've read all the magazines, they've done all that, but they have not gotten to the place they want to be. And you should have already been there, but for the lack of skill. In other words, this one right here is information. This one right here is application. This is when you do it. See, nothing gets done until it gets done. Let me say that again. Nothing gets done until it gets done. So if your mindset is right here, right now, the more knowledge you have and the more application you do, the more knowledge grows. So if you want to grow into, let's say we have all this mindset. See, what you got to add to it is you got to have a passionate mindset. Add passion to it. And I'm going to show you how to do that in a couple of minutes. But I want you to know that any information that you get, even if you're at a job, say, Martin, you don't know where I'm at. I'm learning nothing. I have a bad boss right now. I'm ready to take my dream and start it, but I'm scared or I'm frightened. You know, even in a bad situation, you can learn something. And once you learn it, you've got to apply it. When you get the knowledge and you get the application, your mindset will grow. Will grow. So now that you know that, I'm sure that's common knowledge. Let's go just a little bit deeper in what we can do in getting you into getting to your passion in order for you to become a complete success in whatever you do. Okay? Whatever you do, you got to know this. Before the cameras, before the books, before the seminars, before everything, you've got to have a passion to do something. Whatever it may be, it doesn't matter what it is to me. It matters to you. You've got to light a fire inside of you and knowing how to move it in that direction. But I can guarantee you, the moment you make a decision, you will have obstacles. Doubt, naysayers, whatever the case may be, they will come and they will show up in all their grandeur and in all their glory. They will show up. So you've got to make sure you just don't make a decision. You've got to make a passionate decision. A decision that's not going to waver you when storms come. So how do we do this? Well, it goes beyond mere just words, because you can't go on a cliche. You can't go on a quote. You've got to go on something that's stable, something that's solid, something that is tangible that you can hang on to and say, you know what? It's worked for them. It's going to work for me because I'm following the same plan. So let me give it to you this way. Let me give you something that I've been teaching all over the country and into Mexico also. It has really revolutionized some businesses, some entrepreneurs, and it's leaped them, it's propelled them, it's catapulted them to the next, not only the next level, another dimension of their success. But that's another lecture. Let me show you something that I learned a couple of years ago. And when I learned it, I really, really studied it. And I said, this is so awesome. This is so amazing. But I was talking about mindset. You know, our mind is an incredible ingredient, incredible tool, let me say it like that we must learn how to use in order to get to our success. So let me give it to you in the most simplistic way. I saw this about 4.5 years ago, and it really moved me. I said, wow, I'm going to use this technique, and it has worked incredibly. I want you to take down some notes, okay? If you have a dream, and it's bigger than yourself, You're trying to steer it in a certain way, but it seems like it can't go in that way. In other words, let me give it to you this way. If this is your goal, all right, this is your goal, this is your target, okay, and you are on an iceberg, if you may. It's just very simplistic, but I want you to get the gist of it. There's the water, and you are right here. And you're holding a paddle here in the water. You're trying to get to your goal this way. This is where your goal. You're giving it all your might. You're giving it everything that you have. You're moving on it. See, this part of the iceberg that you see, and I'm still talking about mindset, is your consciousness, the conscious mind. Okay? Now, we need to understand that our conscious mind only works or is driven by two things. And note this down. This is the conscious mind. It's only driven by two things. First of all, it is driven by logic. Okay? Things need to be logical for us to get it into our mind. They need to make sense, in other words. They need to make sense. And the other thing is reason. You got to have a reason for things. Now, as an entrepreneur, as a successful person that you are, you cannot work in logic. Let me give it to you this way. It doesn't work in logic. See, you being a success doesn't make sense to the mediocre world, but it makes sense to you. And when you're trying to explain it to them logically, they can't get it. So you cannot really work on logic or reason. The more you pedal this way, the current of the water will always propel you that direction. And we all know that the bigger part of the iceberg is not over the water, it's under the water. The biggest part of you is not on the outside, it is on the inside. Where nobody can see. Nobody can see your dream. Nobody can see your passion. It's all on the inside. We need to get all that to move in the direction that we want it to go. So this is the way you do it. Now, logically and reason will move the conscious mind. We know that. We know that anything logical, it makes sense, let's do it because it's safe. But if you are an entrepreneur, you have got to get away from the place called safe. S-A-F-E. A safe place is for those who have no dreams, for those who have no destiny, for those who say, that's it for me, I'm done. Let me let you know, if you're looking at this video right now, if you're viewing me right now, I'm here to tell you there is more for your life, and you've got to know how to get it. If you're frustrated, say, I've been trying to try this method I'm about to tell you, and it'll move the current in a different direction. So here we go. Logic and reason move consciousness. Things have to make sense. How many of you out there, say, well, it doesn't make sense. An entrepreneur sometimes does not make sense. A dreamer does not make sense. A talker of big things does not make sense because we don't work with logic or reason. We let our subconscious mind take over. So how do we do that? Since logic and reason is the language of the conscious mind, logic and reason is not the language of the subconscious mind. We want it to be because we need to move the bigger part of what's inside. We can try to move and pedal as much as we can this way, but if the current is going that way, we got to make sure that this right here not only change the iceberg, but change the current back. So what if consciousness is moved by logic and reason, what moves our subconscious? I'm going to tell you the two things that move our subconscious. One of them is image. Image, pictures. Pictures are very important. We are very visual. We take everything in pictures. And what happens when we see things? Things are caused, feelings, emotions is the other one. Emotions are triggered by images. You see something scary, you get frightened. You see something nice, you're like, oh. You see something sad, you cry. Images are very important for the subconscious mind. Now, if you get the right images into your subconscious mind, it will cause great emotions, strong emotions, what you need in order to become a success. You cannot do it with emotion. And if you're going to use an emotion, why don't you just pick the biggest one, which is passion, or the most powerful one, which is passion? Might as well just go all the way. You're an entrepreneur. You're a lawbreaker. You're an overachiever. You're an overcomer. Why don't you just go for the big thing? Let's take the big step. Let's dive into the deep and not in the shallow. Let's go for the thing. So images will feed emotions, and then emotions will feed other. It's an awesome circle to go around, and when you do this starts moving the current in this direction. Thus you get your whole you to get you to your goal. When you make a decision, this happens. When you make a decision, don't just make a decision. Make a passionate decision. When you make a plan, don't just make a plan. Make a passionate plan. When you commit, don't just commit, I'm going to go. No, you passionately commit to this thing. Wholeheartedly, everything. When you're going to do an action, when you're going to move exactly and say, you know what, I'm going to move, do it passionately. If you're going to do follow-up afterwards, do it passionately. Everything that you do, you are already doing it right. You just need to add the key to success, the ingredient that you may be missing, and that's passion. Passion makes you move because you feel something, you give something a meaning. Everything changes when you give it a meaning. When something is important to you, it's not a question of impossible or possible. We talk in these terms. Oh, you're going to start a business? Oh, that's impossible. Or that's possible. And those are the only two things that we have, but that we speak about or that we hear about. It's impossible or it's possible. But there's one more choice in there. See, sometimes you get to a part or a portion in your life where you say, you know what, I'm tired of living the mediocre life. I'm tired of living the status quo. I need to let the people around me and the city of status quo say, I'm moving out. It's not a question of impossible and possible, because some of you inside, you are actually dying because you're trying to move this way while everything about you is moving that way, and you want to move it in the direction that you want it to go. See, this is where impossible and possible don't come into effect. You need to ask yourself, is this necessary for me to make it to my destiny? It's not a question of being impossible or possible. The only impossible is in your mind, your mindset. When you know that things are necessary, that means you have put an emotion, a meaning to it, and that meaning will propel you by itself. It will pull you over into your destiny. It will pull you over into your success. Passion has got to be there in order for you to succeed. I'm telling you right now, try it. Get yourself some images that says, this is what I want to be like in 1 year, in 3 years, in 5 years, in 7 years, in 10 years. This is what I'm going to look like. This is what I'm going to drive. This is where I'm going to live. This is how I'm going to serve. This is who I'm going to give to. This is who I'm going to help. Look at yourself and put it in your image so the current can start changing, because once you put the right images, it will cause the right emotions to go, and the shifting of the current will change and will move you faster to your goal. You've got to have this ingredient in order for you to be not just successful, but to be passionately successful. People should know that that man, that woman right there has got a passion for what they're doing. Speaking, the medical field, law enforcement, entrepreneurship, whatever the case may be, whatever you decide, give it the right images. Don't stay in the status quo of logic and reason, because some of the things that you want to do don't make logical sense. What? You want to be a millionaire, a multi-billionaire? Yes, our family has never had money. It will not make sense to them, but it will make sense to you. It will make sense to you. And since you're the one with the dream, why don't you just make it happen? Make it happen. Make it happen for you. The only one who has the ability to strike up or to flare up the passion, ladies and gentlemen, it's you. You know what? I dare you. I dare you to use this. It'll change your life. And when you change your life, you change the lives of others. This will work. It's worked for millions. And it will work for you. My name is Martin Secca. You can look me up at martinsecca.com, Facebook, Martin Secca. Whatever I can do to serve you, please contact me. Can't wait to meet you. I want to see you live. I want you to see me live, because I'm passionate of what I do. I want you to remember two things: live and live with passion. God bless you.
Hey, let me ask you a question. How would you feel if you've saved up and you're ready to buy your dream home or your favorite car, and the decision maker makes a statement, now let's pull your credit? Will you be confident and secure, or would you be nervous about what they're going to say next? If you're going to be nervous, then you need to reach out to me. My name is Chris Bridges, and my company is Credit with Chris, where we help to educate and empower you to live your very best life with good credit. Register today for your no-cost and no-obligation assessment to talk to me and find out where you are and how we can get you on the path to good credit. Go to goodcreditwithchris.com. Again, that's goodcreditwithchris.com and register today. See you later. Bye-bye.
Whoa.
What? Commercial?
Yeah,
I like that. That's
I
kinda
like
cool.
it too.
Yeah.
You know, hey, so people, get with her,
What?
But Credit with Chris, I'm just saying.
Oh, if you want to live a better life, it's
That's
a good
right.
suggestion. So good credit with Chris.
How was Martin?
Energetic, I love that. Martin said with passion. I mean,
If
he
you
didn't
can't
just
get
say
fired
it.
up listening to Martin,
Absolutely.
there's something dead
What
in
they
you.
say if you didn't get fired up, your wood's wet or something like that? If you
Something
didn't
like-
get-
yeah, that's
I don't know,
right.
something like that. I'm not really good about those things. But Martin was fantastic. And
Oh,
I
my
love his
goodness.
energy, and he's so passionate about what he does that he teaches us how to do the same.
And it
so-
comes across easily. I mean,
Yeah.
if you pay attention to Martin, and definitely get in touch with him, reach out to him. He is so nice of a guy. He is just the nicest person. What you see is what you get with
Yeah,
him.
absolutely.
And he's a very humble person.
You know, I was thinking about today on 50 Shades, and every time we have different speakers, every
Mhm.
time we do these. Some of our speakers, of course, we bring them back because they're just so powerful, but sometimes we've had some new, different people. And I'm thinking about today, like all of the people who've spoken so far, they're all different, right? It's not the same messages.
Yeah, yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
of course, they're all different, of course, but I'm saying it's not the same message. And so you can pick and choose and pull from different people, whatever
Yeah.
resonates with you, whatever really just struck you, but you can learn from them and be able to apply it.
You make a very good point as far as bringing in different people, because I think Shay Brown was the only one we've had so far that we've had before.
Probably Shay and Trevor.
Well, we haven't had Trevor up yet. I'm just saying. So far. Yeah.
Sorry, I just said. But if you've been watching any of our promotions, you know that we have some information
Yeah,
from
so
Trevor.
yeah, we're bringing in some new people for you guys
Yeah,
to take a look
absolutely,
at. And Jasmine,
absolutely.
I forgot, and Jasmine, we
Yeah.
did a Jasmine before.
Yeah, so that's
so
good.
our next speaker, he's been very helpful with us.
Yes, absolutely. So set
very
him
good.
up so we know who he is.
Yeah, well, another good friend. I've known him for I don't know how long now, but we knew each other back in the real estate investment days, and when the real estate industry hit that wall, we all went different ways. Well, this guy and his genius decided to go into Blog Talk Radio and create an entire network for Blog Talk Radio, and he has done it and made a lot of people. I should say popular, would that be the right word?
Well, visibility. You know,
Yeah.
Blog Talk Radio is a great platform, and but if you just anybody can go do a show on Blog Talk Radio.
Mhm.
But it's really about making your broadcast more visible,
Yeah.
and that's what he's done with Survival Radio Network. And what is it up to? Over 1 million?
Yeah, over 1 million downloads,
Downloads,
in,
yeah.
in a 3-year period, which is
That's
unheard of.
incredible. So it's incredible what he's done is he's taken something and really helped to bring it into a more structured
Right,
platform.
and
so.
see, this premise, it came from the fact that when he was in real estate, he had made $1 million, and he lost it all. And
Well, at
he
least I
built
only
a-
lost 300,000.
Right. He built himself up again, and he wrote a book called How to Survive the Next 365, which is where Survival Radio Network
Oh,
stems
nice.
from.
Very nice.
And he wrote that, and he also wrote another book called The Phoenix Effect, rising.
I didn't know Clark wrote some books.
Yeah, Clark.
Oh, I need to read
And
Clark's books.
Clark talks about your mindset. He talks about
Yeah.
getting your mind
Yeah, it's good
right
stuff.
to go after things. So we don't want to hold you guys up. So we want to let you listen to the man, the master, the myth, the legend, Mr. Clark
Garrison. All right, let's hear it for Clark.
Hey guys, I am Clark Garrison, the owner of Survival Radio Network. I am a radio show personality, and I am so thrilled to be here with you at 50 Shades of Wealth, the business of money. Hey, I'm just tickled pink to be among the number of phenomenal speakers you guys are going to get a chance to speak to, or hear, I should say, and speak to today. First, let me just thank Barrett Matthews and Chris Bridges for putting this wonderful event together yet again and allowing me to be on here. I feel like I made it to the big time. Hey guys, I was thinking about, what can I talk to you about that you haven't already heard? And it's probably leads itself to not be much, right? So I'm just going to talk about 3 principles and founding philosophies And things that I do in my life every day that I believe help create a sense of success, and through success leads to wealth. And of course, with wealth, there's always money, right? So bear with me. I'm just going to kind of talk about these things from my heart. I don't have a business plan. I don't have a concept. I don't have a strategy of how I'm going to go at this. But I think you're going to get a lot, because these are things that I'm actually doing on a day-to-day basis. And so let me start back from where all this came from. So I am, throughout this whole year, 2015, I have been on a mission, a trail, a coaching program called Taking Back Your Life. And so you can't see it, but the logo for Taking Back Your Life is the phoenix, and the mythological bird. And for those who don't know what the phoenix is, it's a bird that lives for a millennium. And at the end of its existence, after it's consumed everything in its wake, whether that's information, knowledge, energy, you name it, it then burns itself up in its own ashes, only to be reborn. And I thought that was perfect for when I created this coaching system, for what I wanted people to visualize when we go through the steps that we go through. And I'm going to talk about a few of them in a few minutes. But what I mean by that is that oftentimes when we start a new venture, a new idea, a new business plan, a new coaching session, a new relationship, all of those things that we think, now it's time to do a new job, right? We tend to bring all the baggage that we've accumulated over life, over the last century, over the last relationship. I say century, you know what I mean. But we've accumulated all this stuff, and we bring it right into the so-called brand new thing that we're getting ready to be involved with or do. And what happens is, when we bring that with us, we tend to bring the same issues, problems, and concerns, and then we find ourselves, you ever had that feeling where you're like, man, I seem like I'm reliving the same nightmare over and over again. So what I believe we have to do is we have to be reborn. And we have to be reborn in a dramatic way, not just superficial, right? Not just insane and, having a prayer and thinking that, well, when I wake up, I'm good. I'm talking about consuming and burning up all the things that we thought we knew and starting fresh. And that takes a lot of courage. It takes a lot of wherewithal to understand why we need to do it and how. And so what I've developed over I've been working on this thing now for 6 years through trial and an error of my own part, and mentorship and coaching and all of those things that we need to do. And I think I've gotten something that really resonates. At least so far, everybody says it's a fantastic. It's hard, okay? Let me just say that, because we're trying to change things that we aren't used to changing. So you guys are going to hear a lot of steps, principles, ideas over the course of this day. And they're all going to be fabulous, right? But I honestly believe if you don't have the core fundamental principles, of which we're going to talk about 3, and hopefully I get a chance to throw in a 4th little bonus that I want to talk to you about. But if you don't do these things and have these things at the core of your existence, then learning all those other things are going to be fruitless for you. That's what I believe. I see it all the time. I see people who have intelligence, money, wisdom, they even invest in themselves. They do all the things that you think you're supposed to do. And I check back in with them a year later, 6 months later, and they seem to be saying the same thing. They seem to be jumping the same hurdles, right? They might shed off the clothes. They might put on a different outfit, but it's the same results. And I tell you, I know with me, once I was willing to be reborn, right? Because you're going to hear a little bit about who I used to be. Then I took on a whole new level of success and intrigue and longevity. So who was I? Clark Garrison was, for 17 years, a real estate investor. So I bought and sold homes. At one time, wow, if you count the money and asset I had, especially with my assets, I think I owned 23 homes at one time, free and clear at the time. So we had about $23 million of assets in our company. And that's cash, that's real estate, that's some other commodities we had. So I lived a very nice life for about, I was in it for 17 years. It took me about 5 years to get really where I wanted to go. So a good 10 to 12 years, I lived the so-called perfect life with having all the money, the cars, the houses, you name it. I was living the life where you didn't even have to look at tags anymore when you went in the stores. Some of you can relate to that, right? You just say what you want and you get it. You just pick a place you want to go and you go, right? And all that was taken away systematically in 2007, more 2008. And then by the time of 2009, man, I was worn out, right? And I had to redefine who Clark was going to be. And I did that after whining and crying and saying it was everybody else's fault but mine, just like everyone else would. But then I realized, it was my fault. It was me. I was that cause. I was the root of it. So I had to take a look at how to do that, but I didn't know how, right? So I started interviewing over 150, not at once, of course, but over a course of a year and a half, 150 people that I called, took out to lunch, dinner, coffee, whatever I could afford, whatever they would allow me to do, and just asked them a couple of core questions that I had written down to figure out, why aren't you struggling? These were people who still were successful in the Great Recession, right? And they weren't running for the hills. And so through that accumulation, I started seeing a pattern, and that pattern was consistent throughout no matter what race, creed, color, sex, didn't matter, right? I started saying these same principles, shining their light, coming through. So I wrote a book on 12 of them. I think it was like 40 of them that I wrote, but 12 of them that really resonated with Clark. And I think, again, that's another big thing. See, we have to find things that resonate with ourselves, not with someone else. Because what might work for me may not work for you. Certainly in not the same way, text, or construct, right? So Clark then became, through a whole series, which I don't have time to go through, but some of you know the story, I got into radio. And I really got into radio to talk about the book, believe it or not. And I got tired of talking about the book, so I said, let me start talking to people who have stories just like me. And that kind of led me into a career of radio, and I took it serious and I started getting better at it. And over the years, I then said, well, let's develop a network, a channel, and bring some other people on who think like this effect and being reborn. That's what now my emphasis went from real estate and money, right? Money, big thing, to how can I leave a mark after I'm gone? How can I want people to say when I'm gone and it's over and the ride's over and I'm off to the next level of existence, man, Clark really, he really gave something. He taught me, man, he once said this and it meant the world to me. Or what I wanted to matter, not just in my world, but into everyone's world, right? As many people as I can get my hands on. So that was a shift for me. It was a huge shift from the guy who was about almighty dollar. That was all I was worried about. And you know what's funny? I'm still, I'm obviously the same person, but I don't feel the same, right? And I had a lot of money then. I was miserable. I don't have as much money as I had then, but I'm comfortable. I'm an entrepreneur. I work for myself, my own time, and family's happy. They were miserable then because I was miserable because I needed more money. And so they were miserable. Everybody's happy. It's like, you have your moments, but for the most part, everybody is happy because I found my lane, what I was here to do. And I think we've got to, when we talk about 50 Shades of Wealth, it's a really interesting topic because it's 50 shades, right? That means wealth comes in a many complex colors, like the 64 crayon box, right? It's like all these colors, different shades of periwinkle, which what is periwinkle, right? So I think wealth is the same way. I think it's obtainable in the same way. I think it's no one roadmap to getting it. I think it's a series of roadmaps that you put together and you paste together throughout life, and then what happens is we think of wealth as being the end point, and I think wealth, the gaining of wealth, and then of course the accruement of money in its shapes and forms is a result of the pathway that we take on to wealth. So many people look down and say, okay, wealth is that number, right? And they fight so many years like I did to get to that number, which the number just keeps stretching out, right? Because once you say, I want to make 10,000, right? And that's your goal. And then you make 10,000, then what happens? Well, I want to make 25,000. So it never ends. So unless you enjoy the journey of bad, good, and different, and all of the things that happen in between, that's your wealth. The wealth is everything in between. So I digress. I come back to the fact that, I later then started a network, and so proud of the hosts that we have on there and had on there. We all bonded together and understood that we do want to motivate, inspire, and educate listeners all over. Less than 3 years, we've had over 1 million downloads. We've got over 35 shows right now and counting, and it's really been a phenomenal ride. Survival Radio Network is. Many of you have been on the network, and if you haven't, I'd love to have you come on. So let's talk about that afterwards as well. So where are we now? I want to talk about those three things I want to talk about. So before I do that, I want to talk about a really cool saying that I read when I was really at my lowest. And it said, if you must pay the price for success up front and in full, or pay the price of regret and failure in increments over a lifetime. I love that, right? Because I was not willing to pay the price for success up front and full. Many of you aren't. Many of you say you are, but you really haven't done it yet. Let's say that, okay? And we certainly know hundreds of people who, not up for that. But here's one thing I understood about this, and I see it play itself out, is you're going to do one or the other. You're going to pay the price of regret and failure in increments over the course of a lifetime of regret and failure, right? I should have did this. Oh, I didn't do that. And you're going to be the product of the results of that. Because many people don't want to read books and not be in front of the TV. Many people don't want to stay up later than they're comfortable, or wake up earlier than they're comfortable, or I don't know, maybe not go see Mint Condition next week and take that money and invest into coaching, or take that money and invest in, I don't know, 50 Shades of Wealth and some of this, what the speakers are offering here, right? Because we aren't willing to do that. We aren't willing to pay the price for success up front, meaning right now, and in full, whatever that amount for you has to be. Do it now, because you are going to do one or the other, right? So we talked about the book. And by the way, here's the book, How to Survive the Next 365. I wrote this as, a memoir of sort, and I also wrote it as I said, 12 principles that resonated with Clark, and I felt like, man, this is my therapy. And so I went about the business of how to write a book, and I thought it was just going to be for me and maybe my mom and somebody else. And a couple of people were like, man, this is really good. And I said, well, let's not be selfish. Let's stay on the journey, and let's talk about the books wherever we go. Let's get into a dialogue and discussion. So actually what we did at the very beginning is I would have roundtable discussions at libraries for free. And we just come in, because my theory was, and you tell me if I'm wrong, that you can get a group of people, because there's a power of the mind, right? And that's how communities used to work, is they would come together and solve the community's problem. So I believe if you get a group of people together willing to share, okay, and you give any problem that you may be having, certainly when we're talking about personal, we're talking about Calculus 9, okay, but personal problems, the group can figure out the answer. And I would go to the library and try it out. Let's see, you, ma'am, stand up. What's something you're dealing with today that you haven't been able to fight through? And they would talk about it, and people would be crying, and it would get emotional. And we as the group would just try to help, right? We would take our lessons, failures or successes, and we would all implement our little parts, and it would come together in a perfect, uniformly way. So there's something about the power of team. It's something about the power of community. It's certainly, if you have the right people on board that are positive, right? So the first thing I want to talk about is having a game plan. Nothing new, right? You've heard of it. Having a game plan. If you ever played sports, everybody knows how to win. We've got to have a system. We've got to have a game plan, right? But life doesn't work quite that way. When we say having a game plan, most people, I want to be rich. I want to lose weight. I want to read 50 books this year. I want to learn how to draw, how to paint. I want to jump out of a plane, right? We just set the end. That's the end, right? But when I talk about having a game plan, I'm talking about a system of how to get to that game plan, not just having it. So one of the things I learned, and again, these are ideas that I saw over and over through my 150 interviews or so. I think it was a little more, but around there, okay, of people who were successful during the recession and they weren't running for the hills. So this is what came out of it. And one of the things is researching your goals. So like, for instance, this book, before I wrote this book, I didn't just say, I'm gonna write this book and start writing, figured out what editing is and what, copy set is and what's an ISBN number. Oh, I'll figure that later. No, I read 3 other books on how to self-publish. So that by the time I got to starting to write this book, 1, I could decide on whether I really want to do it, right? Because I researched my goal. And then 2, if I did embark on this journey, I had step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4, step 5, on down to the finished result. Okay? How to create your own publishing company, how to get an ISBN number, how to get listed so that libraries can list your book in their facility. I mean, it was a bunch of things that I didn't know that I had to research. And we need to do this for everything that we're doing, right? Learn how to shadow box. So what is shadow boxing? Boxers, why do they, when they get in the ring, first thing they do, right? They start shadow boxing, right? They start going through the routines that they've been training for, and they're sitting in there, right? They bounce around, and we think they're doing that for show. No, they're doing that because they're practicing and seeing the victory by shadow boxing with their opponent in their mind and in their physical form. I think we should do that with our plan. So if we set a goal, I want to lose 50 pounds, and we research and know the steps, we should be shadow boxing those steps in our mind every day. What do I need to eat? How do I get up? How do I count calories? How do I exercise? What exercises do I do? Yada, 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 right? That's another thing we need to do. So here's the third thing that I discovered, which was weird. Tell nobody about your dreams. Tell nobody about your plan. No one, right? Not your mother, not your father, not your sister, brother, spouse, friend, no one. Because your plan or your dream is a baby at this point, right? And babies can be easily killed with bacteria and weather, and someone drops them or doesn't handle them with care. It's the same thing with our dreams and with our plans. We can't give that away to people because they will drop them. They will not handle them with care. They will stomp on them. And that can be monumental to whether a game plan even gets to the finish line. And then who are you listening to? Like, who are you guys out there listening to? Obviously, you're at this event, so you're listening to experts. But you know how many people are out there listening to their friends, their cousins? Like, if I wrote the book, right? Or if I was getting ready to write the book, why would I talk to somebody who's never written a book? What do you think? Think I should write this book? You've never written one. What do you know? How are you going to help me on the steps? So this is what I'm talking about when I game plan. So when I would talk to these people, I started seeing that it's not about just putting a plan together. It's putting a specific plan. And so, by the way, in this book, in each chapter, right, I've got exercises that I have you go through. So when we talk about having a game plan, at the end of the chapter, and we don't have time to go through them now, but I want you to know that there's a method to this madness. There's a rhyme or reason. And so there's exercises at the end that I want you to go through. And so I can just I'm just briefly describe what the exercise for this would be. So the exercise is, once you have your plan, to keep breaking it down, right? Breaking it down. So we list it, and then we break that down into something, and then we take that and we just keep micro breaking it down until it can't be broken down anymore. And what we have is a very specific, second by second, minute by minute, hour by hour. Now you know what to do. You know exactly how to achieve that, because you work backwards and you've broken this thing by asking the all important question of how and why. How do I accomplish this? Why am I accomplishing this? Okay. Second thing I want to talk about is your day. So what do I mean by your day? One of the things I discovered, man, on the pathway to success is that, man, we have got, especially entrepreneurs, okay? Especially entrepreneurs, we have got to learn to take time out for ourselves, to learn who we are and acknowledge who we are and discover who we are, right? So how many of you are working your butts off 7 days a week, all day, every day, and proud of the fact I'm on my grind, right? And you just grind year after year, minute after minute, second after second. You know, you may take off for your birthday, or you may take off for Christmas or Thanksgiving, but for the most part, week to week to week to week, you're just on a pace of grind. And you know what? I was like that in real estate, and then I was on Wellbutrin and Zoloft. Okay, that's a whole nother session. So one of the things I kept hearing over and over is that people who are successful, who were fighting through the doldrums of the recession, consistently gave themselves, and many of them, a full day, certainly partial days, where it was just about themselves. So they didn't take their family out, they didn't take their kids out. It was, it was explained to loved ones that Thursday after 12, it's about me. I won't be reachable, okay? Unless it's a dire emergency, I've planned out a day that I'm going to take myself out. How many of you can't go to the movies by yourself? You feel, oh, this is weird. How many of you can't go to a nice posh dinner restaurant, sit at the bar and just have a meal without being on your cell phone, looking around, or feeling some kind of way about that? How many of you can't ride in your cars without the music being on to distract you from yourself? And what I found out, people, is that most of us don't like ourselves. We can't stand to be with ourselves that long. So we have to have these distractions. We want to work all the time because then we got to deal with us, right? So if you don't want to be with yourself, how does anyone else want to be with you? And if no one really wants to be with you, other than what asset you can give them, how are you ever going to be successful and gain wealth? So I'm here to tell you today, start today. Even if it's an hour, I want you to pick a day of the week for you. For those who have a job, obviously it can't be from 9 to 5 or in the morning, but pick on a Saturday or Sunday, pick some time that it can really just be about you, and then think about it. What do I want to do in this hour? And do just that. Don't include anyone. Don't let anybody distract you. Turn off. Sign off from what we call the matrix. Unplug from everything that's electronic and actually live and discover who you are. See, these are the things that's going to matter when the tough times come. And I'm going to tell you, when you get to the level of an hour, you're going to want to increase it to 2. Then you're going to want a half day. Then you're going to want to be like me and get a full day, where mine's are Thursdays, right? It doesn't mean I don't do anything, but it does mean I do what I want to do. If I want to go to a restaurant that I passed by, I was like, man, I really want to come there. I then go to that restaurant. I pick my day if that's what I want to do. If I want to go see a movie by myself, I go see a movie with Clark. I've done almost anything you could name. I've taken trips. And what happens is you then are so rejuvenated by that you then ratchet up your grind even another level, and you can't wait till your next day. So did I get 3 out the way already? Third one, practice mindfulness. Okay. We did get that. So here's what I want you to do. What is mindfulness? So where did I put it? Okay, so guys, here's a book, The Miracle of Mindfulness by Thich Nhat Hanh. All right, so you need to get this book. One of the things that I've found that people also, not only do they want to grind and always go, is that we're always thinking about yesterday or tomorrow. We're always in yesterday or we're always living in tomorrow, and very seldom do we live in now. And do you realize the only power that you truly have is right now? The only thing that you can affect is right now. Yesterday's gone. There's nothing you can do about that. You can ponder over the mistakes or mishaps, or you can even pat yourself on the back too long about all the stuff you did well. And we can either hope or dream only so much in the future, right? We'll miss everything that's going on because every time we're missing a second, even right now we're in this moment, right? Time doesn't stop. So it's still clicking. It's still moving on at a rapid pace, faster than we think. And so this book, what I learned from this, and you know, people either inherently do it or they read about it, but they practice mindfulness. So I wanted, you know, I wanted to give, I was like, what's the definition of mindfulness that you guys would get? So here's a really cool one that I think resonates. So it's a mental state achieved by focusing one's awareness on the present moment, right? It's a mental awareness of right now. So here's an example. How many of you have been, I don't know, recently in an elevator? And do you remember if there was someone on? And if somebody was on there with you for whatever levels it went on or came on or went off, do you remember what they look like? Do you care what they look like? When you're at the grocery store in the line, do you notice the person in front of you, how tall they are? Are they black? Are they white? What age? What are they wearing? If I asked you 5 seconds later, would you be able to describe them at all? Think about this. We're in August 29th, or August 30th, right? 29th, August 29th. So much of the year is gone. How many of those days can you honestly remember? Besides your birthday, New Year's, Easter, you know, the holidays. Other than that, think back on how many days you've actually lived through. So it's not like you didn't experience the full 24 hours, right? We don't skip hours. How many of you can remember or recall those days? Do you remember the days that were sunny? Do you remember the days that it rained? Do you remember the days that you felt sad, unhappy, angry, frustrated, happy? You know, do you remember anything emotionally tied to that? Right? So it's like reading a book, and after you complete the book, a week later I ask you, tell me a little bit about the book, and the only thing you know is the title. Because we're reading through the book, but we're not living the book. It's a big difference. It's a big difference from just reading to say, oh, done. Another one in. See, I got my 50 books out and I'm done. I'm a superhero. But we're not gaining any information. How many of you are going to listen to this, my spiel, or the other people that are going to be talking, some phenomenal speakers, right? And then tomorrow, will you be able to recall one nugget from anything that anybody says? Or a nugget from every person, at least one, that every person said, and not only recall it, but start living and practicing it. Because that's how you become successful. That's how you become wealthy. That's my opinion. So, guys, I don't know how much time I got. I think I might have enough. I'm going to sneak this in. Barry to cut this off if he thinks it's too much, right? So this is something, when we talk about Phoenix Effect, I created a 7-day, we'll call it a coaching session, but it's a 7-day process that you can take yourself through or you can be taken through. And it is definable by, remember that whole rebirth thing? Well, we get into that in its core of it through metaphysiology. Okay, the above the physical. And the first thing we tackle, which I think is important, is removal of clutter, both physically and mentally. removal of clutter in your life, both physically and mentally. And clutter means, it's from an old English word which means clotter, which means to coagulate. So when we talk about the clutter that we have in our life, both physically and mentally, and we're talking about starting a new job or a new career or a new dynamic or gaining wealth from this point to there, and we still have that clutter in our life, we are like that blood vessel that's coagulating. And we all know what happens at that point, right? Have a stroke and die, heart attack and die. We're having these heart attacks in our careers, in our lives, in our passions, in our goals, and we've got to cease with that. We've got to do something about it. So what we do in this is we take you through a whole day, and we start by, it's a simple process of cleansing, right? And it could be, we start from the physical. So we look at an area that you have not wanted to tackle in years. Some people it's a closet, some people it's their car, some people it's the back room, it's their bedroom. It's some area in your life, right? That's just, it's symbolic of coagulation, of clutter. And we all have them, right? It's our little secret. Some people are worse, right? Some people, you've seen them. Everything is chaotic and everything, their whole house looks a hot mess. But let's, if that's the case, then we have to start little by little. But let's say in this case, we start with that one area, that you just haven't gotten around to, and you keep making excuses. That's on the physical level. Then we talk about things like mental clutters that we have in our life. Like, how many of you guys were supposed to call someone back and still haven't, and refuse to because it's procrastination? You just don't want to. You keep putting it off. That's a form of mental clutter that is eating at you, and you have to learn to dissolve these things away. Stop avoiding people. That's another huge thing. And we can't get into them all because I know I'm running out of time. But we talk about pruning your tree, and that's simply a process of looking at the most influential people in your life, the 5 closest people in your life, and analyzing it. And so I take you through an exercise where you write these people's names down, and you start asking questions like, what do they bring to the table, right? Not that you love them or they're cousins or any of that. What do they bring to your life? And are you willing, if they are, we talk about pruning a tree, when the leaves dies, it drops off. Even though that was the same leaf that sustained it in the spring, it's now no longer useful. It's the fall, it drops off and it dies. And the leaf doesn't say, the tree doesn't say, oh, I'll keep you because I owe you. Right? And what happens? It allows for the tree to bring to have new leaves in the spring. Okay? We got to do that with our own lives. So that's all I got for you guys. And listen, I would love for you guys to stay in touch with me. As I said, we do have a coaching program going on right now. And if you're interested in it, give me a call, 404-447-8265, where we delve into all 12. So I just covered 3, right? There's so many, there's a lot more of these fundamental principles that I'd love to walk you through. I'd love to walk you through that process, but it's not a cookie cutter, right? Because it's different for everyone. So give me a call, 404-447-8265. If you're looking to purchase a book, which I highly hope everyone does, you can go to my website at clarkgarrison.com. And my first name is spelled a little weird, Klarque, clarkgarrison.com. For more information about anything I've talked about, go to our radio site. Check us out. Hang out with us. We'd love to have you as guests. Survivalradionetwork.us. Go there, put on the contact page. It'll come straight to me. Hey, I'm ready to get started. And we'll get you started on the pathway. You work one-on-one with me, and we'll try to make a difference, right? We'll get in there and we'll make a difference. We'll do some things that you're not comfortable doing, and we'll have fun doing it. So, hey, guys, thanks so very much. I appreciate everyone listening and taking the time to hear a little bit about what I've got to say. My name is Clark Garrison. We'll see you next time.
See, y'all caught Chris dancing again. You caught her dancing again.
I'm
She
talking
just
about to break
grooving
out and
over
do
here.
The, do the whipping and the nay-nay. You know, I have a
Oh.
9-year-old.
Yeah,
So,
but
not
she
that I
ain't
know how
here.
to do it.
Well, like I said, she's not here.
I see the dances all over the place.
How you like Clark?
I love Clark. And it's really nice to see Clark being vulnerable
Mhm.
and kind of truthful and transparent today. And, you know, it's nothing like when you hear from someone, it doesn't mean that they've never had challenges.
Right,
I think
right.
what we're hearing today, you know, some of the speakers who have not just arrived, but
Mhm.
they've been taking us on their journey and
Everybody
sharing
had
those
to go
steps.
through some journey.
Absolutely. And sharing their success steps along the way. I told you guys, if I knew today, well, back then rather, what I know today, I would be at a different place,
Yeah.
made some different decisions.
Oh, wouldn't we all?
And really would have been set up. And so it's really about it. 'Cause like for me, every day, that's why I get up and I teach people about some things that nobody taught me. You know, about wealth generation and preparing and putting things aside and,
Yeah.
and learning. You know, we didn't know that back then.
No,
so.
we didn't know a
No,
lot of things
no,
back then.
no.
We have another guest who's going to be coming up soon, a guest speaker who's close to both of us.
Yeah.
And,
She's a little close to you once a week, though.
Yeah, that doesn't sound weird.
No, that sounds weird. She's sitting next to him. I mean, you know,
Okay,
real close.
okay. Yes, and I'm going to get her up here in a couple of seconds if she's ready. I don't know if she's ready or not, but I guess she's not.
Okay. Well, she'll be up in just a minute.
But actually, let's go back to talking about Clark because, you know, a lot of people had heard of Clark and the radio network, but they never knew this side of him.
Right.
And he was sharing that with people, and it was very, very interesting to a lot of people, and he got a lot of insight into what makes Clark how he is.
Right.
And he's an entrepreneur, and he took what looked like a death sentence to a lot of people, and he made it into a new life.
Oh, yeah, it's a choice
And
you make.
it's a choice
when you
you make.
have challenge time. That's what really makes who you are. It's the
Right.
choices you make.
And another shameless plug, you know,
It's your event, Barry.
Well, I used to co-host a radio show with this lovely woman right here, Miss Chris Bridges, called Lunch and Learn with Chris and Barrett, because
I wonder why you put your name first.
look,
I was wondering about that. So just
I can tell you why. I can tell you
because of
exactly.
different reasons, and
I can tell you exactly why. Because when you left, it was me by myself for a while.
Lunch and Learn with Barrett, and then it became
Right.
Lunch and Learn with
It was me
Barrett and
by.
Kelly.
So I figured. It was me by myself. I wasn't gonna move myself from only billing to the second billing.
That's okay. Well, why don't we bring up your beautiful?
Yes, and that's what my part of my shameless plug, Miss Kelly Perry, who is my current co-host. She's the brains of the outfit anyway.
Huh?
She's the brains of the outfit anyway.
Absolutely,
And
we
the beauty.
know. Yeah, and the beauty. Well, you know, if you weren't going to have me, Barrett,
I'm just fluff.
You had to have somebody else there.
I think he got lucky to have two.
Yeah, I think he did.
Smart.
No.
Gorgeous.
I wasn't lucky. I was smart. You think that's an accident?
Oh,
You really think
okay,
that's an
what,
accident? No, that was all by design. Because remember,
right.
I asked you about doing the show, and I selectively
He did. He
chose.
came and asked me.
yeah.
So you all can watch them or listen to them on Survivor
I'm
Radio
stupid.
Network every Friday at noon.
Yes, yes.
So we can't wait to hear from you. Light it up. Drop the
Light
mic. Well,
it
there's no mic you're going to carry, so you can't drop anything.
Can't drop
'cause we're
the
not going to
mic.
pay for any
So we
mics.
look, we got a mic over there, we got a clicker right there, and you got to stand on the X.
Stand on
Stand
the
on
X.
the
Everybody
Stand
knows
on
that,
the
right? What is
Everybody knows stand on the X. Everybody knows stand on the X.
They had to tell me.
Because Natalie was up here going, oh my God, how do I stand
stay
still?
on the X.
I gotta
Yeah.
stand still.
It's all technology. We got to have you in the right shot.
Okay, I'm gonna do
All
my
right,
best.
you gonna do
Stay
your
on the
thing,
X.
girl. We can't
Ready?
wait to hear
Yes.
from you. All right, let's give it up
All right,
for
partner.
Miss Kelly Perry.
Go Kelly! Kelly Perry, y'all.
Starting a successful business. Now, one of the things that I've learned over the years, right, is that when people start a business, you have this great idea, and you just jump out there and you start doing it. And so I've learned that it's so important that you develop a foundation for your business, because anytime you have a solid foundation, you can build as far as you want to build. But if you don't have that solid foundation, then really your stuff is going to crumble. So it reminds me of a story. There was a guy, he owned this very large building in New York, had over 42 floors, and on the 42nd floor they found a crack on the 42nd floor. So he was, oh my gosh, ecstatic. So he called the architect. He's like, we need you to get over here. There's a crack on the 42nd floor. Get over here as quick as you can. So the architect meets him over there, and the building owner goes upstairs to the 42nd floor, and he couldn't find the architect. So he's looking around, where's the architect? And the guys that were working up there, they said, well, he went down to the basement. He's like, what is he doing in the basement? So he got on the elevator, went down to the basement. He's like, what are you doing down here? The problem is up there on the 42nd floor. What is wrong with you? So the architect looks at him, and he says, sir, I'm an architect. This is what I do. I build. I know what I'm doing. See, your problem is not up there on the 42nd floor. Your problem is in your foundation. So today, we're going to make sure that as you're building your business, that you lay a proper foundation so it can be successful. Is that okay with everyone?
Yes.
All right. So now this is how you know if this is for you. If any of these things I'm about to say, if you say yes to it, if you nod your head, if you kind of like, then you know this is for you, okay? So you know this is for you if you have an idea. And not just any idea, but an idea that people will pay you for. And not just one person, but lots of people. Because if your idea, only one person can pay you, I hope it's billions of dollars for whatever it is. Because if only one person can pay you, you're not going to get the results that you want because you don't have something that people want. So you want to make sure that idea, everybody, what problem are you solving? What solution do you bring? What product are you offering? Is it something that lots and lots of people would want and pay you for? So if you have an idea like that, you're right here. Some of you might be afraid to fail. Guess what? I had a business and it didn't work out. I had this idea and it didn't do what I thought it was going to do. Well, guess what? And I know you probably heard it all over again. So many people fail. Statistically, they say people fail in about 7 to 8 businesses before they get to a success. Now, does that mean you need to fail 7 to 8 times to get to success? No. But it happens. But you can't allow yourself to be afraid to fail and stop you. Sometimes you just got to do it afraid. Guess what? I'm scared. I don't know if this is going to work, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because fear won't stop until you step. It won't stop until you take the step to say, I'm going to do this. Fear will always be standing there waiting for you until you make that step, because then there's no need for fear, because now you made it. So if you're afraid to fail, you're in the right place. You don't know where to start. How many times a day do I hear that? I hear that every time somebody comes in and they do a consultation with me. I don't know where to start. And I always gently look at them and smile and say, you've already started. See, when you know you've already started, it takes that pressure off of not knowing where to start. You know you've already started because you went to an event. You've already started because you made an appointment. You've already started because you bought a book, you bought a program. You've already started. So that question that's going around in your head saying, I don't know where to start, well, now you have an answer. You've already started. So don't let that stop you. Now you might be asking yourself, I want financial freedom. I want the opportunity to be able to do something that I want to do without my finances stopping me. So have you ever been in a place where, man, people were going to something and you're like, oh man, I want to go on that trip, but I can't go. I don't have the finances. Man, I want to send my daughter or my son to college, but if he don't get a scholarship, they can't go. And so we want to lay things down. We want to establish a business, another line of resources, of revenue, so that we can have that financial freedom and be able to do the things that we want to do when we want to do them. That's why we go into business. We don't go into business to create another job. We go into business to create another line of revenue so that we can have the freedom that we want, so that we can go and be with our family or go and spend more quality time with our children. You know, we spend so much time traveling back and forth to work and flying here for this company and doing this for this person, and we're only going to get paid so much. We're trading time for dollars. And what we have to do is now take back over our time and get smart with it and create something that's going to give us the freedom that we want so that we can have that time with our family, so that we can have that financial freedom. Now, why would I want to help you? Why would I want to help you is a very good question. I want to help you because I know that so many people start businesses. I know that so many people fail within 1 to 2 years. And now it's really closing in on that gap in the first year. I got a call just last week. A girl calls me and she's like, yeah, I'm going to close my business down in September. Why? Well, people are just not coming. Well, have you did this? Have you did that? Have you did this? No. So you really don't want a business. And so my thing is, if you're going to spend time, if you're going to invest money, if you're going to do all the work to build a business, at the end of the day, don't close the door so you know you've done everything. And so to me, I want to help you because I don't want you wasting your time, wasting your resources, because I believe that we all have dreams. Every one of us. I believe that our Creator, whatever you believe in, but I believe that our Creator gave us all dreams. He put something on the inside of us that said, this is what you were supposed to do. So we all have dreams. And I don't believe we were given dreams just to be given to us. I believe that when He gave us a dream, He put what we needed to get those dreams done. But a lot of times, we don't believe that those dreams come true. Now, what is a dream? Now, I'm not talking about those crazy dreams like, you know, I was being chased and somebody was trying to cut my legs off. Not that kind of stuff. You know, that maybe that was that chicken that you ate that night. I'm talking about the dream. And here's my definition of a dream. A dream is not what you see in sleep. A dream is something that won't let you sleep. See, you can't shake it. You can't get away from it. Every time you go somewhere, you see a part of it. Every time you pick up a book, it just happened to open up to a chapter that speaks to you. Every time you talk to somebody, they bring up something. See, that thing that you just can't shake. It's like, man, this thing keep hitting me from every direction. Even your children come to you and they say something, you be like, how you know? You can't shake it. See, that's the kind of dream that we're talking about when it comes to your business. I believe not only that it's your time, and not saying literally time, that it is the place where you are right now. See, a lot of us are waiting. Some people are waiting for this big sign, you know, to say it's time. So if I'm that sign, it's time. If you're waiting on everything to line up, guess what? Everything is not going to line up. Everything is not going to be perfect. And if you're waiting on everything to be perfect, you'll never start your business. If you're waiting on your bank account to have the exact amount in it, it's not going to happen. Everything is not going to line up. So if you're waiting on things to line up, just go ahead and decide today that I'm just going to start. I'm going to start because it's time. So you can look at time as on the negative side and say, man, I ain't got much time. Time is ticking away. And every time you think like that, the more negative thoughts come to you that say, see, you should have did it last year. Now you're older. Now you got this going on. Now your kid is going to college. So you're working against time. But see, when I look at time, I go, wow, I got all this time to build my business. I can look at the negative side and go, time is ticking, because it's the same time. Whether you do it or you don't do it, it's the same time. So why not use it to benefit you instead of use it to torture you and say, man, I wish I would have done it. It's your time. It's time to really step out and do what you know you should be doing. Now, before we get into my 7 secrets, is it okay if I just tell you a little bit about myself? That's okay? All right, cool beans. So, I'm a wife, and I like to say that. That's an older picture. So I'm a wife, 21 years of marriage, and I say that because there are so many women that think because they're a wife they can't start a business, but you can. Yes, it may be a little tough because I'm a wife and sometimes I'm pulled with my wifely duties, but you also can build your business. Now, it just so happens that I married another entrepreneur, and so we have another company on his side, and so sometimes people think, oh, it's a perfect world. No, it's not, because I helped him get his business and establish his business, and now it's the bread and butter of our family, and then I step out to build my business, and that's her little thing, So we both have to balance that out where our businesses are, but it can be done. And that's the point that I want to get to you. I'm a mom. I got 5 kids. Count them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 girls. Did you see that? 5 girls. And so, all different ages, but they all have different demands. They all are pulling me in different directions. So at one point I can be going over here to a track meeting. Another point I'm going to a singing concert. And in between that I'm making a business call. So it can be done even with children. And the thing is to let your children know, and I love this, that you sit them down and you say, hey, this is what mommy's doing. And I'm doing this because I want to build a legacy. I want to have something in place that that mom did this work for you. And so when I sit them down and I let them know why I'm doing what I'm doing, and sometimes I won't be able to make it to your event. Now I'm going to calendar you, I'm going to pencil you in and be there for a lot of them, but sometimes I won't make it. And guess what? They get on your team. They're my biggest cheerleaders when it comes to, yay, mommy, go do the best job. They understand what I'm working for. So you can do it even when you have children. And I'm a startup specialist. My thing is, my husband and I, when we started our business 13 years ago, nobody would help us. I mean, people that we thought were our friends. We babysitted their kids. They was like, no. So we had to do a lot of stuff on our own. We fell down, we broke some arms and some legs and lost some money and got cheated, got robbed. But as we were going along, yes, we went through all of that, and I promised myself that when we got through the process, that I would never do anyone like people did me. Because I'm a good person, and I don't mind helping people. And so I wanted to focus in on startups because that's a hard area to get it started, to really figure out who you're trying to reach. And so because of the journey that we took, I wanted to take that and help other people so that they didn't have to go through all that we went through. So you don't have as many broken bones as we had. But most importantly, I do it because I have a dream too. And there's a dream for me. And like I say, my girls are my cheerleaders. They're my why. And so I had a dream that I could also be an at-home mom, that I could also help my husband build his business, but I could also start my own business and bring in revenue because I believe my dreams come true. So my dream now is to serve you. I want to help serve other people so that your dream doesn't stay in that state of just being a dream or an idea, but it actually becomes real with something tangible. And at the end of the day, you get to go to the bank and drop off some checks. And so that's what we want to do. And so secret number 1, we're going to jump on in there. Secret number 1 is you got to have clarity. And it's so important because we have these great ideas and we want to start these businesses, and we jump up and we build a website and we get some business cards, and we don't know who we're serving, what we're offering. We just know we want to start a business. And so if you're not really sure on what your business is offering, if you're not really sure who you're offering it to, you're going to be spending a lot of money doing a whole bunch of things but not getting the results that you want. So it's important to be clear on who you're servicing. So a lot of times you ask people, well, who would use that? Well, everybody does that. And I'm like, no, not true, because everyone doesn't drink whole milk. Everybody don't drink whole milk. Some people drink soy, some people drink almond, some people don't drink milk at all. They can't, they lactose intolerant. So your business is the same way. Everybody may not need what you're offering. But you're not looking for everybody. You're looking for the ones that need what you're offering. And when you get clear on not trying to offer all of this because you think you're going to make all this money, and you get clear on what you're offering, then that's when the revenue starts coming in. People think they're going to lose out because they're not. You don't do that. We had an IT business, and people come and they go, well, do you build websites? Now, some people go, yeah, we build websites. No, we don't. We don't build websites. That's not what we specialize in. Now, we could do it, but that's not what we offer. So they think they're losing money when really you're watering down your message, and you'll get to the place where they don't know what you're offering, and then people won't come to you. When you want your braces done, you don't go to just, the toe doctor. You go to the orthodontist. He's a specialist in that area. So find out what you're offering and get clear. And believe me, this takes some time. As you're building your business, it's going to change. It's going to tweak. So it's like, where are you going and what is it that you want to establish? Secret number 2 is put together a one-page business plan. And I say one page because back in my day, when we started our business, the business plan was like 50, 60 pages. And who wants to sit down and do 50, 60 pages? Most people today, when it's microwave society and everybody's moving quick, got to get everything done really, really quick. Well, now we have a one-page business plan. It's on that one page where you can really begin to put it together. So now it's not an excuse. I don't have time for a business plan. Well, you got to do this with a business plan. Put together a one-page business plan. And that's going to save you time and also get you going. Now, secret number 3. I forgot to bring my cake with me because, a lot of us believe that when we start our businesses that we can't nobody can do anything. I got to know everything. I got to do everything. And that's how we really mess up in business. Now, in the beginning, yes, you may be solo, but there comes a time when you got to open it up and bring somebody on. Now, I remember my husband and I did the finances in the business, and he was like, yeah, babe, we're going to hire an accountant. What you think, I can't do it? What's wrong with me? No, baby, we're expanding. So, brought the accountant in, I'm looking at him all like, who do you think he is going to be up in our business? How we know he going to be stealing the money? You know what the people say, right? Not really realizing that when you're building a business, you're not building it so that you do everything. Remember, you didn't start a business to become an employee of your company. You started a business so it could free up your time, so you could generate resources and go have fun with your family and travel, whatever it is you want to do. So we got to take off that superhero suit thinking we got to do everything. No, it's about building a team. And I believe when you got a dream for that idea, for that business, that there are people waiting to be a part of your team. They bring something to the team, and you don't want to turn them away. Don't turn your team away. You need them. You can't do it all. So you got to take off that superhero suit. And I say burn it because, we just take it off, kick it to the corner. We'll walk back over there, pick it up, put it back on. You got to burn it. Get rid of it. And recognize that it takes a team to build a business, a successful business. Now, I want to give you a gift. Is that okay? People like gifts? You like gifts? Yes. They shaking in the room? Yes? Okay, cool. So I want to give you a gift, and it's a book on better business building for your business. A lot of things that I wish I knew when I was building my business. So you want to text the word coaching to 301-563-9787. Going to get this free, awesome book, Better Business Building. Text the word coaching to 301-563-9787. So a little link will come up. You click on that link, and it's going to give you this awesome book and a bunch of stuff that I wish back in the day somebody would have told me. So get your free gift. Text coaching, COACHING, to 301-563-9787. And I believe it's going to help you on your journey. Secret number 4 is make technology your friend. I remember when, Facebook and Twitter and all that came out, people was like, oh, no, we don't want that stuff. We don't want that. But you have to make technology your friend, because if you haven't learned by now, it's not going anywhere. It's here to stay, so you might as well become friends with it. And here are a few tools that as a business owner you need to become friends with. Get a CRM system, a customer relationship management tool. Now, what this is going to do, what this is going to do is get rid of all those little pieces of papers and all those cards and all that stuff that when you need to contact somebody, you like, where is that paper? I wrote it down. You want the CRM system. You want it, one, yes, it's going to keep in contact with those people that are wanting to connect with you in your business, but it's also going to help you to grow. It's going to show you what people are looking for. It's going to show you that these people are opening your weekly newsletter and these people are not. So maybe you're not giving them solutions or tools that they need. And so you want this so you can get rid of all the little pieces of paper and all the business cards and put it in one place so that when you need to do what you need to do, it's there, right there available. You want to embrace social media. Social media is just not to be social and, show pictures of your kids and you jet skiing and, all of that. Social media can be used in business and you can make money from social media. You just have to learn how to understand how to make it work for you. So you want to embrace social media. Don't run from it. And get QuickBooks. Because if your money ain't right, if you just kind of throwing money under the table, throwing checks here, and you don't have a system, you're going to find yourself in trouble. So you want to get a system, and QuickBooks is definitely for small businesses to help you make sure that your system is in place, your finances, and when your money is right, you're happy. And so you want to get something that works for you. Secret number 5, find strategic partners. Now, I like strategic partners because that means I don't have to do everything and I don't have to know everything. I can just know what I need to know and they can know what they need to know. So there's some benefits to having strategic partners. 3 of them I'm going to share with you today. You share resources. So now you have a strategic partner. You want to have an event together. Guess what? You don't have to put all the money in. You can work together. And now it keeps your pocket not empty because you spent all your money, but now you're sharing the resources. Then it increases your profitability. How? Well, 1, you ain't spending all your money. So you get to increase in profitability. And I believe when you have really good strategic partners and you're on the same page and you're thinking, you got the same vision, it's definitely going to increase your profitability because now you're both looking at it. Because sometimes one person can be more passionate than the other and they see it from this way. And the way they might be seeing it ain't making no money. Where the other person can see it like, whoa, that don't make us no money. We need to change that. And so it increases your profitability. It also will decrease your workload because now you're not doing everything. I remember in my business where I was doing every single thing. And that can get tiring. You'd be like, oh my gosh, why did I do this? Why did I say I want my own business? But when you have strategic partners, then you can now divvy up some of the responsibilities and not have to do everything. So those are some benefits to having strategic partners. Secret number 5 is choosing the right entity. Now this is a part that I say when, you definitely, to be a legit business, to be legit, to be looked at as a real business, you want to choose an entity that has that Inc. or that LLC on it. Because a lot of people take you seriously when you have that on there. Now when you're choosing the right entity, you should speak with a lawyer or your accountant. And they can definitely tell you because there are different entities that you do for different businesses. So you want to make sure you speak to someone that specializes in that. So you have your LLC, and there are benefits for an LLC. One of the amazing benefits is now they become an umbrella. So they can't come after you and take your house and your car, long as you do what the guidelines. And that's what I have to remind people. There are guidelines that if you go across those guidelines, then they can't come after your house and your car. So you want to make sure that you follow the guidelines as an LLC. But then we also have our sole proprietors. Now, some people, when they're startups, I do tell them, stay right here. Develop what you want to do. Find out if this is what you really, really want to do before you go get an LLC or an Inc. Because you might change your mind and say, you know what, forget this. I don't want to do this business thing. I want to go to work. So I told them, stay right there. Figure out what it is you want to do. Figure out if there's a market for you before you go ahead and do it Inc. Because there are benefits, but then there are also, on the other side, the negative stuff. But talk to that lawyer or accountant. The nonprofit, there's definitely benefits for nonprofits, but there's things that you have to do, put in place in order to be a nonprofit. Most of the time, when you're a nonprofit, you definitely want to have that designator because when you want people to give you donations, people like, I want to put this on my taxes. So you want to make sure you're legit. Definitely talk to a lawyer or an accountant. Now, secret number 7 is you have to believe. Now, you can have the vision. You can have the strategic partners. You can have all the tools in place. But if you don't believe that you can do it, guess what? It's not going to happen because you'll be doubting yourself every step of the way. You have to believe that you can do this. And there are going to be times when sometimes I sit at tables with people that got more acronyms after their name than I even thought of. And I'm like, man, they listening to me? I have to believe that I have the answers. Because the minute they see that I don't believe, and I'm like, ooh, then they like, whoa, maybe you ain't the one for me. But you have to believe that this dream, this idea, this business that you want to start, that yes, I can do this. I might not know everything right now. I may not be able to do everything right now, but that doesn't stop me from taking the step of starting a business. I want you to watch this video.
Listen to me closely. When you get to the point where enough is enough, when you get to the point where it hurt real bad, when you get to the point you can't take it no more, when you get to that point, I'm telling you, I can't explain it to you. The doors start opening, opportunities start happening. But what you cannot do is you cannot quit doing the process. You cannot give up because it ain't what you see. You cannot give up. Champions keep going when they don't have anything left in their tank. That's the difference between the greats. That's what separates them. When they don't have no more, when it's over, when they're tired, when they're frustrated, when they're ready to give up, when they spend their last dime, that's when they get started. Are you hearing me? It's when you have nothing left. It's when you depleted all your money, when all your energy gone, when you have nothing left. That's when it's showtime. When you find a way out of no way, when you find breath that you don't have, when you find energy that did not exist, when you want this thing as bad as you want to breathe, that's when you find a way.
So you gotta want this, you know? So if this is something you just saying, well, you know, Susie started her business. You know, she ain't as smart as me. I could do this thing. Because when you're building a business, you're working. In the very beginning, you are putting some time in. You are digging up. I like to think of it, my grandfather was a farmer. And when I was little, he would have to have these big machines that had to till up the ground because it was hard. You couldn't just go out there and just throw the seeds. Well, I look at that in building business, that you got to till some ground. You got to dig in deep so that you can plant the seeds to build your business. Are you going to believe that you can do it? Because it can be done. And I believe that every dream, and I tell you, I believe every dream, every idea has the ability to be birthed. But is the person birthing it ready? And you got to be ready to birth that dream. Now I have something for you, because I believe everything in starting a business takes longer than 30 minutes. It takes longer than 60 minutes, because there's so many different facets. And a lot of time when I'm sitting down with people, you have to remind them, you went in business because you love washing windows. You love selling cars. That's your thing. But there's so many other things to business that you have to understand to make that business work. And so I want to offer you something. So I want to offer you a 30-minute private one-on-one coaching session. And it's only going to be, because, you know, I can't do a lot of them. I can't do a lot of them. So I'm only offering 10 spots. Only 10 to do that 30 minutes. Now, you may think 30 minutes ain't nothing. Well, I'm telling you, I do 30 minutes with my coach, life changes. Just one idea, and it's like, oh my gosh, we don't even need the rest of the 29 minutes. I just need that 1 minute that you just gave me that great idea. So in 30 minutes, you can do a whole lot. It's going to be a private one-on-one session. If you text the word consultant, to 301-563-9787. And you'll get a little link that comes up, and you'll click on that link, and it'll take you to a calendar, and you can choose your date and your time. And then once you get that, we'll send you out a form that you'll fill out. And that's going to be the part that says, I'm for real about this. Because a lot of people will sign up and say they want this consultation, they want this coaching session, but then they don't want to do the paper that I sent to them. See, that to me is going to show me, are you serious about your business? Have you really put some thought into it? Because I'm not going to build it for you. If I'm going to build it for you, I'm going to get the revenue from it. I'm not sharing. So I want to help you with your business, with your idea, if you're serious. So if you're serious about taking your business, about really building your business and taking it to another level, and not just cliche going to another level, but for real, building something that's going to leave a legacy and really create a stream of revenue that you can have fun with, because the money is coming in and you can go enjoy your time with family and friends. So text the word consultant to 301-563-9787. I'm only taking 10. And so that's what I have to offer you. Now you can do it the hard way. You can do it yourself and get all the little freebies that everybody is offering and figure out how to make it work. Or you can really get serious. Sit down with someone that's going to help you build out that strategy, that plan, so that you can start really building your business. Or you can do it the easy way. I hate to say easy because it's not always easy, but it's easier when you're working with someone that can help direct you. You know, it's almost like GPS. You get in there, you don't know where you're going. The GPS is very helpful to get you to where you're going. So my final thoughts for you today is, again, I believe every dream was meant to come true. I believe every idea has the opportunity to be birthed. And I believe if you have a dream, a desire to really start a business, hopefully you want it to be successful. And so in being successful, sometimes you gotta walk with someone. Sometimes you need someone that knows things that you may not know to help get you there. And I wanna be that person that helped get you there. And so again, I'm Kelly Perry. And guess what? I'm going for my dreams. And I encourage all of you to go for your dreams too.
All right, we're here with Kelly. We're back again. Chris up there, woohoo, and she forgot we back on camera. So, I mean,
Be in the middle. I'm sorry, y'all know.
she was all there, they danced to your music, and I'm like, hello, we're on camera. Kelly, that was wonderful.
Thank you, thank you.
You got some praise from online.
Awesome.
Jasmine O'Day said she liked you.
Hi,
I told her we gotta have her on the show.
All right,
She said awesome.
And you know what? We talked about that earlier.
Mhm.
Jasmine is still plugged in to what we've been doing since 8 o'clock this morning.
And
There's some
Awesome.
people that have also been here since 9 o'clock. Since 9 o'clock. We've been here since 8. 9 o'clock, and she's already, you know, I'm sure she would probably say she's achieved a lot of her goals. I'm sure she's still going for bigger dreams.
Right.
But she's still staying connected to 50 Shades of Wealth. And so if Jasmine can do it, and so can all of these other awesome,
We can
equally
always
amazing
learn.
people. We continue to learn, and we thank you all very much.
And
for that.
we're in the home stretch now, and we just finished with the great Kelly Perry, and we have 2 more to go, guys. So we're
All right. And is that it? Oh.
Yeah. Hey,
All
what are you
good
gonna do?
things.
What are you gonna do?
But then they got to follow up.
But there's no snow. So.
There's no snow. That's so right about the follow-up. And I love the way you broke down your presentation, your talk today, and really gave them, gave us rather, all of the keys of the strategies. Because sometimes we hear and it was like, especially for taking notes, it's good to be real specific about it.
Yeah.
And like Barrett said earlier, Shay Brown teaches us to go back and look and read through your notes.
Yes.
Over and over, because it'll be something you won't get while you're sitting here with all of these lights and Chris and Barrett bouncing in and out, but you'll get it when you go back over your notes and you're like, okay, I need to implement. I love that one thing. And that 30 minutes free, y'all better register for that.
And
30 minutes with Kelly Perry.
And if
is
you
very
heard
valuable.
anything consistent with everybody today, is that everybody talking about their coach.
Yeah,
So
everybody has a coach.
even the coaches have coaches, guys. So
Yep.
you have to get a coach. I have several, because you have different coaches for different things in your business. So you need to get a coach.
And
So-
you know what we did? We actually brought multiple coaches so
Yes.
people can figure out who do I need to work with.
Mhm.
Who do I fit? Who am I kind of connecting
Yeah.
with? And what is that problem?
Right, what's the
'cause
problem? Right,
Because you might
right.
have multiple problems that you all are seeing some answers to today, and it's okay because that's what we do. We're all coaches. We lock hand in hand with you to help you get to your goals.
Right, exactly.
I love it.
So Kelly, we thank you once again, darling.
Yay,
And I'll see you Friday.
All right.
So, all right, guys. That
All
was
right.
Kelly Perry. Wow. Next, what do we say?
Well, you know what? I think he's just another phenomenal person. I mean, we were just talking about him in the back about, we've known this next speaker for a number of years, and
you
he's
introduced
really,
me to him.
Did I? And he's really walking in his passion and his purpose right now. And as a result, he's making impact around the world.
Yes, around the world.
Around the world, he really is. He's really helping people to see automation in their business, marketing, branding, technology. I mean, some of the things
And
that
he's
he's
creeping
doing.
into the background now.
Yeah, I love it.
He
I
used to
love
be
it.
all
I
out
love
front
it.
in your face.
I love
Now
it.
he's all in the background.
Yeah, I wish we could afford him like we did back in the day, but you can't afford to really connect with him now. All right.
Because he's the man behind the curtain.
He's
See,
the man
I call him the Wizard of Oz. So.
Oh, that's funny, the Wizard of Oz. Well,
Yeah,
we
the-
are talking about none other than, if you've been looking at our speakers for this lineup for 50 Shades of Wealth, you've seen that we have a speaker with the last name of Otts. First name is Mr. Trevor
First name
Otts.
Trevor, the
And
mad
so
scientist of
Trevor
marketing.
took his time, just like everyone else, and put together a specific message just for us today. And so without any further ado, let's hear from Mr. Trevor
Otts.
Thanks a lot.
And so today I'm really looking forward to working with everybody. I mean, I'm excited. I mean, I'm pumped up. I really believe that we have Hall of Fame entrepreneurs here. I believe that we got Hall of Fame business owners here. And I'm gonna tell you what, we're gonna generate some Hall of Fame revenue. So with that being said, Lyric and the rest of the on-screen producers, let's go ahead and get started. I'm feeling excited today. All right. So for those people who don't know me, I'm Trevor Otts. For those people who do know me, I'm still Trevor Otts. And you can connect with me at Trevor Otts on Twitter or Facebook.com/Trevor Otts. I'm looking forward to connecting with you through these fiber optic lines on social media. So let's jump right into it today. Don't want to spend a whole lot of time on fluff. I want to spend more time on talking to you about what it's going to take for you to get to the next level. And to do that, I want to kind of lay out some of the things that we have taught other virtual CEOs all over the country. Now, there are a couple of things that you're going to need to know for our systems to be successful in your business. And the first thing you're going to need to know is that we believe in the giver's economy. And I want you to believe in the giver's economy. And here's what we know about the giver's economy. Everybody go ahead and tweet this or go ahead and post this in Facebook, but post this. The person who outgives their competition out-earns the competition. Just go ahead and write that down. The person who outgives their competition out-earns their competition. And these days, you know, there are many different economic cycles that we go through in this country. And by this country, I mean the United States. And the cycle that we're in right now is we're really in the giver's economy. And in the giver's economy, the person who outgives the competition out-earns the competition. And so here's what I want you to know. Givers are champions. Givers are champions. And what we want you to do is be the type of business who is focused on giving value to your audience, to your clients, to your customers. In exchange, they will invest in themselves through the products and services that you offer. Number two, we're going to talk about is how do you turn giving into profits? So, you know, at the end of the day, I know what you're thinking, because it's the same thing that I would be thinking. Okay, Trevor, I'm not a charity. I'm not the Red Cross. I'm actually in business to generate revenue. So tell me, how do I turn giving into profits? So let's start out with some of the basics. Everybody, by the way, this is learning time. Go ahead and take out your pens, take out your paper. But the first thing we got to do is we got to learn the rule of I am. Go ahead and write that down. Just write down I space A space M space. We're going to talk about the law of I am. And the law of I am says this: people pay you first with their information. They pay you second with their actions. And they pay you third with their money. People pay you first with their information, second with their actions, and third with their money. If you ever take it out of order, you're going to cut your revenue by 80%. And many times, what we focus on is what we want most from the clients. We want the money from the clients. And the problem is those misplaced objectives are the things that actually cause us not to actually generate revenue in our business. So the first thing you got to understand is how people pay you. People pay you first with their information, they pay you second with their actions, they pay you third with their money. If you ever take it out of order, you're going to cut your revenue by 80%. Step two, you got to learn how to filter leads and prospects. You got to learn how to filter leads and prospects. So step one to becoming a virtual CEO is learn the law of I am. People pay you first with their information, second with their action, third with their money. Step two is you got to learn how to filter leads and prospects. And here's what I want you to know. You must, before you can filter between a lead and a prospect, you're going to have to know the difference between a lead and a prospect. So let's go ahead and write this down. A lead is a person who is interested in our products, our services, our mission, or our brand. Now, I know this might seem a little elementary to you, but these are the building blocks of a seven-figure revenue generating infrastructure. And what you want to do is you want to build your business, you want to build your revenue model on something that's sustainable, something that's recurring, and something that you know is consistent. And so to do that, there's some things that you're going to have to know. So go ahead and write this down right now. A lead is a person who is interested in my products, my services, my mission, or my brand. So if a lead is a person who's interested, then what's a prospect? Well, a prospect is a person who is indicated by their actions that they're interested in your products, your services, your mission, or your brand. So we have this thing out here. It's the lead. The lead is a person who's interested in my products, my services, my mission, or my brand. Try saying that one 3 times fast. Then here's the prospect over here. A prospect is a person who is indicated by their actions that they're interested in your products, services, mission, and or brand. The difference between the two is the action. And so that brings us to step number 3, understanding the purpose of marketing in your business. Oftentimes, we think that the purpose of marketing is to create clients, and that's not true. The purpose of marketing in your business is twofold. The purpose of marketing in your business is to attract leads. Everybody write that down, to attract leads. That means basically get people interested and generate prospects. That means get them to take an action. So the purpose of marketing in your business, everybody write this down, is to attract leads and generate prospects. And once you know that, then you're really set up to really take your business to the next level. See, sometimes the marketing goes out and it attracts leads, it gets people interested, but it doesn't get them to take any action. And so if you get people interested but they don't take an action, your marketing has failed. And so you got to attract them and you got to get them to take an action. And so the marketing trap that we see a lot of business owners fall into is we see a lot of business owners fall into the trap of thinking that marketing generates clients, and marketing doesn't generate clients. Marketing attracts leads and generates prospects. So if marketing doesn't generate clients, what does generate clients? Sales generates clients, meaning there is a cash transaction. There is an investment that's been made, and there's a deal that's been closed. And so what happens is, first we attract a lead, then we convert them into a prospect, and then we convert them into a client, meaning a transaction gets closed. And so if we always remember is that it's the responsibility of sales to create clients, not marketing. And this is really a key distinction, because many times we are thinking to ourselves that it's the marketing that's got to go out and create the clients. And so sometimes we get clients that come in and they say, hey, I need more marketing. And I say, well, why do you need more marketing? And they say, because I want to generate more customers. Well, marketing doesn't generate more customers. It generates more prospects. Sales generates more clients. And if you start to segment in your database with the people that you're doing business with, who's a lead, who's a prospect, and who's a client, it will bring clarity to your business. And so make sure you understand the difference between a prospect and a client, or a prospect and a lead. A lead is a person who is interested in your product, your services, your mission, or your brand. A prospect is a person who's indicated by their actions that they're interested in your products, your services, your mission, or your brand. And in step 4, I want you to learn, now that you have the basics, you know about the law of I am, you know the difference between the lead and the prospects, you know how to filter out people. So what's step 4? By the way, we're moving fast, aren't we? Isn't this pretty cool? Didn't take long to put an evergreen revenue model in place. So number 4, learn the virtual CE formula, virtual CEO formula. Everybody type it to the group right now, hashtag virtual CEO. Go ahead, just type it to the group right now, hashtag virtual CEO. So here's the formula. Interest minus an action equals a lead. Interest minus an action equals a lead. So if you get somebody that's interested in a product that you're offering, interested in a service that you're offering, interested in you, interested in your business, but they don't take an action, they're just a lead. They're just a lead. Conversely, interest plus an action equals a prospect. So interest minus an action equals a lead. Interest plus an action equals a prospect. Go ahead, write that down. An interest plus an action equals a prospect. So let's take it to the next level. Interest plus an action plus seriousness equals a client. So here's what I want you to know. Let's take it back for just a second. A lead is the person that's interested in your product, your services, your mission, or your brand. A prospect is a person who is indicated by their actions that they're interested in your product, your services, your mission, or your brand. A client is a person who has basically participated in a series of consistent actions that indicates that not only are they interested in your product, your service, mission, or brand, but they're serious. And so the only thing that a purchase is a purchase is just a step in a chain of actions. So first they got interested. Then they took an action to let you know that they were interested. And they took another action. Then they took another action. And they were really indicating that they were serious. And what happened is they really moved from being a prospect to a serious prospect. And here's what I want you to know. A serious prospect and a client is the same thing. Everybody write that down. A serious prospect and a client is the same thing. So let's use as an example. I may say, hey, I'm having this big webinar. And so I say, oh, that's pretty cool. What's it about? I tell them a few things about it. They don't take any actions. But they did say it was cool. At least they were interested. They asked me, what was it about? No action. Let's just say, I say I'm having a really cool webinar. They ask me what it's about. I say it's about generating more revenue. And then what they do is they go and register for the webinar. They go to my page, they register for the webinar. That's an action. They just went from being a lead to a prospect. I have an action. A prospect is the person who's indicated by their actions that they're interested in my product, services, mission, or brand. Got it? Now, not only do they register for the webinar, but the webinar starts, let's just say Tuesday at 5 o'clock. Tuesday at 5 o'clock, they show up to the webinar. That's a second action. Thursday, or let's just say we're still on Tuesday rather, that webinar starts at X amount of time. It starts at, let's say, 9 p.m. Not only did they show up for the webinar, they actually start to participate in the webinar. They start asking questions. They start interacting with the moderator. That's a third action. And now the webinar is going on for like a whole hour. The person stayed for the whole webinar. That's another action. At the end, I make an offer. They actually buy. Why? Because that pattern of actions indicated that they were serious. So think of it in this way. A client is a person who demonstrates a consistent pattern of behavior that supports a particular belief. A belief in your product, a belief in your services, a belief in your company. And so what you got to remember is that interest plus action plus seriousness equals a client. So here's what you're trying to do. Let's just back it all the way up. It's like, let's rewind it back. There's a stranger out there that not only I'm looking for, because never forget that you are looking for the client, but the client is looking for you too. And so there's this client out there who's really a stranger. We don't know them, they don't know us. We're looking for them, they're looking for us. They're out there in the universe. We do some marketing. The purpose of marketing is to attract leads and generate prospects. So we do some marketing. They say, that looks interesting. They look at the page. They look at the product. They look at the service. They look at what we're talking about. Then they register. At the moment that they register, they became a prospect. So what happened? That stranger we basically converted them into a lead by attracting them. So strangers get turned into leads. Then, once we got them interested, we tried to get that lead to take an action. So we were trying to really convert the lead from a prospect. So all you want to do with leads is you got to make sure that a lead takes an action. Your only goal is to get a lead to take an action. So let's just back it up again. We're trying to get strangers to get interested. We're trying to get leads to take an action. We're trying to make a prospect take more actions, a series of actions. And so now we're converting that prospect to a client. So interest plus actions plus seriousness equals a client. Follow the process. Remember that a serious prospect and a client is the same thing. A serious prospect and a client is the same thing, okay? A serious prospect and a lead, a serious prospect and a client is the same thing. So step 5, convert. So step 5 in the system, convert. So when I say convert, here's what you got to do. You got to convert people or strangers into leads. You got to convert leads into prospects. You got to convert prospects into clients. And you got to convert clients into referrals. You like that? You forgot to say that. I didn't mention the referral part. You like that, don't you? So it's about your conversion process. Strangers get converted into leads. Leads get converted into prospects. Prospects get converted into clients. Clients get converted into referrals. And what happens is that we want to fast track. We want to do all of the sexy stuff. I want to get my lead pages up. I want to get my membership platform together. I want to get my webinar together. I want to do my conference call. But let me tell you something. It's always, always, always going to be about the process, and it's always, always, always going to be about the systems, and CEOs know that. Step 6, you got to abandon linear business logic. And here's what I mean. Many of you have been taught through reading or other coaches or you heard this cliche, start with the what in mind, start with the end in mind, right? You've heard that, right? Well, let me tell you something. Wrong. Don't start with the end in mind. Actually, I want to encourage you to start with the beginning in mind. Because when you start with the end in mind, it creates a linear style of thinking. Because what you believe is that the goal is for you to get the client to start and then get them to the end. And what happens is all you start thinking about is that your only job is to get the client to start and get the client to the end. And the problem with that, it creates a straight line, or it creates straight line business logic. And at the end, if I just backtrack, what happens is when you bring a client in and you get them all the way to the end of your processes, the only thing that happens is you create the same problem for you and the client. When you get to the end, when the client gets to the end, they say, what's next? They go work with another person. When you get to the end, you say, what's next? You go work with another person. And it's that linear business logic. You create the same problem for you and your clients. So let me just tell you a story about a person you may have heard about. His name is Wile E. Coyote. See, I was watching The Road Runner with my son. He's 6 years old. And Wile E. Coyote was a super genius. And most people don't know in the Road Runner show is that Wile E. Coyote had a business card. He actually had a business card. And it said, Wile E. Coyote, super genius. What does that mean? He was real smart, just like you. He was ambitious. He wanted to catch the road runner. He believed he could do it, just like you. He worked hard, just like you. He had a goal, just like you. Now, if you'd have told me 20 years ago that somebody who was real smart, who had ambition, who worked hard, and had a goal could possibly fail, I would have told you you were lying. I would have told you that you're telling an absolute story, that it's impossible to be ambitious, to work hard, have a goal, and still fail. But then I started watching The Road Runner, and I said, wait a minute. Here is this character. He's a business owner. How do we know he's a business owner? Because he had a business card. Every morning, he would get up and chase the road runner, so he was consistent. Every morning, he would go to work chasing the road runner, so he worked hard. He had a plan. His plans came from Acme. So they even showed him like having a business plan or having a plan to accomplish a goal, but for some reason he could never catch the Roadrunner. And here's what would happen, is that I wondered one day why he never caught the Roadrunner. And here's what I realized, is that if you ever watch the show, the Roadrunner is running in a straight line. And Wile E. Coyote is running in a straight line. And what would eventually happen is the Roadrunner would eventually realize that he's running in a straight line. And eventually the Roadrunner would just step to the side and the Coyote would just run past him and then fall off the cliff. And the reason why the Coyote failed was not because he lacked the intelligence. He didn't fail because he didn't work hard. He didn't fail because he wasn't ambitious enough. He didn't fail because he didn't have a plan. He didn't fail because he wasn't smart. He failed because he kept running in a straight line. He was linear in his thinking. And it's just like us. And so what would happen is Roadrunner's working hard, chasing or Wile E. Coyote is running hard. He's chasing the runner. He's chasing. Eventually, Roadrunner steps to the side. Coyote runs past him, falls off the cliff. Ending every time, every episode, always the same. Why? Because he was linear in thinking. And if you ever go back and watch the episodes, you're always going to see, always kept the same plan. And so whenever you saw the Roadrunner step to the side, he would always say 2 words as he saw the Coyote dropping off the cliff. Meep, which is code for you idiot. So here's what it tells us. One, my mother used to say that it's more than one way to skin a cat. What she really meant is that there's more than one way to achieve a particular result or goal. And what that really means is that you have to be flexible with the strategies and the techniques that you use to achieve any goal. Write your goals in stone, but write your plans in sand. Don't be a linear thinker. Stop walking your clients off the cliff. So when you start with the end in mind, you're making the goal to get your client to the end, linear. And because you're trying to get your client to the end, when they finally get to the end, you walk your client off the cliff and you walk your business off the cliff. Because when your client gets to the end, they want to know what's next. They go work with somebody else. When you get to the end with that client, you want to know what's next. You go work with somebody else, and now everybody is working with somebody else. But you did it. You walked them through a process that was linear in nature. And so you got to abandon linear thinking, and you got to stop walking your clients off the cliff. So the moral of the story is that Wile E. Coyote was a linear thinker. The question is, are you? It's nice to talk all about the cartoons we watched when we were kids. But unfortunately, our business is real life. Our business is not a cartoon. See, here's the thing. Wile E. Coyote would run off the cliff, and he'd be back at the next episode in 15 minutes. But run your business off the cliff, and you won't be back in 15 minutes. Some of you spent years trying to come back from failures within your business. You can't keep running your business off the cliff. So instead of thinking linear, I want to encourage you to think circular. Instead of starting with the end in mind, what if we adopted a new concept of start with the beginning in mind? Well, somebody thought it was a good idea to start with the beginning in mind. Heck, the first book of the Bible is Genesis. They don't say start with Revelations and then go backwards to Genesis. They tell you to start with Genesis. Why is it Genesis? Because Genesis is the beginning. Start with the beginning in mind. Just a novel concept there. And then if we change the goal of our business, and we change the purpose, we say, listen, the purpose of our business is not to get the client to the end. None of that foolishness of starting with the end in mind. But what if we just decided that the purpose of our business or the purpose of our business plan is to get back to the beginning? Let's get back to the beginning. And you've known these things since you were a child. You've known that you got to think circular. You've known that circular is the way to go. I mean, think about it. My son's favorite song, With the wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. Wheels on the bus go what? Round and round all day long. Well, let me tell you something. The wheels on your business go round and round. Even the first game that you ever played about business, just think about it. What was the first game you ever played that taught you about business? You know what it is. It's Monopoly. Well, what's the premise of Monopoly? Well, you go around the board. You go down Baltic Avenue, you go down St. Charles Place, you go down Madison Square Garden, you pass North Carolina Avenue, you come down Boardwalk, and you pass what? Go. And every time you pass go, you collect what? $200. You go around the board again, and every time you pass go, you collect what? $200. And what does it teach you? Every time you go around this circle, you get paid. And what you learn is a circular approach to business. Now, what's happening is you start out as a kid learning a circular approach to business, and then as an adult, you start trying to learn how to do business a different way, apart and aside from what you've always known as a child. We make business too hard. Think circular. Well, some of you are saying, well, Trevor, that's a novel concept. I don't really believe you, Trevor. It's just unbelievable. Okay, well, let's look at the most profitable brand in the world. Not second most profitable brand in the world, not the third most profitable brand in the world. Let's look at the most profitable brand in the world. Apple. I went out, I bought the iPhone 1. After I bought the iPhone 1, I went out later on and they sold me an iPad. After I bought the iPad, I then went out and bought a MacBook Pro. After I bought myself a MacBook Pro, I then went out and got myself Apple TV. And by the time I finished purchasing all of the Apple products, it was time for me to buy the iPhone 2. And then the iPad 2. Then the latest MacBook. Then the latest Apple TV. And they keep moving me around and around she goes. Where she stops, nobody knows. Around and around in a circle. Apple, to their credit, you never hear them refer to a sales funnel. You never hear them refer to a business funnel. Everybody write this down. No more funnels. A funnel is a crazy concept that's based upon linear thinking. Write that down. A funnel is a crazy concept based upon linear thinking. Just write that down. A funnel is a crazy concept based upon linear thinking. See, in a funnel, people come into the top of the funnel and they go down and they drop out at the bottom. Same thing, they go in a straight line. Whether they're going this way or whether they're going this way, they're still going in a straight line. But you never hear Apple refer to them using a sales funnel. Apple refers to their business model as an ecosystem. As an ecosystem. And as a business owner, you have to build a business ecosystem. Also notice that in this product lineup, all other products in the Apple ecosystem connect to all other products. The iPhone talks to the iPad. The iPad and the iPhone can talk to the Apple Watch. The Apple Watch, the iPhone, and the iPad can all talk to the MacBook Pro. The Apple TV can talk to the MacBook Pro, to the Apple TV, to the iPad, to the iPhone. The iPhone can talk to the Apple TV. All products in their ecosystem are connected. It's a holistic approach to business. I mean, you've known this. One of my favorite movies was The Lion King. Well, in The Lion King, there's Mufasa. There's Simba. He goes up to the cliff. He says, hey, Simba, look at what you're getting ready to inherit. And they look out on all of the stuff that he's going to inherit, and they start singing the song, Circle of Life. What is he getting ready to inherit? An ecosystem. What I want you to do is to take a holistic approach to marketing. The movie theaters do it. You buy a movie ticket. After you buy a movie ticket, you give it to the usher. After you give your movie ticket to the usher, what do? You take the movie ticket, you give it to the usher, you step past the usher, you step into the concession area. They sell you some popcorn, 50-gallon cup of soda, some Raisinets. You go into the movie theater, you sit your butt down, you plop down your 50-gallon of Coke, you eat your nachos, your Raisinette, and your popcorn. Before you even see the movies, what do they show you? The previews. The movie that you're going to come back to see next time. They're starting to move you in a circle. Everybody's doing the circular thing except for you. You need to create a business ecosystem. You got to think circular. So, now that you know the strategy, how do you turn this strategy into money? How do you turn this strategy into an evergreen revenue model? How do you turn this strategy into something that generates you money on a recurring basis? See, here's what I want you to know. There are really two models. There is the rinse and repeat model, and there's the evergreen revenue model. There's the rinse and repeat model, and there's the evergreen revenue model. Here's what I want you to know. The rinse and repeat model does generate you revenue. You figure out something that works, that's successful, that generates revenue, then you go do it again. Then you go do it again, and then you go do it again. But in the rinse and repeat model, the number one thing that you are creating is recurring labor. So the rinse and repeat model is a recurring labor model that generates revenue. It's a recurring labor model that generates revenue. So the rinse and repeat model is a recurring labor model that generates revenue. It's a recurring labor model that generates revenue. But over here is the evergreen revenue model. And the premise is you do the labor one time, but you reap the benefits indefinitely. Like Netflix. Netflix is running an evergreen revenue model. They built this amazing digital platform, and they took work to do it. They took an investment to do it. But they don't have to build it over and over again. They're not running a rinse and repeat model. They make slight improvements, but at the end of the day, I pay my $12.99 every month. You pay your $12.99. They pay their $12.99 every month. And at the end of the day, they're not rebuilding it. It's not a rinse and repeat model. They reap the benefits indefinitely until they cut it off, and people keep paying. And so you got to decide, do you want to run the evergreen revenue model, or do you want to run the rinse and repeat model? One is recurring labor, one is recurring revenue. Which do you want? I can't choose for you. So how do you turn all of these strategies into money? Well, first you got to know the difference between the evergreen revenue model and the rinse and repeat model, and you got to decide which one you want. Everybody right now, just write down on your sheet of paper or type into the group. If you're watching online, just type in, I must master the evergreen revenue model. Hashtag evergreen revenue model. I must master the evergreen revenue model. Hashtag evergreen revenue model. And I don't know about you. I want to do something one time and reap the benefits indefinitely. I've done the rinse and repeat model, and I've done some things that are successful, and I want to do it over and over again. But I don't want to be creating I don't want to build a recurring labor relationship. I don't want a relationship with labor where I got to constantly keep doing, because I won't always be able to work all the time. And I don't want to work all the time. So I'm here on the evergreen revenue model. And so you're probably thinking, what do I need to do next? Time to turn that strategy into revenue. Well, let me tell you what you need to do. You need to set an appointment. You need to set an appointment so that we can meet with you to help you put in place your evergreen revenue model. You need to set an appointment so we can help you put in place an evergreen revenue model. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to go to doublemyrevenuemeeting.com. Go to doublemyrevenuemeeting.com. Go to doublemyrevenuemeeting.com. And we're going to meet with you for free to help you put in place your evergreen revenue model. We're going to help you put in place a recurring stream of revenue that can generate 6 figures, 7 figures, and 8 figures. What you really want to put in place is a 7-figure revenue generating infrastructure. And so we're going to help you do that. Now it's going to have a little note section there where you can specifically schedule to talk about something near and dear to you. And what I want you to put in there is just put in there, I want to learn about the evergreen revenue model. Just put, I want to learn about the evergreen revenue model. If you're ready to create a recurring stream of revenue, then this is the conversation for you. I want you to just think about something. You know, my parents' house has a solar panel on it, and it recharges itself and provides energy every day. It's a renewable source of energy. Well, what if we took that same strategy and technique and said, let's create a renewable source of revenue? Wouldn't that be pretty cool? Well, it's possible. It's very possible. All you have to do is be willing and ready. And so here at the Peak Performance Institute, we work with the willing and we work with the ready, and we want to work with you. We don't have the bandwidth to work with everybody, but we have the bandwidth to work with you. And so, Lyric, if you would just bring the camera to me real quick in closing. Okay? So here's what I want everybody to do. Go schedule your meeting right now. Go ahead and schedule your meeting. Go ahead and get your evergreen revenue meeting scheduled. Go to doublemyrevenuemeeting.com. And as you're getting that meeting scheduled, our people are setting mine right now. We're ready to meet with you. Shay is ready, and Trevor's ready, and we have some of the top business strategists in the country. And isn't it great to know that it doesn't cost you anything? Isn't it just great to know? So with that being said, my name is Trevor Otts, and I want you to have a wonderful, and spectacular day. It's been fun, folks. I'm looking forward to seeing you on the other side of success. Listen, go out there today. Create that evergreen revenue model. Learn more about putting together that evergreen blueprint for your business. Go on out there today and learn about creating that evergreen product. Learn about putting together the evergreen sales system. You don't gotta work hard. Don't make making money hard. Learn the systems, learn the processes, and we will see you on the other side. Have a great day, folks. See you on the other side.
Wanted to start a business or any number of things. Well, at E2E Systems, we help you to get off your assets and get things done. Our job is to move you from working for a living to living your dreams. So if you're like most people, you're going to get up and get things done now. Contact us at info@E2E-Systems or on our website at www.e2esystems.com and get it done.
Hey, let me ask you a question. How would you feel if you've saved up and you're ready to buy your dream home or your favorite car, and the decision maker makes a statement, now let's pull your credit? Will you be confident and secure, or would you be nervous about what they're going to say next? If you're going to be nervous, then you need to reach out to me. My name is Chris Bridges, and my company is Credit with Chris, and we help to educate and empower you to live your very best life with good credit. Register today for your no-cost and no-obligation assessment to talk to me and find out where you are and how we can get you on the path to good credit. Go to goodcreditwithchris.com. Again, that's goodcreditwithchris.com and register today. See you later. Bye-bye. It's on. So it's all about execution. So whatever you do, make sure that you are connecting with someone that you're going to be able to implement what they have to share with you. Don't waste any more money. Playtime, like Cheryl Wood said this morning, playtime is over. Nobody has time to be wasting time. So it's been phenomenal. Well, we're not done yet. We have one last speaker, and he is none other than this gentleman standing here beside me, Mr. Barrett Matthews with E2E Systems. And Barrett is going to tell us, why are you looking at that from? Oh, don't worry about it, Barry. Just roll with it. We just roll with it. Oh, oh, that's okay. It's okay. Those of you online, they're like, what are you talking about? Don't worry about it. Just the things that's going on. It's going to be okay. All right, Barry. You like the music? Well, you want it or not? It's your event. So listen, I want to publicly thank for all, because we are at the last stretch, and I just want to thank you, Barrett, for always taking the front for 50 Shades. I'm here with you, but you always take the lead and you take the front, and so I do appreciate you bringing this together, because we know we don't come out for just us. We come out for everyone else, and so we appreciate that. And so many people are watching us online, and so I appreciate you. So you ready? I'm ready. Awesome. Take it away. All right, you guys, let's pay attention. Let's give Barrett much love, Mr. Barrett Matthews.
a superstar. It's not going to happen. Not going to happen. Everyone you see who's been successful in life has had to go through something, has had to go through some type of transformation. It may not have been as painful as what you're going through. It may not have been as difficult as what you're going through. But they had to go through something. The question is, are you ready to embrace the change? If you're ready to embrace the change, say, I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Good, because you're going to have to be ready to embrace change. Because, guys, you've heard this expression. The only thing in this world that's constant is what? Nobody knows? Oh, good. I get to educate now. I like that. The only thing in this world that's constant is change. It's the only thing that's constant. Things are going to change. You are not the same person you were 5 years ago. Guess what? You're not the same person you were 5 minutes ago. You're not. Because you're always changing. You're always evolving. Your body is changing. Your surroundings are changing. The people around you are changing. Your knowledge is changing. You have to be ready to embrace the change. Most of us, we run away from change. I don't like change. I don't want things to be different. I'm used to it being this way. Well, here's the thing. You being used to it, look where it has you. Are you where you want to be? If you're not where you want to be, you better learn to embrace change. It's the only constant in this world. Now, change, as I said, it can be difficult. It can be painful. Let me tell you a story. There's a young man that I know. His name is Carl. Carl, he was 18 years old. He had a girlfriend, pretty young lady, that she went to a different high school that he did, and they fell in love with each other. You know, young love. You've all been there before. That young love, they thought everything was going to be perfect for them. And then, well, Carl was about to graduate, and he decided he was going to join the Army. And his girlfriend came and told him that she was going to have a baby. And Carl was like, whoa. He had a little wake-up call. But the one thing Carl did is he embraced the change. He didn't run from his responsibility. He went from being a boy to being a man the moment he found out he was going to be a dad. And guess what? They had twins. So he embraced that change. But see, here's the thing that really, really gets you to it. Because a lot of you are thinking, well, you know, hey, I would expect him to do that. No, everybody can do that. You know, he became a dad. He had to be a dad. Okay, well, Carl's mother didn't really accept the fact that those were going to be his kids. Because she had all these, some of you know this, sometimes our parents have designs on our life. She had these designs on him going off to college and doing this and not having kids till he was later on in life and married and so forth. Well, it just didn't work out that way. So she didn't want to accept the fact that he was going to be a father. Meaning that when the kids were born, she didn't want to come see the kids. She wouldn't accept them. She didn't even want to go see the mother. She called her all kinds of names, just didn't like her, just everything. Well, this is what Carl did. Now, this is something that when I talk about change, I'm talking about change. Carl told his mother, if you can't accept my kids and accept the mother of my kids, you can't accept me, so I cannot be around you. Now, a lot of you are thinking, wow, he did that to his mother. He had to, because he had to be a man. He could no longer be a boy. He had to be a man, and he had to take care of his family. Now, eventually, his mother came around, apologized, and they made up, and everything was fine. But the bottom line is, he had to go through a hard change. That's hard to say something like that to your mother. Very hard. To embrace your mother, to go to your mother and say something like, I don't want to be around you. I don't want you around me. If you can't accept my family, that's very hard. But it's part of the change. So you see, when you're dealing with change, you not only have to change your actions sometimes, you have to change your relationships. A lot of the people you all are dealing with, you're all associating with, the people you're talking to, have what I call stinking thinking. They have stinking thinking. Because you all have heard the expression that misery loves company, right? That's not true. Misery doesn't love company. Misery loves miserable company. A miserable person doesn't want to be around you if you're happy-go-lucky. if you're enjoying life. So they don't just want the company. They want you to come down to their level, to be just as miserable as them. And I always tell people, when you run across a miserable, negative person, don't walk away from them. Run! Run like crazy. Get away from them. They cannot help you because they won't let you change. They want you to be like them, and they want to stay that way forever. You have to embrace the change and be a part of that change that's going to be happening in you. You have to do it. If you don't, you will become that miserable person and you will never, ever, ever achieve your dreams. You have to get away from those people in your life who are just bad for you. There's a saying that I live by, and it says, if you can't change your friends, you have to change your friends. And let's say that one more time because I know that went over somebody's head. If you can't change your friends, you have to change your friends. Because some of those people in your life who you think mean you well are not good for you. They're toxic. And unfortunately, some of them we call family. And you know it. You know who they are. You can point to them right now, but you know who they are. But the thing is, you have to stay away from them. Now, when I talk about change, you have to change your actions. You have to change your relationships. You also have to change your perspective. Your perspective on things is very important. And one of the biggest things, as we're talking about 50 Shades of Wealth, you have to change your perspective on money. Many of you have a negative connotation of money. When I say the word rich, a lot of people, some of the words that go before rich are filthy rich, stinking rich, all negative words. We don't think of rich and put good words in front of it. Because I don't know about you, but I think being rich is a good thing. I wouldn't mind having wealth. I don't know about you. Now, I want to do something real quick, and this is something we haven't done here today. I'd like to have a volunteer come up here on stage with me. Can one of you come up here? Come on up here, please. Come on up here. I want to do a demonstration here.
Do I have to stand on the X?
Just come. No. You don't have to stand on the X. Come here for a second. What's your name?
Wanda.
Wanda. Turn around, Wanda. Everybody say hi to Wanda.
Hey, Wanda.
Okay, Wanda, I have this bill here. What does the bill say? The denomination, what is that?
1 million.
1 million. I have a $1 million bill. Okay, Wanda, here's what I want you to do. Hold this bill in your hand. Hold it out as far as you can. Now, close one eye. Can you still see the $1 million bill?
Yes.
Okay, now, hold this penny in your hand. Now, put this penny in front of that eye that's open. Now, put it real close, real close. Now, can you see the $1 million bill?
No.
No. You see, you can put it down. Now, I want everybody to give Wanda a hand. Thank you very much. Now, the point I'm making to you guys is that you can't see the $1 million in front of you because you have penny thinking. You're thinking pennies, you're seeing all the pennies, you're not thinking about the millions in front of you because you're only looking at the pennies. How many times have you stopped yourself from doing something great, stopped yourself from investing in your future because you're worried about the pennies you have to use to pay bills? How many times has something come? Because see, here's the thing. For me, for someone to spend an hour with me, an hour of my time, depending on who it is, I charge usually about $400 to $500 as a coaching consultation with me. Now, to some people, oh gosh, $400 or $500, I got to pay this bill with that. I have to pay the cable bill. I have to go wash my car with that money. What am I going to do? You see, one of the things that I was taught, and actually by one of the speakers today, Myron Golden, I heard him say this once. The reason that people live in poverty is because they anticipate being in poverty. The reason that people are in poverty is because they anticipate being in poverty. Meaning that if I tell you it's going to cost you $500 for an hour of my time, you're not thinking of the value that you can get to help you grow your business. You're thinking, I'm not going to have another $500 at the end of the week to pay that bill if I pay him. Because you're looking at the pennies. You're looking at the pennies, you're not thinking about what can be happening for your future and getting the wealth that you so greatly deserve. You have to stop looking at the pennies and start looking at the millions that lay ahead of you. I believe that all of you have greatness in you. Do you believe you have greatness in you? Yes. Say, I am great.
I am great.
Say, greatness is within me.
Greatness is within me.
Fantastic. Now you have to believe that. You have to internalize that. Because if you internalize that, you won't look at the pennies anymore. They won't be in your eyes. The problem is too many people are looking at the pennies. So you have to change your viewpoint, because if you change your viewpoint, you change your life. Now I want you all to write that down. Change your viewpoint, change your life. You can do hashtag 50 Shades if you're on Facebook. But we want to make sure that you guys change your viewpoint. Because if you can't change your viewpoint, change the way you see things, everything's going to stay the same. You'll still have that penny right in front of you. We'll be looking at Abe Lincoln all day long. We don't want that. We want you to change. Now, one of the things that I have for you to help you change, I have a challenge for you. I have something called the 21-day procrastination habits challenge. Because one of the things that you have to change are your habits. Many of you procrastinate, as you just admitted earlier. So my job is to help you get out of that procrastination. If you would like me to help you change that procrastination, say I would. Good. Because I want to help you change your procrastination. Because, trust me, you're not alone. There are so many people out there that procrastinate. And statistics say that many people run into financial problems in their life because of procrastination. So what I want to do is help you with that. So what I've done is I've put together a 21-day procrastination challenge. And what it is every single day for 21 days, because in 21 days, you can change your habits. If you do something for 21 days, you can change your habits. But I got a video for every day that's going to give you a new task every day to help you break the habit of procrastination. How's that for you? Now, alone, that challenge is a value of $147 alone. But what I've done is I add a little something extra to it. Because I wrote a book a while ago. It's called Why Did You Get It Done? It's a guide to helping you get off your assets. It's called Why Didn't You Get It Done? By me, Barrett Matthews. What I want to do, I want to throw in with my challenge a free audio copy of my book. So you get that as well. But wait, there's more. Now, as I told you, it costs about $400 to $500 for an hour of my time, but I'm going to give you 30 minutes of my time as a free consultation for you and your business to help you in getting things done. So what I'm giving you is my 21-day procrastination challenge, valued at $147, an audio copy of my book, which is valued at about $20, and you're also going to get 30 minutes of consultation with me, which should run you probably about $200 to $250. So I'm going to be giving you about approximately $400 worth of value, but you're not going to pay $400 for it, not at all. Your only investment is $97. $97, and you're going to get all of that. So what I'm going to do is, and for those of you who are here, you meet me in the back of the room when we're done, and we'll take care of getting that set up for you, so you can start getting that stuff instantly to you, and that's fine. If you're at home, here's how you can get it. What I want you to do is text the word challenge to 929-244-4323. Text the word challenge to the number 929-244-4323. And you can get this whole package. My 21-day procrastination challenge. You're going to get an audio copy of my ebook, Why Didn't You Get It Done? And you're also going to get a 30-minute coaching session with me. I'm going to give you all of that. Now, I've been running across a lot of people lately who said one of the biggest things they procrastinated on is writing a book. They've been wanting to write a book. Is there anybody here that wants to write a book? Say, I do. Okay, we do have some potential authors here. A lot of people want to write a book, but they procrastinate because they don't know what to do. They don't know how to start. They don't know where to go. Well, I didn't tell you all this about my book, Why Didn't You Get It Done? I wrote my book in 6 days. I wrote it in 6 days. Well, I said I can't write a book on getting it done if I don't get it done. So I got my book done in 6 days. Since then, I've been getting a lot of people who've asked me about doing that and getting their book done fast. So what I've done is I formed what's called the Book Writers Procrastination Club. For all those people out there who've been putting it off. So what I'm going to do is this. I am going to show you how to get your book done in less than 30 days. That's my job, to help you get your book done in less than 30 days. I can show you how to do that. Also, some of you have said you're too busy to even write the book, period. You want a product where it can just be done for you, and just everything can be done for you, and you don't have to worry about anything. You need my book in a day solution. I have a book in a day solution where you spend one day with me, and we can get your book done. So, I'm not going to go into all the details about that, because I'm limited on my time here. But if you're interested in getting a book done and getting a book done fast, I want you to text the word book to the same number, 929-244-4323. Once again, text the word book, B-O-O-K, to the number 929-244-4323. You see, guys, I want to emphasize again, if you're going to do something phenomenal with your life, you are going to have to embrace what? Change. That's right. You are going to have to embrace change. The more you keep pushing it off, the more you're going to live the life you're living and you're not going to be satisfied. I commend you for being here today. I commend you for watching today. I commend you for sharing it with your friends. I commend you for posting on Facebook. And special thanks to you, Colette. Colette's been helping us all day long with that. I commend you all for doing that. But it will mean nothing. It will mean absolutely nothing if you don't embrace change and go for what you want. As I tell people all the time, and as I close, I don't want you to just settle for being awesome. I want you to set your goal to awe them all. Because everybody is out there looking at you. It's time for you to take action. I'm Barrett Matthews of E2E Systems, and I hope that you will take action and decide to change. Hello, I'm Barrett Matthews of E2E Systems. If you're like most people, you procrastinate, and that procrastination has led you to not getting things done. You might have wanted to write a book, you might have wanted to start a business, or any number of things. Well, at E2E Systems, we help you to get off your assets and get things done. Our job is to move you from working for a living to living your dreams. So if you're like most people, you're going to get up and get things done now. Contact us at info@E2E Systems or on our website at www.e2esystems.com and get it done.
Hey, let me ask you a question. How would you feel if you've saved up and you're ready to buy your dream home or your favorite car, and the decision maker makes a statement, now let's pull your credit? Will you be confident and secure, or would you be nervous about what they're going to say next? If you're going to be nervous, then you need to reach out to me. My name is Chris Bridges, and my company is Credit with Chris, and we help to educate and empower you to live your very best life with good credit. Register today for your no-cost and no-obligation assessment to talk to me and find out where you are and how we can get you on the path to good credit. Go to goodcreditwithchris.com. Again, that's goodcreditwithchris.com and register today. See you later. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everybody, for coming to 50 Shades of Wealth.
Here with us at 50 Shades of Wealth. We have done it again. This is the last one for this year. We'll be back in the winter, as we do them typically in the winter and then later in the summer and the fall.
Snowstorm.
So, yeah, we'll be back in the snowstorm, hopefully. Well, we appreciate you all being here, and everyone who has registered. So if you're watching the feed, you should have registered. But if you grab this link and you did not register, make sure you go over to 50 Shades of Wealth Series.com.
Yes.
That's 50 Shades of Wealth Series.com, because you have to be registered in order to get the link for the replay.
And it won't be up there forever.
It won't be up there forever, but you won't even get it if you don't go to 50 Shades of Wealth Series.com, and you'll be able to get the replay.
And I want to give a special shout out to Scott and Leonard and over here at World Media Net. They've done a great job
Awesome
in
job.
making us look good all day long.
Awesome job.
And it took a lot of a burden off of me from what we normally have to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
This
the
has been
production
phenomenal.
quality is much better than we normally have. We look legit.
We always do. We just, no, okay. Y'all weren't gonna buy that one. No, well, we've been here, and they're home. They've opened up their home to us. We appreciate them so much. And you'll see us back here for other events in the future, and we just thankful. Thank you all so much for being here with us. We know, again, we do talk a lot about your time.
Yes.
Your time is invaluable, no matter if
thanks
you
to all
paid
our
anything.
guests.
I guess online and our guests here.
Well, the speakers.
Oh, yeah. Well, let me finish talking about the other people. So thank you all so much because you spent your time, and we really pray that you get multiple return on your investment that you've made today and your time. And thank all of our speakers for being with us, those who were here live, those who had come in here, through technology. We love technology because you could be wherever you all are around the world, and we thank you so much. Without all of our speakers and without you, Barrett, for making this happen, it wouldn't be a successful event, so we thank everybody.
And thank you, Chris, for being such a great partner.
Of course.
I love my Chris.
Anything for you, Barrett. All right, you guys, we're out of here. We appreciate you. Enjoy your day, and stay blessed and
Take action.
take action. All right, bye-bye.